Chapter 1 System Elf Sakura. Hiss, I traveled through time and space and became a top second generation? Phonemo suddenly sat up from the soft big bed, rubbing his swollen head, looking surprised and confused. The memories that had been absorbed into his mind shocked Phonemo greatly. The planet where this world is located is called Blue Star, and it has only some subtle differences from the Earth where we lived in our previous life. Kyushu is the strongest country in the world, no doubt about it. His predecessor was also called Phonemo. He is 20 years old this year and is the eldest son of the Phone family, one of the top families in Jojo State. My grandfather is one of the top bosses, and my father is the second in command of the military, with enormous power. Although Grandma has passed away, she left behind a huge business empire, which is managed by Phonemo's mother. The most important thing is that Phonemo is the only son in 3 generations of the Phone family. There are no uncles, aunts, or brothers and sisters, so there is no need to worry about the messy intrigues in a large family. The only thing to worry about is that if you don't work hard enough, you will be taken home and inherit the family business. In his previous life, Phonemo was just an ordinary orphan who inherited a fortune worth hundreds of millions. He accidentally drowned in a whirlpool while surfing on the sea. I didn't expect that my family situation after traveling through time would be even better than in my previous life. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. At least you don't have to start from scratch in this life, you start out with unparalleled power and money, which is good. Phonemo gradually accepted the fact that he had traveled through time and began to become familiar with the memories of his previous life. According to the fused memories, his predecessor was a proud, conceited, but sensible and arrogant young man. Phonemo is not averse to this kind of personality. Being arrogant is good. Put yourself in his shoes. If he grew up in such a top wealthy family, his personality would probably be more arrogant than his predecessor. But if this is the case, life in the future will probably be boring. The beginning is like standing on top of the world, and it feels like there is no hope for the future. Ding! Foreign system intrusion detected, the Child of Luck system activated. The World Guardian identity has been bound. System Hunter identity has been bound. System Spirit is manifesting. A cold reminder sounded in his mind, interrupting Phonemo who was immersed in thought. Foreign system invasion? Child of Luck system? World Guardian? System Hunter? After a brief moment of surprise, Phonemo raised his eyebrows slightly. Could it be that his identity as a time traveler has been discovered? Before Phonemo could continue thinking, he saw a graceful figure made up of countless light particles slowly condensing around him, and finally transformed into a beautiful Lolita with white hair wearing Lolita clothes. Because his previous life liked to sleep naked, Phonemo was now sitting naked on the bed, with only a thin quilt covering him. The white-haired Loli just appeared beside Phonemo. A scent of jasmine entered his nostrils, and Phonemo could even feel the touch of stockings on his legs. You little Loli are the system elf? Take your stinky feet away. Seeing Phonemo's disgusted expression, the white-haired Loli didn't mind, but smiled sweetly. Hello, master. I am the system elf that materialized according to your preferences. Please name me. Impossible. My favorite is the queen. Phonemo shook his head repeatedly, and before he even had time to ask himself any questions, he rejected the system elf's words with a firm face. What a crappy system, how could he possibly like Lolita? Mature women are the real YYDS, okay? This is a belief and a principle. As for Loli, she must be ranked second at least. Oh? Is this what the master likes? A very charming voice came from my ear, moist hot air hit my ear, and the scent of jasmine turned into another kind of subtle fragrance. Phonemo turned his head and was immediately shocked. The white-haired Loli next to him suddenly turned into a mature woman in black stockings. This. I like this magical system. Please name me, master. The queen next to him pursed her red lips and spoke with a sweet breath. Can you still transform? Phonemo did not respond directly, but asked an irrelevant question. Of course, I can change into anything the master can think of. The royal sister nodded and changed her image several times in succession. Cool and fairy-like, pure and sexy, hot and tempting. Phonemo's dopamine secretion never stopped after seeing this. He quickly stopped the system elf. All right, change back to your professional attire and queen image. Yes, master. As soon as he finished speaking, the system elf transformed into a charming and elegant lady, looking at Phonemo expectantly with watery eyes, waiting for his name. Since you can transform so well, you'll be called Sakura from now on. Fongamo suggested, touching his chin and thinking of the Cardcaptor Sakura magic card he had seen before. Sounds good, Sakura thanks the master for the name. Sakura smiled and thanked. Xiaoying was sitting next to Fongamo, and a faint fragrance would waft into his nostrils from time to time. The thin quilt covered the thighs of both of them, and Sakura's calves and feet wrapped in black stockings were exposed. Her playful toes would be curled up and moved from time to time. This scene is enough to make any man's blood boil and make him act uncontrollably. But Fongamo was able to remain calm. In his previous life, he was a playboy who played with women and had contact with many beautiful women and tried many tricks. This little scene was nothing. What's more, Sakura was so proactive and even stretched out her legs, so he couldn't just remain indifferent. Xiaoying, please introduce yourself first. Tell me about the functions of the system, whether there are any novice gift packs, and the system's tasks. Fongamo had died once, and now he had traveled through time. He was not particularly surprised that there was a system. The most urgent task was to understand the current situation first. Perhaps the emergence of the system can add a little fun to his boring life. Speaking of business, Sakura introduced with a serious expression. Master, you are the son of destiny of this world. This world is being invaded by an external system. The heavenly Tao automatically stripped away some of its rules and created me to assist you. The purpose is to destroy and devour the external system and promote the upgrade of the world. Fongamo suddenly realized that he was familiar with this routine. In other words, my enemies are the protagonists in urban novels who have systems, such as miracle doctors, super rich people, black technology, ancient martial arts, and so on? Yes, Master. As long as you successfully destroy an alien system, I can devour it and give you various special abilities or items in return. After I successfully devour 99 foreign systems, this world will automatically begin to upgrade, and the Master, as the Son of Luck, can also gain huge benefits from it. What if I refuse? Fongamo asked. The Master is the Son of Luck for this world. If we don't attack the external system in time, he will be replaced by those hosts that have grown up. Then our world will be finished. Sakura gave the answer with a bitter face. Interesting, really interesting. Fongmo's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she understood what Xiaoying said. He became the son of destiny of this world and the ultimate target of the external system. If he does not kill the foreign systems in advance, he will be replaced by the hosts of those systems in the future. In other words, even if he is only doing it for himself, he has to eliminate those foreign systems. Moreover, as long as he hunts those foreign systems, he can gain huge benefits. Miraculous medical skills, epoch-making black technology, extraordinary power, and long life. All of these can be snatched from others. The most important thing is that Fongmo's life in this life will no longer be as boring as in his previous life. Wine and women can no longer satisfy him, he wants to pursue more exciting spiritual satisfaction. After understanding the situation clearly, Fongamo decided to start looking for an external system and grab one to get a feel for it first. He looked at Sakura with burning eyes and said, Okay, I'll take this job. Where is our first target? Chapter 2, Dog Licking System? Xiaoying stretched out her hand and a light blue translucent panel appeared in front of Fongmo's eyes, with a series of white words flashing continuously. Searching for external systems, this time consuming 1 search attempt, remaining search attempts, 0. Low-risk external system has been searched. Location, Luzhou University, Luzhou City, Kyushu Province. System type, Dog Licking System. System status, looking for host. Mission objective, sniper the host of the dog licking system to complete the mission and interfere with his state of mind. The greater the fluctuation of the other party's state of mind, the faster the devouring progress. Task reward, charm points plus 50, search times plus 1. Devouring progress, 0%. This system panel has already revealed some preliminary information to Fongmo. There should already be quite a few alien systems in the world, and finding them requires searching times. External systems are divided into risk levels, which should be low risk, medium risk, and high risk. What Fongmo has to do now is to destroy the mission of this dog-licking system and mess with the mentality of its host, so that the devouring progress reaches 100%, and finally let Xiaoying devour it. After asking, Xiaoying also gave an answer, just as Fongmo thought. Fongmo looked at the task reward on the light blue panel and complained speechlessly, "This reward is really like chicken ribs, tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away." The so-called charm is nothing more than a combination of appearance, conversation, power and money. Feng Mo's current identity is n times better than the so-called national husband in his previous life, and he himself is also very handsome. The charm value reward is really not very attractive to him. Oh, master, this reward is also generated based on the capabilities of the external system. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame the other party for being too weak. Xiao Ying snuggled up to Feng Mo, shaking his arm and acting coquettishly. Moreover, with the master's status and position, it is easy to target a host of a dog-licking system, so the reward will not be very high. The way of heaven also has to follow certain rules. Feng Mo pondered for a moment and felt that what Xiao Ying said made sense. Sakura is a part of the heavenly Tao. In order to avoid being usurped by an external system, she definitely hopes to become as strong as possible. Just by listening to the name, you can tell that the dog-licking system is related to women, and it is normal to increase the charm value after swallowing. In the future, if we face certain ancient martial arts systems or supernatural powers systems, the reward type will definitely be closely related to ancient martial arts and supernatural powers. Okay, then I'll go to Luzhou City first to meet this dog-licking system. Feng Mo nodded, let Xiao Ying step aside for a while, then got up, washed and got dressed. Although Sakura is attractive, she will not refuse if you want to do it right away, and she can even do all kinds of tricks that ordinary people can't imagine. But no matter in the past life or this life, Feng Mo doesn't like to simply vent. Because there are so many types to choose from, such as school beauties, teachers, nurses, and stewardesses. He is a player who has already completed the game among the flowers. The more he plays and the more he sees, the higher his requirements for women become. It is not enough to have the best looks and figure, the relationship between the two parties must also develop to a certain level. If there is enough emotion, everything will come naturally. If there is not enough emotion, it will be boring. Sakura is definitely one of the world's top beauties. After all, she is a creation of nature and does not have any of the flaws that humans have. It is precisely because of this that Feng Mo does not want to have any regrets for the first time for both parties. After washing up, Feng Mo put on an exquisite suit and tie, put on a luxurious watch, and went downstairs alone to have breakfast. In order to prevent the bodyguard who was secretly protecting him from tipping off his adoptive parents, Feng Mo asked Xiao Ying to put away her physical form and temporarily stay in his mind. Otherwise, Feng Mo would have a hard time explaining how Sakura appeared in such a heavily guarded mansion. The Feng family's headquarters is in Kyoto, and all the elders in Feng Mo's family are also in Kyoto. He was a genius boy who had already completed the courses of the highest institution of learning in Kyoto by self-study, and obtained his graduation certificate in advance through connections. With my parents' consent, I was given a year to travel around the country. At this time, he was in a luxury house in the Magic City. Because he was worried that Feng Mo might get into trouble outside, his father sent a team of retired special forces to protect him secretly. Feng Mo didn't know the exact number of people, but he had the contact number of the Special Forces captain, so he could contact him directly if he had any questions. Morning, Master. Morning, Master Feng. Seeing Feng Mo coming downstairs, the servants hurriedly greeted him. The eldest son of the Feng family is notoriously strict with his employees' work attitude, and they don't want to lose this high-paying job just because they didn't say hello. Feng Mo nodded casually in response, sat down at the dining table, looked at the sumptuous breakfast in front of him, but did not start eating. Instead, he made a phone call and said calmly, Uncle Li, I am going to Luzhou University in Jian Province to conduct a social experiment. Please help me contact the president of Luzhou University and tell him that I need his help with something. The sooner the better. Let's take a private plane, and ask the air traffic control department for takeoff permission, Uncle Li. Okay, I'll do it right away. A calm, middle-aged man's voice came from the microphone. Sorry to bother you, Uncle Li. Feng Mo said something polite and hung up the phone. Uncle Li's single name is Jun. He is the captain of the special forces sent by his father to protect him. He once held a high position as the chief combat instructor of the Kyushu military. Although he retired due to some special reasons, his influence is huge. Basically, every region's military system has soldiers he once led. Even if there are some places that don't have it, he can use his own network of connections to help Feng Mo achieve his goals. What's more, Li Jun does not represent himself, but Feng Mo behind him, and the Feng family behind him. No one dares to neglect this top family easily. Chapter 3, The Dog-Licking System appears. 4 hours later, it was 12 o'clock noon. In Luzhou City, Jinyuan Hotel, there were only 3 people in the huge luxurious box. Feng Mo sat in the main seat, and behind him stood a sturdy middle-aged man with a resolute face and wearing a leather jacket. It was Li Jun. Sitting next to him was a portly middle-aged man, Wu Hong, the president of Luzhou University. Master Feng's presence here really brings honor to our humble home in Luzhou. I'd like to offer a toast to Master Feng first. Wu Hong stood up with the wine glass in his hand and drank it all in one gulp with a respectful look on his face. Feng Yamo smiled faintly. Principal Wu, you are too polite. I came here mainly because I want to ask you for help. I hope Principal Wu doesn't think I am too much trouble. No way, no way. There are so many people in the entire Zhou country lining up to meet Master Feng. It would be my honor if I could help Master Feng solve his problem. Wu Hong was flattered. The person in front of him was as high as the Crown Prince of Kyushu. He didn't dare to hope that he could get in touch with him. He just hoped not to offend him. That would be a blessing. Feng Yamo nodded slightly, then suddenly stopped smiling, frowned and said nothing. Wu Hong's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that he had failed in some way and offended Master Feng? Feng Yamo was stunned because Xiao Ying suddenly reminded him that the external system had been bound to the host, and a light blue panel that only he could see popped up in front of him. The external dog-licking system has been bound to the host. Host name, Yi Chen. Host gender, male. Host age, 21 years old. Host height, 171 centimeters. Host identity, junior student of Information Management Department of Luzhou University. Available resources, 1 million dog gold can be used to improve your own image or bear the goddess's consumption, gifts. The current task of this system, please let Shui Yao accept any gift within 24 hours. Completion reward, charm value +5. Failure reward, shortened by 5 centimeters. Looking at the information prompt given by Xiao Ying, Feng Yamo raised a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth, as if thinking about something. If this guy named Yi Chen is prevented from completing his task, will he really be shortened by 5 centimeters? Where is it shortened? Wow, what an interesting punishment for failure. Coming back to his senses, Feng Yamo looked at the nervous Wu Hong, smiled gently and said, President Wu, I need the information of all the girls named Shui Yao in Luzhou University, as well as the information of Yi Chen, a junior student in the Department of Information Management. Can you collect it within half an hour? When Wu Hong saw Feng Yamo put forward specific requirements, he breathed a sigh of relief and nodded repeatedly. I'm not afraid of him making requests, I'm afraid of him not making any requests. Sure, Master Feng. I'll arrange for someone to prepare it and it will be delivered within half an hour. Feng Yamo smiled and nodded, pointing to the various dishes on the table and said, Okay, let's have lunch first. It should be just in time for us to finish eating. After that, Feng Yamo shouted to Li Jun who was standing behind him. Uncle Li, come and eat with us. Young master, this is not appropriate. Li Jun shook his head and refused. His mission was to protect Feng Yamo. Although no risks had been detected at present, he could not let his guard down. All right. Since Li Jun has his own principles, Feng Yamo did not force him and began to taste the special dishes of Jian province. 10 minutes ago, Luzhou University, downstairs of the girls' dormitory. Yi Chen stared at the girl in front of him blankly and said in disbelief, Yao, I have been pursuing you for 3 years. I bring you breakfast every day regardless of the weather. I save money to prepare gifts for you during holidays. Why are you still unwilling to be with me? Shui Yao looked helpless. There were already many people nearby pointing and talking, and she just wanted to leave here as soon as possible. But Yi Chen blocked her way and insisted that she explain the reason clearly. Shui Yao gritted her teeth and said coldly, Yi Chen, since you must know the answer, then I will tell you. Dating is about two people being attracted to each other and being in love with each other. It is not like unrequited love as you think, and it is not about one-sided effort that can lead to success. As early as 3 years ago, I clearly rejected you and told you that I would not have a relationship in college and that I had my own life plan, but you never took my words seriously. Yes, you did bring me breakfast every day for the past 3 years, but have I ever accepted it once? You save money to buy holiday gifts, but it is not the living expenses given by your parents? Why do you still think it is your own contribution? Have you ever considered your parents who supported you to go to college? Every time you sent me breakfast and gifts, I had to rack my brains to send them back to your class, which caused discussions among other alumni. I clearly rejected you countless times, but I couldn't change your mind. You stubbornly believed that you could impress me as long as you persisted, but you never thought about how much pressure your actions brought to me. Now my classmates all say that I am deliberately keeping you hanging and that I am a scumbag. I can only endure these rumors silently while being harassed by you. Student Yi Chen, this is the last time I solemnly reject you. I hope you won't bother me again. After Shui Yao finished speaking, she took advantage of Yi Chen's daze and turned away. Her words were like an icy blade, stabbing into Yi Chen's heart. The discussions and ridicules from the surrounding alumni were like invisible slaps in the face, making Yi Chen's face turn red. He felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife, but he had nothing to refute. He could not accept Shui Yao's words, because it meant that he had been in unrequited love for the past 3 years. Sadness, shame, anger, all kinds of emotions intertwined in Yi Chen's heart, and finally turned into a roar of grief and anger. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Shui Yao, don't you just think I'm poor and not handsome enough? You will regret it. After shouting this, a cold voice suddenly sounded in Yi Chen's mind. Ding! A suitable host has been detected, and the super dog licking system has been activated. Chapter 4, just keep licking and you can lick out a piece of heaven. Yi Chen was stunned. Super dog licking system? He called out tentatively in his mind, system? System? Host, I am here. Oh shit. Yi Chen instantly felt as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and the shame and anger he felt in the previous moment were instantly swept away. He no longer cared about the discussions and pointing of his classmates. He pushed through the crowd and ran towards the dormitory. Yi Chen, who has been baptized by online novels, certainly knows what the system is. This is the golden finger that can allow the protagonist of the online novel to change his fate. Yi Chen ran all the way back to the empty dormitory, closed the door, panted and asked in his heart, System, what function do you have? This system is dedicated to creating a super licker. It will issue various tasks to help the host lick the goddess of their choice. As long as the host licks enough, you are not a licker, but a wolf warrior. Task now released, please let Shui Yao accept any gift within 24 hours. Task completion reward, charm points plus 5 points. Penalty for mission failure, shortened by 5 centimeters. 1 million dog gold account has been deposited into the host's personal account. This system is amazing. I am very good at being a bootlicker. Yi Chen carefully checked the system's tasks and asked, System, what is this dog licking gold? The dog licker fund is a special fund for the goddess licker, and can be consumed during the mission. In other words, as long as I complete the task, I can spend this 1 million in any way I want? Yi Chen's eyes lit up. This system was really powerful. It started with 1 million. The host can use it to package himself and improve his image, or to buy gifts for the goddess. Looking at the reply given by the system, Yi Chen instantly felt refreshed. The last moment he was a poor lickspittle, now he has become a rich lickspittle. Although he had just said some harsh words, now he was going back to lick Shui Yao's ass, which showed that he had no stance and no backbone. But what does it matter? He could keep licking Shui Yao without any response for the past 3 years. Now that the system is activated, you can get rewards as long as you continue to lick it. You would be stupid not to lick it. Not to mention that Shui Yao is very beautiful and is recognized as the goddess of the finance department by the boys in the school. Even if she is a piece of shit, Yi Chen can lick her until the system goes bankrupt. Moreover, Yi Chen has always believed that Shui Yao has not accepted him because she despised him for being poor. Now that he is rich, he will definitely be able to get Shui Yao. As for why he is so confident, it is because he owns the system, the protagonist of the novel. Didn't those protagonists all reach the peak of their lives after acquiring the system? As long as I keep licking, sooner or later I will be able to lick out a piece of sky. Yi Chen regained his confidence and hurriedly searched the internet for the phone numbers of luxury car rental companies and information of luxury stores. He wanted to use this $1 million to package himself as much as possible, and then calmly complete the first task of the system. It shouldn't be difficult to get Shui Yao to accept any gift he gave her. While Yi Chen was carrying out his dog-licking plan, Shui Yao was reviewing in the library. She was interrupted by a ringing phone. She took out her cell phone and saw that it was her father calling. Shui Yao frowned. Could it be that he was urging her to go on a blind date again? Thinking of this, Shui Yao immediately hung up the phone. The Shui family, to which Shui Yao belongs, is a business family and they are considered the local tyrants in Luzhou. Local families often use marriage to expand their relationships and connections in order to gain greater benefits. So after Shui Yao came of age, her parents often introduced her to suitable young men from other families. The pretext is to make more friends, but in reality it is just to arrange blind dates for her. Shui Yao was very disgusted with this form of arranged marriage. She had her own future plans and her own life pursuits, and it was absolutely impossible for her to decide her future through blind dates and arranged marriages. So in the past 3 years, Shueyao seldom contacted her parents, and most of the time she would rather live in the school dormitory than go home. Thinking of this, Shueyao felt distressed again. She would rather live in the school dormitory just to avoid her parents nagging, but she didn't expect to meet someone like Yi Chen who kept pestering her in school. Is it her destiny to be unable to avoid such things? Ding-ling-ling. The urgent ringing of the cell phone rang again, and Shueyao decisively hung up the call. Ding-ling-ling. Shueyao's heart tightened. In the past, her father would not call again after she hung up. Now he kept calling. Could something have happened at home? She quickly answered the phone, but heard her mother's heart-wrenching cry, Yao, your dad is dying. Woo, you should go home soon. I have sent a driver to Luda to pick you up. With a loud bang, Shueyao felt as if struck by lightning, her mind went blank, and she couldn't even hold the phone anymore, so it fell to the ground. My father is dying? He is less than 50 years old, how could he be dying? She quickly picked up the phone with the broken screen, held back the tears in her eyes, and asked in a trembling voice, Mom, I'll go home now, tell my dad what happened to him? Your dad, woo, you should come back first, I can't go on. The sudden message and her mother's heartbroken sobs were like sledgehammers, hammering at Shueyao's mind, making her dizzy and heartbroken. I'll be back soon. Shueyao used her sleeve to wipe the tears that kept falling from the corners of her eyes. She didn't even bother to organize her study materials and ran out of the library in a hurry. Shui Family Manor, suburb of Luzhou City. Shui's mother hung up the phone, wiped the tears from her face with a tissue, and said to Shui's father, who was looking expectant, Okay, my daughter will be back soon. Okay. Father Shui said hello 3 times, and walked back and forth with his hands behind his back, looking excited. I didn't expect that Master Phone from Kyoto would come to Luzhou, and he actually came directly to the Shui family and asked to see our daughter by name. If this goes through, the Shui family will be very successful. Mother Shui rolled her eyes at Father Shui and sighed, My daughter has grown up and has her own ideas. We are using this method to trick her back home. I'm afraid it will make her sad. We are doing this for Yao's own good. If she can become the young mistress of the Feng family, she will be able to live a happy life, right? Shui's father waved his hand nonchalantly. He thought that his daughter would get married when she grew up anyway, and choosing a good husband's family was the job of parents like them. As for my daughter's so-called free love, the little girl knows nothing. No matter what society it is, money and power are king. Chapter 5: The Shui Family Double Act. Shueyao returned home in a luxury car driven by her father's chauffeur. She saw her mother, who looked grief-stricken and sitting in the living room crying without any image. Her father was nowhere to be seen. Mom, where is my dad now? Shueyao hurried forward, and despite the sour feeling in her nose, she hugged her mother's shoulders and asked. Wow, Yao, your father's company's capital chain broke, and the debt collection company came to his door. He was so angry that he had a stroke, and now he can't speak clearly. Even if we sell all our property, we may not be able to pay off the debt. Shui's mother said tearfully. How could this happen? Hasn't my father's company always been doing well? Why did the capital chain break down? Shueyao said with a look of disbelief. She remembered that her father's company had been growing bigger and stronger in recent years. Last New Year, he even talked to her with a smile about the company's earnings. Isn't it because we only report good news and not bad news so that you don't worry about your family? If the situation at home was good, why would we have urged you to go on blind dates all these years? Isn't it just to get some funds to turn around? Shui's mother cried and gave a reason she had prepared in advance. Shueyao was very sad. She didn't expect that her parents would bear so much pressure just to avoid worrying her. I thought about how I had refused countless calls from my parents over the years in order to avoid blind dates arranged by my family. She felt heartbroken when she thought about how every time she hung up the phone, her parents would continue to bear the pressure and move forward with a helpless look on their faces. It's all her fault for being too willful. If she hadn't pursued free love like this, and hadn't insisted on living the life she wanted, but had obediently followed her family's arrangements and taken the initiative to go on blind dates. In this way, my father will be able to obtain financial support from his in-laws, the company's capital chain will not be broken, and he will not be so angry that he has a stroke, right? It was her willfulness that caused all this. Shueyao was now filled with self-blame and guilt. I want to go see how Dad is doing, Shueyao said, holding her mother's hand with a look of sadness and self-blame on her face. Shue's mother nodded repeatedly and took Shui Yao to the private hospital in the Shui family manor. 5 minutes later, Shui Yao saw her father lying on the hospital bed with a haggard face. Until this moment, she could no longer hold back her suppressed sadness and burst into tears. The private doctor at the side reminded, "Ms. Shui, Mr. Shui needs a quiet environment to rest well, please control your emotions." Hearing this, Shui Yao choked up and tried hard to hold back her tears, wiping them with a tissue. Mother Shui patted Shui Yao's shoulder with guilt in her heart. Father Shui on the bed slowly opened his eyes and uttered a vague voice, "Yao Yao, Dad Alizi Xiao Yao, Daddy is fine." "Dad." Shui Yao heard her father's struggling voice and hurried forward to hold his hand. "Give me the pen." "Dad, what did you say?" "End." "Is it a pen?" Shui Yao quickly fetched a notebook and a pen, handed the pen to her father, and then held the notebook with her hand to make it easier for him to write. Father Shui struggled a lot, his hand holding the pen trembling as he wrote a few crooked words. "The Feng family saves the Shui family." "The Feng family saved the Shui family?" "Mom, look at what Dad wrote. Which family is the Feng family?" Shui Yao pulled herself together, wiped away her tears, and handed the notebook to Shui's mother. Shui's mother took it and after taking a look, she said uncertainly, "Your father mentioned the Feng family to me a few days ago." From his tone, it seems that they are a very powerful family. "The eldest son of the Feng family came to Luzhou to do business these 2 days and is now at our house. Could it be that your father contacted us in advance and wanted to match you with the young master of the Feng family in order to obtain financial support?" "Your father is right. If we can get financial support from the Feng family now, our Shui family will be able to overcome the difficulties." Father Shui, who was lying on the hospital bed, made an unclear sound, which seemed very urgent. "Pen." "Pen." Shui's mother quickly handed him the pen and placed the notebook at an angle that would allow him to write. Father Shui tremblingly wrote a crooked word, "Yes." When Shui Yao saw this, she couldn't help but feel a little suspicious. Could this be a trick her father came up with to get her on a blind date? Soon, Shui Yao gave up the idea. The sight of her father now being bedridden immediately broke her psychological defenses. What's more, in the past, when it came to matchmaking and marriage, my mother had always been on my side. It's impossible that she would collude with her father to deceive me just to get me a blind date. Shui Yao didn't think too much about it due to the intense sadness and guilt she felt, or rather, she didn't believe that her parents were putting on this show just to trick her into a blind date. It is true that she has been too willful over the years. Now that the family is in trouble, it is time for her to help. It doesn't matter who she marries anyway, as long as she can help her family get through the difficult times. What does it matter if she marries a blind date? What's more, feelings can be cultivated, and getting married through a blind date does not mean you will be unhappy for the rest of your life. Shui Yao quickly convinced herself and said with a firm face, "Mom, where is the young master of the Feng family now? I am willing to go on a blind date with him." Shui's mother wiped her tears silently and persuaded in a sad tone, "Yao Yao, if you want to sacrifice your future happiness, I would rather not let you go on a blind date. Although our family is in a difficult situation now, we should be able to get through this hurdle if we grit our teeth." What Shui's mother said was half true and half false. In fact, she was unwilling to let her daughter go on a blind date from the bottom of her heart. Why should they, as adults, forcibly interfere in the affairs of the younger generation? Hearing this, Shui's father, who was lying in bed pretending to be sick, couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, fearing that his daughter would be persuaded. "Wife, didn't you agree to cooperate with me?" "No, I was ignorant before. Now my family is in trouble, and I can't continue to be willful." Shui Yao's eyes had already turned red from crying. She wiped away her tears and said with a forced smile. Father Shui felt relieved. "My dear daughter, your love for you is not in vain. Alas, my dear daughter has suffered so much." Shui's mother burst into tears again. This time she was not crying because she was acting, but because she felt guilty for deceiving her daughter. "But there was indeed a problem with the capital chain of my family company. Although it was not enough to sell off all the property, it was enough to cause serious damage. So no matter how unwilling Shui's mother was, she had to cooperate with Shui's father in playing out this drama." However, what they didn't know was that Feng Yamo never planned to go on a blind date. He specifically asked to meet Shui Yao just to attack the dog-licking system. "Mom, don't say that. I did this willingly." Shui Yao had tears on her face and shook her head with a smile. "I'm going to take a shower, change clothes, and put on some makeup first, and then go meet the young master of the Feng family." Shui's mother nodded helplessly and agreed to Shui Yao's request. When Mr. Shui, who was lying on the hospital bed, heard his daughter's statement, his face suddenly turned red with excitement and his heart started beating wildly. This is the Feng family. If the Shui family could become relatives of the Feng family, they would be royal relatives in ancient times. What's more, the Feng family's business empire is also a dominant one in the world. He couldn't help but feel ecstatic when he thought of the bright future. His heart rate and blood pressure gradually increased, exceeding the standard range set in advance by the ECG monitor. This time, the instrument directly issued a shrill alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Father Shui thought to himself that this was not good. What the hell, this is a broken machine. If anything goes wrong here, I'll just smash you to pieces. Shui Yao looked at the private doctor nervously and asked anxiously, Dr. Yang, what happened to my dad? Why did the instrument suddenly sound an alarm? Could it be? Shui's mother and Dr. Yang were both confused. Didn't they agree to act? Is this going to become real? Dr. Yang quickly went forward to check the instrument and was relieved to find that the blood pressure and heart rate only slightly exceeded the preset alarm period. If a patient who normally needs an ECG monitor is in this situation, it would be a very critical situation. However, Dr. Yang knew that Mr. Shui was just pretending to be sick and did not actually have a stroke, so it was just an accident at the moment. However, he still said to Shui Yao and Shui's mother with a serious face, there is a small problem. Please leave first. I need to give Mr. Shui medication. Shui Yao nodded repeatedly upon hearing this and pulled her mother out of the ward. Now that her father's life or death is uncertain, she wants to do her best for the Shui family. Isn't it just a blind date? It can't be that difficult. Shui Yao secretly encouraged herself, then returned to her bedroom to take a shower and dress. Chapter 6: The Shui family sends their daughter? At this time, Feng Yamo was soaking in the natural hot spring in the Shui family manner with a comfortable look on his face. Sakura also transformed herself into a bikini and leaned against him. According to Shui Shan, Shui Yao's father, the reason why the Shui family built a manor here was not only because of the favorable environment, but also because there were many natural hot springs here. Xiaoying, why do I feel like this external dog-licking system is easy to deal with? The tasks it assigns are nothing more than some dog-licking and girl-chasing tasks. Just like this time, I only need to prevent Yi Chun from seeing Shui Yao for 24 hours, and I can easily change his mentality. It always feels different from what I imagined. Feng Yamo sighed and said, if these external systems were so easy to deal with, then he would just need to move his mouth. Sakura's delicate body appeared and disappeared in the waves of the hot spring. She played with the water with great curiosity and said as a matter of course, Master, you are the lucky child of this world. It must be easy to deal with the foreign system if you are prepared. However, if the Master had not traveled through time and space and took over the identity of the Son of Destiny, there would have been no special changes in the way of heaven, and I would not have been born. In other words, if it was the original Feng Yamo, he actually knew nothing about the external system, and Tian Dao could only suppress the external system in a passive way, and could not actively search and snipe like us. Feng Yamo suddenly realized that, in this case, his traveling through time had actually awakened the natural law of this world and given it the power to actively resist. Then will I encounter any ancient martial arts system or supernatural system in the future? Feng Yamo hugged Xiaoying in his arms, and clenched the 5 fingers of both hands freely. Sakura didn't resist. Instead, he took the initiative to lean on Feng Yamo. Let him do whatever he wants. She would make coquettish noises from time to time. Of course, but because this world is only a low-level world, the level of the foreign system invading this world will not be too high. At most, it is a fragment of rules from a mid-level world. To put it simply, even if you encounter a system from the extraordinary world in the future, the power they can give to the host will not exceed the limit of this world, and the host can still use the power of this world to suppress the other party. Xiaoying was panting, but still responded to Feng Yamo seriously. So, I am born invincible? Feng Yamo was a little surprised. He didn't expect his advantage to be so great. You could say that. Xiaoying nodded, sat astride Feng Yamo and hugged his neck, sticking close to him, and continued, in fact, the normal world cannot generate a system like mine to actively counterattack against the invasion of foreign systems. This world can take the initiative thanks to your time travel, Master. Feng Yamo felt like he was being held down by 2 huge mountains and was so happy that he couldn't breathe. At this moment, the cell phone next to him rang. Ding-ling-ling. Feng Yamo frowned somewhat unhappily. I was just trying to improve my relationship with Sakura, and now I'm interrupted. Damn. However, he still held Sakura's plump buttocks and moved them aside. He stood up, wiped his wet body with the towel by the hot spring pool, put on the bathrobe that had been prepared beside him, and answered the phone. The call was from Shue's mother. "Master Phone, Yao Yao has returned. Should I let her go find you now? Tell her to come back in half an hour. I'll wait for her in the rest area of the hot spring pool." "Okay." The two quickly ended the brief call. Feng Yamo didn't expect Shui Yao to come so soon. He thought she would have to wait until at least dinner time. Looks like we have to end the hot spring time temporarily. Half an hour later. Feng Yamo, neatly dressed, sat in a pavilion in the hot spring rest area, eating various fruit snacks prepared by the servants, quietly waiting for Shui Yao. Sakura was already back in his mind. Soon, Shui Yao, who was dressed up carefully, came in wearing a fairy-like white dress. Her delicate facial features were lightly made up, her red lips and willow-shaped eyebrows were carefully decorated, and her black hair also showed signs of being curled. It can be seen that she attaches great importance to this blind date. Feng Yamo was a little surprised. He remembered that the information he got from Wu Yihong showed that Shui Yao was a girl who liked casual sportswear and didn't like to wear makeup. Why is she wearing a white dress and light makeup now? But she is indeed very beautiful. No wonder Yi Chen, the dog, has been licking her tirelessly for 3 years. These thoughts flashed through Feng Mo's mind. He retracted his gaze and nodded in a friendly manner towards Shui Yao, who was approaching. He pointed to the seat opposite and said, "Sit down." While Feng Yamo was observing Shui Yao, she was also observing Feng Yamo. The first impression is that this boy is very handsome, with sunny and resolute facial features, but his eyebrows and eyes have a hint of rebelliousness, and he looks like the domineering type who is not easy to talk to. However, Feng Mo's clear eyes made Shui Yao feel relieved. At least he was not the kind of lustful and wretched man she had met before. The impression score can be 8 points. Thinking of this, Shui Yao smiled, thanked him politely, and sat down opposite Feng Yamo. The man in front of her is her family's life-saving straw. If this blind date is successful, he will be her future husband. As Shui Yao's mind wandered, a faint pink color appeared on her cheeks. Feng Yamo didn't know what Shui Yao was thinking. When he learned that Shui Yao's family was well known in Luzhou and had a manor in the suburbs, he came up with the idea of letting Shui Yao go home and stay for 24 hours. In this way, the possibility of Yi Chen getting close to Shui Yao was eliminated to a great extent. After 24 hours, Yi Chen's mission failed and his goal was achieved. As for the blind date arranged by the Shui family, he was completely unaware of it. When Feng Yamo came to the Shui family, he did not hide his identity, and he asked to see Shui Yao by name, without explaining the purpose of his meeting Shui Yao. This led to the misunderstanding between Shui's father and mother. If Feng Yamo knew this, he would probably be in a dilemma. "I'm here to complete a mission, and you're just giving me my daughter?" I didn't understand this operation, but I was shocked. Thus, a strange conversation ensued between two young men and women with different purposes. "Hello, my name is Shui Yao." "Hello, I'm Feng Yamo." "Well, I think you gave me a good first impression." "Yeah, that's good. How do you know me?" "Oh, I just found out today." "You just found out about me and you came to my house to look for me?" "That's too hasty." "No, I came here just for you." Shui Yao's heart was filled with mixed emotions, shyness, confusion, embarrassment. Why did she feel that this young master of the Feng family was not here for a blind date? Feng Yamo also couldn't understand what Shui Yao was thinking. Why did this woman speak so strangely? "You. That. You speak first. X2. The two of them stared at each other, and finally laughed softly, and the awkward atmosphere gradually dissipated. Chapter 7 I Need to Borrow Money. After laughing, Feng Yamo cleared his throat with a dry cough and said slowly, "Shui Yao, right? I think I need to explain to you why I came to see you. It seems like you have misunderstood." Shui Yao bit her lip and nodded. She now realized that Feng Yamo had no interest in her, at least he was not here for a blind date with her. This made her feel very conflicted. Before meeting Feng Yamo, she felt uneasy, fearing that he was a dissolute second-generation rich man. I had a very good first impression after meeting her, and even told myself secretly that if the first impression was good, we would definitely develop feelings for each other very quickly in the future. After finding out that Feng Yamo was not here for a blind date, I suddenly felt a sense of loss for no reason. It turns out he wasn't here to date me. It seems that I am being too sentimental. But if this happens, won't my father's hope be gone? Feng Yamo didn't think too much about it. He crossed his legs, tapped his fingers on the stone table regularly, and explained his purpose. I came to Jian province in Luzhou this time mainly to do a social experiment, and the current experimental target is Yi Chen. Yi Chen? When this name was mentioned, Shui Yao frowned subconsciously, and a feeling of disgust rose in her heart. Yi Chen has been harassing her for 3 whole years. From her freshman year to now, she feels that her college life has never been peaceful. Every day, she is teased by her roommates and classmates. Some people even say behind her back that she is pretending to be innocent and innocent. I didn't expect that the social experiment that the young master of the Feng family wanted to do was actually related to Yi Chen. So what does all this have to do with her? Feng Yamo smiled faintly and boasted without thinking. Regarding this social experiment, I named it Psychological Activities and Behavioral Changes of a Dog Licking Someone After Getting Rich. Shui Yao. Feng Yamo saw Shui Yao's confusion, but he was too lazy to explain. He took out a device from the black briefcase at his feet. After a simple operation, a projection was printed on the wall not far away. What was displayed on the projection was Yi Chen's every move. At this time, Yi Chen had already changed into a set of luxury brand clothes, and his hairstyle was carefully designed by Tony, the most expensive barber in a barbershop. He wore a watch worth tens of thousands of yuan on his left hand and was driving a rented Lamborghini with one hand. There were various gift boxes on the co-pilot seat, including cosmetics, skin care products, diamond necklaces, platinum diamond rings, etc. Worried that these gifts were too expensive and would cause Shui Yao to refuse them again, Yi Chen also bought some snacks, drinks, and even stationery such as pens and notebooks. Dozens of drones were remotely filming Yi Chen's every move in hidden corners and transmitting the images to Feng Yamo in real time. Is this Yi Chen? How can he afford these things? Shui Yao opened her mouth in surprise. In her impression, Yi Chen's family was ordinary and he could not afford luxury goods or a sports car. Feng Yamo nodded. Yes, this is Yi Chen. Although his new hairstyle looks like a hat, you should still be able to recognize him. After all, he has been licking you for 3 years. Shui Yao's face fell, and she said helplessly, "Can you please not mention this matter? I'm almost having a psychological trauma." After a pause, Shui Yao raised her own question. Speaking of which, why did Yi Chen suddenly become rich? Did you give it to him on purpose as a social experiment? After learning that Feng Yamo did not want to go on a blind date with her, Shui Yao felt a little desperate for a moment, because this meant that the Shui family's capital chain might be broken. Then Feng Mo's words attracted her again, although she didn't know why Feng Yamo wanted to do such a weird social experiment. But Shui Yao keenly grasped a word: get rich quickly. This means that the reason why Yi Chen was able to become a rich bootlicker was most likely due to Feng Mo's secret instigation. Since I can't get financial support through blind dates, I wonder if I can borrow money from Feng Yamo? Feng Yamo shook his head and said, Yi Chen's sudden wealth has nothing to do with me directly, but I will keep a close eye on him in the next period of time. In addition, I also hope that you can provide me with some specific information about Yi Chen, such as his personality, catchphrases, habits, family background, etc. After all, he has licked you for 3 years, you should know him better. Shui Yao felt like she was going crazy. Why did she have to emphasize that Yi Chen had licked her for 3 years? She took a few deep breaths, forced herself to calm down, and kept reminding herself in her heart. This guy is the young master of the Feng family. I have to borrow enough money from him. I can't offend him. After a while, Shui Yao calmed down and said stiffly, I can cooperate with your social experiment, but I have one condition. If you agree, I will tell you everything you want to know. Feng Yamo narrowed his eyes slightly, shook his head and said, Miss Shui Yao, you seem to have made a mistake. I am not discussing this with you again. You have no choice in this matter. Why? Shui Yao was indignant. She retracted her previous first impression and had a new evaluation of Feng Yamo. This man looks good, but his character is like a stone in a toilet, stinky and hard. I can decide the life or death of the Shui family with just one word. Is that enough? Feng Yamo smiled slightly, his tone as calm as if he was talking about what to eat for lunch today. You. Shui Yao was so angry that her breathing became rapid and her chest rose and fell. Shameless. How could there be such a shameless man? He must have known that the Shui family's funding chain was broken, so he used this to threaten her. Ah. I'm going to bite him to death. Finally, Shui Yao said dejectedly, okay, you win. She finally suppressed the anger in her heart. There was no way she could let it burn. Feng Yamo smiled with satisfaction, that's right, I like women who are well-behaved, sensible and cooperative. Now you tell me all the information about Yi Chen, and then you stay in the Shui family manor for the next 24 hours, is that okay? Feng Mo's purpose was to make sure that Yi Chen's information was false and that Shui Yao would cooperate and stay in the manor. Got it. Shui Yao nodded, and began to recall various information about Yi Chen, and then told Feng Mo one by one. Feng Mo pretended to listen attentively and nodded from time to time, but he was actually thinking about what to eat tonight. After a while, Shui Yao finished telling him what she knew, then looked at Feng Mo cautiously. Feng Mo, I have something I want to ask you for help with. Can you help me? You are quite a strange girl. If you want my help, you should tell me what kind of help you want instead of asking for my permission first. Do you understand? Feng Mo said speechlessly. I'm embarrassed to say. Shui Yao bit her lip, feeling a little too ashamed to speak. This was the first time she had borrowed money from someone since she was a child, and she herself didn't know how much money she had borrowed. Anyway, it must be a lot of money to break the Shui family's capital chain. Are you embarrassed to say it? Are you attracted to me? No, don't even think about it. Feng Mo looked Shui Yao up and down and shook his head quickly. Although Shui Yao is very pretty, she doesn't seem to be very smart. Just a few words can ignite her anger, and you can tell at a glance that she doesn't have a high IQ. After hearing Feng Mo's infuriating words, Shui Yao felt her brain quickly filled with blood. If she stayed with him for a while longer, she would probably be close to having a stroke. She gritted her teeth and said word by word. I want to borrow money. Chapter 8. Shui Yao was such a fool. Feng Mo understood. He glanced at Shui Yao and asked, Oh, you want to borrow money? How much do you want to borrow? My mother in this life controls a huge business empire called Zhouzhou Longtan Group. The company is spread all over the world, and its every move can even affect the current economic landscape. Borrowing money or something is easy. Shui Yao was not happy to see Feng Mo agreed so readily, but said hesitantly, I want to borrow some money from you to make up for the broken capital chain of our company. I don't know the specific amount. You want to borrow money, but you don't know how much? Feng Mo glanced at Shui Yao as if she was a fool, but said nothing. Instead, he took out his cell phone and called Li Jun. Uncle Li, help me find the gap in the broken capital chain of the Shui family in Luzhou. Okay, master. I'll check it out right away. Okay, let's do this for now. After a brief conversation, Feng Mo smiled faintly at Shui Yao and put forward his request. It's no problem to borrow money. I can also help you fill the gap in the Shui family's capital chain, but I have my own requirements. As long as you can do it, money is not a problem. Shui Yao's eyes lit up when she heard this. Feng Mo's words meant that the Shui family could be saved. No problem, as long as I can do it, even if you ask me to marry you, it's all fine. As Shui Yao spoke, her face turned red, but she still looked at Feng Mo seriously, saying that she was a person who kept her promises. Feng Mo smiled casually. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? She still wants to marry me? Then I'm going to lose a lot. Do I look like someone who lacks women? Ah. Strongly request Sakura to change the first devouring reward. What use do I have for this charm? Master, the reward cannot be changed. Xiao Ying's voice sounded in Feng Mo's mind, and she laughed secretly. Seeing that Feng Mo did not reply, Shui Yao nervously reminded him, Feng Mo, you haven't told me your request yet. Feng Mo came back to his senses, showing his white teeth, and said with a smile. Oh, my request is very simple, 9 out of 13 returns, and you have to listen to my arrangements during my time in Luzhou. If there is no problem, then we will make a deal. Ah, this interest rate is too high. Shui Yao was shocked. In her eyes, Feng Mo at this moment was no longer a sunny, resolute and upright man, but a profiteer in disguise. Feng Mo said indifferently, Why do you care if the interest rate is high? If you want to lend me the money, it's this interest rate. If you don't want to lend me the money, forget it. This silly woman is really too stupid. It would be good to put some pressure on her. I wonder how stupid Yi Chen must be to have licked her for 3 years. Shui Yao was in a dilemma. Should she lend it or not? If they borrow the money, with this level of compound interest, the Shui family will probably have to work for Feng Mabai for the next few years. If they don't lend it, the Shui family might not survive this time. Okay, I'll borrow it. Finally, Shui Yao made a decision. It was better to survive than to fall apart. I believe that once the Shui family's funding chain is replenished, my father's condition will improve. Make a deal. Feng Nemo smiled and stretched out his hand, shaking hands with Shui Yao. I didn't expect that I could get some free interest by coming to Luzhou. Now that your problem has been solved, it's time to cooperate with me. Feng Nemo pointed at Yi Chen on the projection screen and motioned Shui Yao to watch the movie with him. Good. Shui Yao didn't waste any time and simply sat down next to Feng Nemo to watch Yi Chen's real-time situation with him. At this moment, Yi Chen was in high spirits. After obtaining the system, his whole mental outlook became very different from usual. He first showed off in a luxury store, then rented a Lamborghini, and then bought a bunch of gifts for Shui Yao. He spent more than 200,000 yuan of the 1 million yuan in dog-licking money. Then Yi Chen drove the Lamborghini back to Luzhou University, driving slowly on the road. Whenever I see classmates I know, I will open the car window, stick my head out and say hello. Looking at the shocked expressions on his classmates' faces, he felt so happy. Those who once mocked him are now full of envy and jealousy. This strong contrast caused Yi Chen to orgasm several times in his head. Of course, Yi Chen was not lost in this happiness. He knew that all this was brought to him by the system, so completing the task was the top priority. The first task of the system was very simple, but it was quite difficult for him and the punishment was something he could not bear. Who knows whether the 5 centimeters shortened part is the hair or something else? Anyway, Yi Chen thinks it should be the part he wants. In order to complete the task, he had just gone to several places where Shui Yao might usually appear. I went to the classroom, the playground, the library, the girls' dormitory, etc., but I didn't find Shui Yao. He also asked Shui Yao's roommates and classmates, but no one knew where she had gone. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. If he didn't complete the task before 12 noon tomorrow, he would be in big trouble. Yi Chen could only try to contact Shui Yao using his mobile phone, but the contact number had been blocked by Shui Yao. So he planned to spend a large sum of money to buy a mobile phone with Shui Yao's contact information from someone else, and use it to contact Shui Yao. The system's task was to make Shui Yao accept any form of gift, which meant that even if he sent a red envelope and Shui Yao accepted it, it would be considered as completing the task. Soon, Yi Chen returned to the boys' dormitory and went straight to the dormitory next door. He remembered that there was a boy in the next dormitory who was in the same club and group as Shui Yao, so he should have Shui Yao's contact information. As soon as I entered the door, I smelled strong odors of various kinds. This dormitory is full of athletes, who already have a strong body odor. In addition, the school has had no water supply for the past 2 days, so the smell is even more dazzling. The smell of foot odor, sweat odor, body odor, the aroma of food, all these mixed poisonous gases almost made Yi Chen cry. There were only 2 people in the dormitory at this time. A boy was curled up on the upper bunk near the door, reading a novel. He glanced at Yi Chen, who pushed the door open and ignored him. Another muscular guy with a crew cut and wearing a black vest was eating rice at the table. He was watching a short video of a hot girl dancing on his phone. When he found out that it was Yi Chen, he smiled and said, "Hey, isn't this Yi Chen? I heard that you drove a Lamborghini and looked for Shui Yao everywhere in the school today. Could it be that you are the legendary Dragon King and the 3-year period has expired?" Yi Chen covered his mouth and nose, walked towards the dormitory with a look of disgust, and said to the sturdy boy in a vest, "Zhou Feng, I'm not here to argue with you this time. I'll give you 2,000 yuan and lend me your phone for a day. How about that?" Zhou Feng was confused at first, but then he suddenly realized, "I see, you can't find Shui Yao, and she has blocked you, but you still want to continue licking her. So what? I have to get Shui Yao anyway." Yi Chen nodded and admitted it frankly. What's wrong with being a dog licker? The dog licker has a system, and even the goddess has to kneel. Zhou Feng licked his lips and said loudly, 2,000 yuan is not enough, at least 10,000 yuan, and you have to treat all of us in the dormitory to a bath in the public bathhouse next to the school for a week in a row. The school had a water outage recently, and they haven't taken a shower in the dormitory for 2 days, but no one is willing to spend money to take a shower outside. If this continues, chemical weapons may be invented. Now is a good opportunity to extort some money from Yi Chen and purify the dormitory environment at the same time. Yi Chen shook his head and refused. "If you don't want to, forget it. I can go find a classmate from Shui Yao's class to buy it. It will be the same." He asked the system, and learned that the dog-licking gold can only be used to improve his own image and pursue goddesses, and cannot be given to others. The 2,000 yuan was borrowed by him from the Ant app, so he had no way of getting the 10,000 yuan that Zhou Feng wanted. Zhou Feng saw Yi Chen turned around and left, so he quickly stepped forward to stop him and said with a smile, Hey, even though we're not in the same dormitory, we're still neighbors, so 2000 is 2000. But you can't skip the bathing in the bathhouse for a week. If you think it's okay, I'll give you my phone right now." As Joe Fong spoke, he handed the phone that was still playing the hot girl dancing to Yi Chen. Yi Chen glanced down, and his mind couldn't help but imagine the scene of Shui Yao dancing in front of him. He swallowed excitedly and reached out to take the phone. "Okay, deal." Joe Fong grinned, found a tattered spare phone from the cabinet, logged into his other communication number, opened the payment code and handed it to Yi Chen. 2,000 yuan, transfer it to me. Yi Chen transferred the money quickly, took Zhou Feng's phone back to the dormitory, posted a few words to his roommates, and started sending messages to Shui Yao. "Yao Yao, I am Yi Chen. This afternoon was the 1024th time you rejected me. Do you think you are awesome? Do you think you are beautiful? And popular? There are countless men lining up to chase you? To tell you the truth, I feel the same way, so I plan to show my true side and keep working hard until you agree to me. Transfer 52,000 yuan. Chapter 9. My male god asked me to rub his back. Shui Family Manor, Hot Spring Rest Area. Feng Nemo and Shui Yao sat side by side, watching the live broadcast captured by the drone. Yi Chen's behavior after he became rich really made Shui Yao speechless. His self-proclaimed pretentious behavior seemed ridiculous to a bystander like Shui Yao. When Yi Chen returned to the dormitory, the drone's filming was restricted by the environment, causing the picture to stop outside the boys' dormitory building. The two waited for a while and found that Yi Chen just stayed in the dormitory and didn't come out. Feng Nemo was a little confused. This guy didn't want to do the mission anymore? At this moment, Shui Yao's cell phone suddenly rang. She took out her phone and saw that it was a message from Joe Fong. "Yao Yao, I am Yi Chen. Transfer 52,000 yuan." Shui Yao frowned and handed the phone to Feng Nemo. "Yi Chen sent me a message using someone else's phone, what should I do?" "Oh. Let me see what he said." Feng Nemo took the phone, took a look at the dog-licking quotes sent by Yi Chen, as well as the transfer of 52,000 yuan, and chuckled, and an idea popped into his mind. Since Yi Chen wants to contact Shui Yao through the mobile phone, then let him fulfill his wish. It's just a good opportunity to change his mentality. Just respond to Yi Chen with your usual attitude, and don't accept his transfers or red envelopes. Feng Nemo returned the phone to Shui Yao, signaling her to play freely. "Then I should block him?" Shui Yao asked politely, but her hand had already opened the upper right corner to block him. Yi Chen's message successfully gave her goosebumps, and Shui Yao just wanted to say goodbye to him immediately. "No, not only can you not delete him, you have to chat with him." Feng Nemo shook his head and stopped Shui Yao's attempt to block him. "Ah? Why?" Shui Yao was dumbfounded. Asking her to chat with Yi Chen was simply embarrassing her. Feng Nemo certainly wouldn't tell her that he was going to mess with Yi Chen's mentality. He ate a grape and said calmly, "This is part of this social experiment." "What? Don't you want to borrow money?" Chat." Shui Yao gritted her teeth and began to chat with Yi Chen. Feng Nemo played the role of a spectator, watching Shui Yao and Yi Chen chatting and giving guidance from time to time. "Shui Yao, what's the matter?" "Yi Chen, Yao Yao, please accept the transfer I gave you first. This is my token of appreciation." "Shui Yao, sorry, I won't accept the reward without any merit." "Yi Chen, okay, Yao Yao, you are indeed worthy of being my goddess. You have your own principles." "Yi Chen, Yao Yao, I was impulsive this afternoon. I wanted to apologize to you in person, but I couldn't find you after searching the entire campus. Can you tell me where you are now?" "Yi Chen, Yao Yao, have you had dinner yet? Shall I order some takeout for you? I remember you like spicy food with cilantro." Seeing this, Shui Yao didn't know how to respond, so she handed the phone to Feng Nemo and asked, "Should I tell him I'm home?" Feng Nemo took the phone after hearing this, with a wicked smile on his face, and started typing, sending, "I am dating my male idol now, please don't disturb me." Yi Chen, who was in the dormitory, was very excited at this time. Shui Yao never chatted with him in the past, but now she is willing to reply to his messages. It really is true that money can open the way for you. Even though Shui Yao didn't take the money, her attitude towards him had already begun to change. This is the first step to a successful bootlicker, and it is also a milestone step. His mind had already begun to imagine the happy scene of himself licking Shui Yao. Beep. The phone notification sounded. Yi Chen looked at the screen with joy, then his face suddenly turned pale. "Shui Yao, I am dating my idol now, please don't disturb me." Shui Yao is actually dating her idol now? Who is her idol? When did she have a boyfriend? Why? Is the goddess already turning green before I even lick her head? Wait, am I green? Hold on. These are nothing. As long as the goddess is still willing to chat with you, there will definitely be a chance. The ultimate secret of a dog licker. What's more, in order to complete the task, Yi Chen had to endure it. He took a few deep breaths, calmed himself down, and typed slowly. Yao Yao, it's okay. The weather forecast says it will rain a little tonight. You must remember to bring an umbrella when you go out with him. Roses can prick your hands, so be careful not to get pricked when you pick them up. Where are you guys dating now? When are you going back to Luda? I have prepared a lot of gifts for you, I just hope you can accept my apology. By the way, would you like cilantro on your takeaway? And chili? At this moment, Xiaoying's reminder rang in Feng Mo's mind. Master, Yi Chen's mentality is unbalanced, and the devouring progress of the licking dog system has reached 5%. Then he saw the message sent by Yi Chen, and he could no longer hold back his laughter and laughed out loud. The host of this dog licking system really made the right choice. His licking skills are so profound that he almost died of laughter. Shui Yao was bewildered. After Feng Mo took the phone, he started operating it on his own. She had no idea what message was sent or how Yi Chen replied. Seeing his overjoyed look now, Shui Yao suddenly became curious. She moved closer to Feng Mo and looked at the phone screen curiously, mumbling, "What did Yi Chen say that's so funny?" Feng Mo had no intention of hiding it from her and showed Shui Yao the chat records openly. 3 seconds later, Shui Yao screamed in shame and anger, "Feng Mo! When did I ever say you're my idol? You're so shameless!" Feng Mo forced himself to stop laughing, but his eyebrows couldn't help but rise. He coughed twice and said, "I didn't say I was your idol, don't take it so seriously, I told you it's just a social experiment. And I also want to see how good Yi Chen is at licking, don't you want to know?" Shui Yao frowned, "But aren't you just teasing Yi Chen with this behavior? Although I hate him, it would be better to just reject him directly." Feng Mo stopped laughing when he heard this. He looked at Shui Yao seriously for a few times, shook his head and said, "I didn't expect that your values are quite positive, but I have my own ideas. Even if it means teasing Yi Chen, I have to carry out this social experiment." Shui Yao was right. Feng Mo's action was tantamount to teasing Yi Chen. But Feng Mo still did it, one reason being that he and Yi Chen had different innate positions. Feng Mo is the son of luck in this world, and Yi Chen is a luck thief chosen by an external system. The two have been opposites from the beginning. If Feng Mo doesn't deal with Yi Chen now, when the dog-licking system develops in the future, Yi Chen will become Feng Mo's biggest enemy. Being kind to your enemy is being cruel to yourself. In order to speed up the devouring process, what's wrong with teasing Yi Chen? Even if killing Yi Chen could allow Xiaoying to successfully devour the dog-licking system, Feng Mo would simply send someone to do it. Unfortunately, killing Yi Chen will only cause the dog-licking system to break away and start looking for its next host, so Feng Mo can only take it step by step. Then Feng Mo said another sentence. "I have my own purpose, so I want to tease Yi Chen. Besides, aren't you willing to become my accomplice for the Shui family?" Shui Yao fell silent. Feng Mo was right. Everyone has a different stance, each for their own purpose. So from then on, Shui Yao no longer raised any objections and cooperated with Feng Mo very obediently. Under Feng Mo's guidance, Shui Yao sent several messages to Yi Chen in her own tone that were enough to make a bootlicker explode, and also attached a photo of Feng Mo's back soaking in a hot spring. "You don't need to order takeout. My boyfriend and I are taking a hot spring bath outside. We have a buffet dinner here. Also, I accept your apology, but I may not be able to return to school until 9 a.m. tomorrow. I don't want to chat with you anymore, my idol wants me to rub his back." Picture. Chapter 10. I also want to take a hot spring bath. Yi Chen looked at the message sent by Shui Yao and felt as if his heart was pierced by an arrow. She actually went to the hot spring with another man. And I even rubbed his back. I don't have to go back to school until 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. So what's going to happen tonight? Yi Chen didn't dare to think about it any further. He just felt that his heart was dead. "Shui Yao, you scumbag. I licked you for 3 whole years and you wouldn't even accept my breakfast." But then she went to the hot spring with another man, rubbed his back, and even spent the night outside. Ah, my mind has collapsed. A slight sobbing sound came from Yi Chen's quilt, attracting the attention of other roommates in the dormitory. The head of the dormitory stepped forward and patted Yi Chen's quilt, asking, "What's wrong, son? Is it because of Shui Yao's rejection of you for the 1024th time at noon?" Yi Chen hid in the bed, tears slowly flowing out, and said with a trembling voice, "No, I just suddenly wanted to take a hot spring bath." The boss shook his head and complained. "You drive a Lamborghini and wear luxury goods, but you only want to go to the hot springs by yourself, and you don't even take us to the bathhouse outside. The school has had a water outage recently, and we poor bastards are almost suffocated by our own sweat." Yi Chen took deep breaths for more than 10 times, and after trying to stop his sadness, he said, "Boss, tomorrow I'm going to invite the people from the next door dormitory to go to the bathhouse. Let's go together then." Yi Chen finally figured it out. He thought that his crying just now was a memorial for his emotional investment in the past 3 years. In the future, he will be a heartless bootlicker. And Shui Yao was just a target for him to complete the mission. After completing the task regarding Shui Yao, he kicked her out without mercy. In the future, he will lick a forest to wash away today's shame. Shui Yao said that she would return to Luda at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. By then, he only needed to get Shui Yao to accept any gift from him to complete the task. When the time comes, completing the task will not only increase his charm value, but when the next task starts, he will definitely get more dog-licking gold. Yes, he just needs to complete the task. A scumbag like Shui Yao is not worth his efforts. The eldest brother smiled with satisfaction and said, "Good for you, little brother number 2. I knew you were a good brother who valued loyalty. It's settled. Let's go to the public bathhouse tomorrow." Yi Chen is the second oldest in the dormitory, so he is ranked second. Sometimes when everyone is happy, they will affectionately call him Little Second. After that, the eldest brother turned around and walked towards his bunk, and said to the third brother who was playing games nearby, "Third brother, did you hear that? The second brother said he would like to invite us to the public bathhouse tomorrow." The third brother took off his headphones and said with a look of regret, "Fuck, I'm losing money. I'm going to the hot springs with my girlfriend tomorrow. I've already made a reservation." "Damn, you are such a dishonest boy," the boss scolded with a laugh. Yi Chen in bed thought he had a heart as hard as iron, but hearing these words broke his defense again. He couldn't help shedding hot tears, and muttered to himself through gritted teeth, "I want to take a hot spring bath too." The next day, Yi Chen got up early and climbed out of bed at around 6 o'clock. He tried to send a message to Shui Yao last night, but received no response. So Yi Chen kept imagining how Shui Yao was treated. Is that man very strong? Is Shui Yao in pain? How long did the two of them fight? Various thoughts kept popping up in Yi Chen's mind, causing him to stay awake all night. Today, he must complete the task before Shui Yao comes back. I hope the next task of the system is not to lick Shui Yao anymore, let's change someone else. As time slowly passed, many people saw Yi Chen sitting in the Lamborghini and couldn't help but talk to each other. "Hey, isn't Yi Chen a big bootlicker? I remember he was very poor, how come he suddenly drives a Lamborghini?" You probably don't know this. I heard that he seemed to have deliberately hidden his identity for the first 3 years, just to rely on his personal charm to gain true love. I didn't expect that he failed after 3 years of licking. It's so funny. Even though he's rich, I still feel so miserable for him. Haha, if he really can't catch up with Shui Yao, I don't mind giving it a try with him. I think he should be easy to fool. Various voices came to his ears, some male and some female, but Yi Chen no longer had the high spirits of yesterday. The happiness brought to him by his sudden wealth was very short-lived. At least the envy and jealousy of others could no longer bring him any sense of accomplishment. He just wants to complete the task now. As time slowly passed, there were no more students outside Luzhou University. Most of them went to class, only a small number of people who didn't have classes yawned and went out to look for food. Yi Chen's mood gradually became a little anxious. Didn't Shui Yao say that she would be back to school around 9 o'clock? Now it was almost 9:30. There are less than 3 hours left before the 24 hours stipulated by the system. If after 12 o'clock he still hasn't let Shui Yao accept any gift, he will be punished by the system. He couldn't help but take out his cell phone and send a message to Shui Yao. "Yao Yao, are you back? I'm waiting for you outside Luda. I thought about you all night yesterday. I was always worried about you, afraid that you would be hurt, afraid that you would cry, afraid that he would not cherish you, afraid that he would treat you roughly. Now I just want to apologize to you in person, please come back soon. In the guest room of the hot spring area of Shui Family Manor." Feng Yamo was still immersed in a sweet dream when he was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing. He stretched lazily and climbed up from the bed, patting Sakura who was sleeping beside him. Xiao Ying smacked Feng Mo's face reluctantly, then turned into light particles and returned to Feng Mo's mind. After checking the system panel, Yi Chen was very excited after Shui Yao revealed the information about her date with her idol yesterday. The devouring progress increased by 5% again and now it has reached 10%. Feng Yamo then turned on the hands-free function of his phone, and Shui Yao's voice came. Feng Yamo, are you awake? Yi Chen sent me a message again, and what he said was so disgusting. Even through the phone screen, Feng Yamo could imagine Shui Yao's disgusted expression. He yawned and said, I'll wash up. We'll meet at the pavilion yesterday in half an hour. Okay, hurry up. Half an hour later, Feng Yamo, wearing a sapphire blue casual suit, came to the pavilion next to the hot spring area. Shui Yao had been waiting here for a long time. She changed into a pink sportswear today. Although she was not as fairy-like as yesterday, she looked more youthful and energetic. Seeing Feng Yamo, she hurried over, handed the phone to Feng Yamo and said, You're finally here. Yi Chen has been sending me messages. He seems very anxious. I don't know how to reply to him. You should go back. Feng Yamo nodded, took the phone, and didn't rush to reply to Yi Chen. Instead, he turned on the projection device first. These drones that capture Yi Chen's real-time situation are operated by retired special forces led by Li Jun. They will shoot non-stop 24 hours a day, and there are dedicated personnel to replace drones with low battery at any time. So as long as Yi Chen is not indoors or in other places where it is not easy to photograph him, Feng Yamo can observe his situation at the first time. I saw Yi Chen on the screen park the yellow Lamborghini outside Luzhou University, and then sit in the car and keep looking at his mobile phone. Feng Yamo smiled faintly. It seemed that the first sniper mission would be completed soon. He sat on the stone bench in the pavilion and began to browse the message sent by Yi Chen. The calls were nothing more than all kinds of dog-licking quotes, plus asking Shui Yao when she would go back to accept his apology, and constantly urging her. Feng Yamo laughed again, and then he waved to Shui Yao, who was standing next to him, and pointed to the seat next to him and said, Come, sit over here, and post whatever I say. Shui Yao nodded, sat down next to Feng Yamo and started typing as he requested. Chapter 11 Feng Yamo, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? Feng Yamo drank the coffee brought by the servant and said slowly, First, tell Yi Chen that you just woke up because you were too tired yesterday, so you may not be able to return to school until around 11 o'clock. Shui Yao rolled her eyes several times when she heard this, but still did as she was told. She typed out what Feng Yamo wanted to say in her own tone and sent it to Yi Chen. After seeing her message, although Yi Chen felt very sad, he still replied immediately. Yi Chen, Yao Yao, how about I pick you up now? Actually, my identity is a hidden rich second generation. After you rejected me yesterday, I went home and drove out the Lamborghini my father gave me. Yi Chen, picture, holding the steering wheel. Shui Yao, no, that would be too much trouble for you. Don't be so anxious. Since I promised to forgive you, I won't go back on my word. See you at 11 o'clock. Yi Chen, then Yao Yao, you must be punctual. I will be waiting for you at the gate of Lu University. Shui Yao, don't worry. Master, Yi Chen is sad, the devouring progress has reached 11%. Feng Yamo grinned, dialed Li Jun's number, and ordered, Uncle Li, please find someone to set up a temporary checkpoint on Lufeng Road, and then take a photo of the traffic jam for me. Okay, Master. Well, have you found out about the Shui family's funding shortfall? Master, it seems that the Shui family owes a batch of goods to the branch of Madam's Group's subsidiary. The delivery time according to the contract has recently arrived, but due to insufficient production capacity, it has breached the contract and needs to pay liquidated damages. I have to ask Madam for the specific amount, otherwise I have no right to view it. Is that so? No need to check, I'll handle it myself. Okay, sir. Do you have any other instructions? Not for now, that's it for now. Good. The two ended the call. Shui Yao, who was standing aside, looked at Feng Yamo expectantly. She did not avoid him when Feng Yamo made the call just now. She also heard Feng Yamo mention the Shui family's funding gap. Hasn't she been cooperating with Feng Yamo just to borrow money from him to help the Shui family get through the difficult times? Now there are finally results. Feng Yamo frowned and said in a heavy tone. Shui Yao, I just asked for you. Your family owes money to a very large group. Even my people can't find out the exact amount. We have to ask higher level leaders for instructions. Shui Yao's face changed. She didn't expect that even Feng Yamo couldn't find out how much money the Shui family owed. Should she tell her parents that her blind date with Feng Yamo failed and she could only borrow money from him to find out the exact amount? Thinking of my father who had a stroke and was paralyzed in bed and couldn't speak clearly, I could only write with a trembling pen when I wanted to express something. The mother was heartbroken and cried all day long. She stayed by her father's bedside every day so that he could recover soon. She felt she couldn't speak at all. The Shui family is already in such a difficult situation. If my father knew that I had borrowed such a high-interest money from Feng Yamo, would he be angry again? Shui Yao originally wanted to borrow the money without telling her parents, at least to stabilize her father's condition first, but now it seems difficult to hide it. Looking at Feng Yamo, who was drinking coffee elegantly with a calm expression, Shui Yao suddenly had a flash of inspiration in her mind. As if she had grasped a life-saving straw, she said anxiously, "Feng Yamo, can you pretend to be my boyfriend? That way I can tell my parents that the blind date was successful and I have enough financial support, so I can ask them about the specific amount of the funding gap." Puff! A mouthful of coffee spurted out of Feng Mo's mouth. He quickly wiped it with a tissue, shook his head and said, "You're dreaming." Then Feng Yamo added, "Forget it, I won't tease you anymore. My men have found out that the company your Shui family owes money to is a branch of a subsidiary of my mother's group. You have to ask my mother for the specific amount, so I can't find it for the time being. I'll just tell her later. I can pay the money back slowly. Also, remember to give me the extra interest." Shui Yao was stunned for a moment, then she felt embarrassed and angry. She grabbed Feng Mo's shoulders and shook him continuously, while shouting, "Ah! Damn Feng Yamo, are you deliberately teasing me? Do you know how determined I was to use myself as a bargaining chip several times? Don't I care about my reputation? You only know how to bully me. Woo woo woo." As Shui Yao was talking, she actually sat aside and started crying, making sad complaints. "How can there be someone like you? Is it so fun to bully me? I'm not unwanted, why am I treated like a puppy by you when I come to you? You're a pervert, you're shameless, you're a hooligan. Feng Yamo? Damn, this woman must have some serious illness. When have I ever shown the slightest interest in you? Every time you were so self-righteous you use yourself as a bargaining chip, either going on a blind date or marrying me, and now you want me to pretend to be your boyfriend. I'm Jiao Yu Jio Jiao." After complaining inwardly for a while, Feng Yamo said sternly with a serious face, "Shui Yao, don't cry. If you cry again, the interest will be doubled." Shui Yao was frightened by Feng Mo's sudden increase in volume, and then she sobbed softly, "Woo, I won't cry, woo woo. Don't cry, I won't cry anymore." Shui Yao forced herself to stop crying, her eyes red and her teeth chattering as she spoke. Watching this scene, Feng Yamo suddenly felt like a bad guy who bullied girls. "Master, please remove the word like." Sakura's smiling voice rang in Feng Mo's mind. Feng Mo's face was filled with black lines. He just wanted to tease Shui Yao, but who knew she would react so strongly? However, after Xiao Ying also thought he was a bad guy, Feng Yamo felt that he should comfort Shui Yao, at least to restore his image in Xiao Ying's heart. So Feng Yamo put away his serious and somewhat cold expression, reached out and gently patted Shui Yao on the back, his expression relaxed, and said in a gentle tone, Okay, this is my fault. I shouldn't have kept you in suspense on purpose. I didn't consider your feelings. I'm sorry." Shui Yao bit her lip and shook her head, saying, "This is my own problem. It has nothing to do with you." But there was no way to stop the sadness from the previous moment, and tears continued to slide down Shui Yao's cheeks. Feng Yamo took out a few tissues from the table, gently wiped the tears from Shui Yao's face, and said softly, "I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have deliberately concealed the news to tease you, and I shouldn't have yelled at you so loudly. How about this, I won't charge you interest, and I will tell my mother about the money, and your Shui family can pay it back slowly." This was the way Feng Yamo used to comfort girls in his previous life, or rather, he only knew this method. If a girl is made to cry by you, comfort her softly first, then give her what she needs most, and she will basically be coaxed into crying. This life is no exception. Although Shui Yao was still in tears, she burst into laughter after hearing his words. "Really? Yeah, really. That's great, I suddenly feel that Feng Yamo you are such a good person. Ahem, now that you say that I suddenly want to be a bad guy. Well, I was wrong then. You are not a good person. I'm sorry. Well, you have to remember that I don't like to be a nice guy. Oh. Chapter 12 Shrimp and Pork Heart. While Feng Yamo was comforting Shui Yao, Yichen was already extremely anxious. It's almost 11 o'clock now, and there is still no sign of Shui Yao. She doesn't respond to my messages. Time passed by little, and the moment of mission failure was getting closer and closer. Yesterday he was still full of confidence and believed that there would be no problem in completing the tasks issued by the system. But now he began to doubt his life. Could it be that this system was designed to make him shorter and deliberately affect Shui Yao, preventing her from returning to school on time? Because he had no idea about Feng Mo's existence, this was the only thing Yichen could think of. Based on his understanding of Shui Yao over the past 3 years, she would never stay out all night. But now it happened after I got the system. Yichen was feeling a little irritated and began to communicate with the system in his mind. System, Shui Yao hasn't shown up yet. Are you trying to trick me on purpose? This system is dedicated to creating a super liquor. Please work hard to complete the task. Answer me quickly. There's only an hour left. If Shui Yao doesn't show up, I'm afraid I'll be reduced to a virgin. This system is dedicated to creating a super liquor. Please work hard to complete the task. The system's dull reply made Yichen feel helpless. He didn't know whether the system was just a programmed program or was pretending to be stupid. He remembered that when he asked questions yesterday, the system still gave answers. Forget it, it's better to rely on myself than on others. Let's see if I can get Shui Yao's address. I'll go find her myself. Yichen put aside all distracting thoughts and began to send messages to Shui Yao. Yichen, Yao, it's almost 11 o'clock now, why haven't you come back yet? Yichen, I have been waiting for you since yesterday. Can you tell me where you are so I can pick you up? Yichen, Yao, please reply to me quickly. I really want to apologize to you in person. I hope we can get to know each other again. I 1T let you down. Yichen kept sending messages, and at 11:30, he finally received a reply. Shui Yao, I'm on my way back, but there seems to be a temporary inspection here, so there's a traffic jam. Shui Yao, picture? Yichen's eyes lit up, and he was finally able to determine Shui Yao's approximate location. He quickly recognized that the photo Shui Yao sent was taken on Lufeng Road, about 20 minutes away from Luzhou University. But that was when the road conditions were normal and there was no traffic jam. Due to the unexpected inspection, Shui Yao estimated that it would be difficult for her to arrive at Luzhou University before 12 o'clock. However, now that he had confirmed Shui Yao's location, Yichen did not intend to continue waiting there. He turned the steering wheel and stepped on the accelerator. The Lamborghini let out a low roar and sped towards Lufeng Road. Yichen drove at high speed all the way, and the journey that normally took more than 20 minutes was shortened to about 10 minutes. At 11:43, Yichen arrived at Lufeng Road. Looking at the long traffic jam, Yichen decided to abandon his car. He selected a few easy-to-carry gifts from the passenger seat and got out of the Lamborghini. He kept scanning the cars on the roadside and found that it was difficult to find Shui Yao with the naked eye, so Yichen continued to send messages to Shui Yao. Yao, I've already arrived at Lufeng Road, where are you now? Picture. Yao, this is my location. Please take a photo of your location too. I can find you quickly. Yao, whom Yichen was thinking about all the time, was still in the Shui family manor, looking at the projection screen in front of her with Feng Yamo. Although Feng Yamo had made her cry just now, his gentle consolation and the compensation of waiving interest made Shui Yao feel that the young master of the Feng family was not as bad as she had imagined. On the contrary, he is extra gentle when comforting people. If Feng Yamo knew what Shui Yao was thinking at this moment, he would definitely be more certain of his own thoughts. There must be something wrong with Shui Yao. If I give you a little sunshine, you will think I am gentle? This is fucking Stockholm Syndrome. Unfortunately, he was not aware of it, and what he did was not intentional. Or, in other words, he had been playing around with women in his previous life, and unknowingly, the skills of picking up girls had already been integrated into his every move. He thought it was fun to tease Shui Yao, but in fact it made Shui Yao's heart surge several times, and she suppressed her anger many times. He subconsciously coaxed Shui Yao according to his habit, but both her interests and psychological needs were met. His subconscious actions are actually the means of picking up girls that even the master-level Aquaman would like to learn. In the end, even though Feng Yamo had no intention of conquering Shui Yao, this silly girl had already started to conquer herself. However, she did not show that she had developed a liking for Feng Yamo. Instead, she looked at the message on her phone and raised her questions. Why is Yichen so eager to find me? Could it be that he has developed a mental disorder because I rejected him so many times? Feng smiled without saying anything. Of course, Yi Chen was so persistent in order to keep the ancestral heirloom. Although the punishment of that system was not clearly stated, how could Yi Chen dare to gamble? What if Yi Chen is only at an average level? For him, the 5 centimeters is like a carrot, cut in half. Seeing that Feng didn't say anything, Shui Yao tactfully didn't ask any more questions. Although she had not spent a long time with Feng, she had some understanding of his personality. Overbearing, arrogant, arbitrary. If Feng didn't want to talk about something, endless questioning would only make him impatient, and then he would use his methods to make the impatient target shut up. Shui Yao didn't want to be stared at by him with a cold face again. Time passed by bit, and the notification sound of Shui Yao's phone kept ringing. Finally, Feng turned the phone to silent mode. It's south very close to 12 o'clock, and Feng doesn't need to make any arrangements in this time. He just needs to wait for Yi Chen to fail in his first mission. At the same time, Xiao Ying's reminder sound kept ringing in Feng Mo's mind. Master, Yi Chen is very anxious, the devouring progress has reached 12%. Master, Yi Chen is in a hurry, the devouring progress has reached 13%. Master, Yi Chen is extremely anxious, the devouring progress has reached 14%. It can be seen that Yi Chen is in extreme emotions at this moment. At this time, Yi Chen was walking in the traffic in a panic, knocking on the windows of cars, trying to find the possible existence of Shui Yao, and occasionally lowering his head to send messages. Many drivers thought he was crazy and rolled down their car windows and cursed at him. Shui Yao, which car are you in? If you don't show up, I'm done for. Yi Chen looked anxious and muttered to himself, but he still refused to give up a glimmer of hope. They checked vehicles one by one, looking for Shui Yao's trace. As time passed, Yi Chen gradually fell into despair. He looked down at the watch he had just bought yesterday and found that the hour hand, minute hand and second hand were gradually getting closer and slowly overlapping under his gaze. Yi Chen's eyes suddenly widened, and he shouted in panic, "No, no!" Ding! Host mission failed, failure penalty, shortened by 5 centimeters, effective immediately. As the prompt sounded, Yi Chen suddenly felt that something had changed, but it wasn't very real. He ran to the green belt on the street in panic, lowered his head and opened it to take a look. He let out a wail that was even more miserable than the one he made yesterday when he threatened Shui Yao. Ah! My grief! At the same time, Xiao Ying's charming voice rang in Feng Mo's ears. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the first mission of the licking dog system, and the devouring progress is plus 10%. Yi Chen's mentality explodes, devouring progress plus 10%. Master, the devouring progress has now reached 34%, please keep up the good work. The light blue system panel appeared in front of him again, but Feng did not rush to observe it. Instead, he called Li Jun to withdraw the temporary inspection checkpoint on Lufeng Road. At the same time, he picked up Shui Yao's phone and replied to Yi Chen. Sorry, Yi Chen, my idol just suddenly came to me for something, I have to go back and see what it is. Shui Yao looked at Yi Chen's strange behavior and shrill wails on the projection screen, and then glanced at the latest information edited by Feng Mo. Although she didn't know what the connection was between these things, she couldn't help but give an appropriate evaluation of Feng Mo's actions in her heart. Shrimp and Pork Heart. Chapter 13, Yi Chen's Second Mission. Yi Chen stood at the edge of the green belt, looking at the latest message from Shui Yao, his face filled with humiliation and tears streaming down his face. God, God, God. Fuck you, God. You are paired with your male god, going on dates with him, taking hot spring baths and having your back rubbed together, and spending the night outside together. Just one word from him can make you turn around and look for him, but you refuse to even see me, causing me to be given a 50% discount now. Ah. Shui Yao. All of this is thanks to you. And you, this damn system, why did you punish me like this, damn it? Yi Chen gritted his teeth and complained about this damn thing. He guessed the punishment for mission failure, but failed to complete the mission successfully. He felt that his male dignity had suffered a devastating blow, and the culprit for all this was Shui Yao. And this dog's system. Ding. As a future super licker, in order to successfully lick the goddess back, the host must have the will to persevere. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle and successfully lick the beauty back. Task now issued, host, please find out the specific information about her male idol from Shui Yao within 3 days. Before the system could finish, Yi Chen's face was grim, and he grabbed his hair in anger. Doesn't that mean I still have to lick Shui Yao? Fuck you, you dog-licking system. I won't do this mission anymore. Task completion reward, charm value +5, growth 5 centimeters. It seems that I can't lick it again. Yi Chen's despair seemed to gradually dissipate at this moment, and a flame of hope ignited in his eyes. Penalty for mission failure, shortened by 5 centimeters. Yi Chen? System, you were the project manager who cleansed eunuchs in the palace in your previous life, right? If it's 5 centimeters shorter, I'll be dented. Yi Chen felt like he was going crazy. Completing the task meant he could regain his strength, which was enough to give him great motivation to lick the whole street. But if he fails again, he might become the Grand Chamberlain of the new century. Should I do this task or not? Soon, Yi Chen made a decision, or rather, he had no choice. The only way out is to complete the system tasks. The image of the little brother after being punished was still vivid in his mind, weak, pitiful, and helpless. If Yi Chen does not take on the new task, a more desperate end will be waiting for him in a week. If he can successfully complete the new task, he will not only be restored to his original state, but will also be rewarded with 5 points of charm. Isn't it just a matter of continuing to lick? I'm not exaggerating, but there's no one in the entire Luda University who can lick better than me. Anyway, I'm just trying to get information about Shui Yao's boyfriend. Since she's willing to chat with me, I can definitely find out. Come on, fight for our ancestral buddy. Yi Chen wiped his tears, left the green belt and walked towards the Lamborghini parked in the distance. At this moment, he regained his confidence. Next, he licks not just to complete the task, but also for a better future. Because his mind was full of thoughts on how to complete the system task, Yi Chen had no intention of attending class. In addition, he was thinking about Shui Yao all night and could not sleep all night. Now he was punished for failing the mission, and he was exhausted both physically and mentally. Considering that this mission is to gather information and there are 3 days. In order to have better energy to carry out the task, Yi Chen went straight back to his dormitory, lay on the bed and started to catch up on his sleep. Shui Family Manor, Hot Spring Rest Area. Master, Yi Chen's mentality has gone through ups and downs, and he has regained his confidence. The devouring progress has reached 39%. Because the sniper system will be needed later, Feng Mo has been observing Yi Chen's every move through the projection screen. He didn't expect that Yi Chen would regain his confidence so quickly after experiencing such a blow. With this kind of mentality, if one travels to the world of immortal cultivation, he must be a person with a firm heart of Taoism. After Yi Chen returned to the boys' dormitory and did not go out for a long time, Feng Mo said to Shui Yao beside him, "Okay, now I need to review this social experiment alone, you should step aside for a while." Shui Yao felt a little indignant, but she still turned around and left obediently. Before leaving, she pouted and rolled her eyes, whispering, throwing it away after use, "What a scumbag." "Ha? What did you say?" Feng Mo looked at Shui Yao with sharp eyes and said lightly, No, I said I know, I'm leaving now." Shui Yao was startled, shrank her head and trotted out, but she was still complaining in her heart. "It's a stinking seal, it's useless, it's like crossing a river and demolishing a bridge, the bow is hidden after the bird is gone, Feng Mo glanced at Shui Yao's flustered back and suddenly said, "By the way, I'd like to have a light lunch. Please help me prepare it." Shui Yao nodded repeatedly and responded, "Got it. I'll arrange it right away." After sending Shui Yao away, Feng Mo began to check the changes on the system panel. Compared with before, the tasks of the dog licking system have changed. The second task of the dog licking system, please ask the host to find out the specific information of her male idol from Shui Yao within 3 days. Task completion reward, charm value +5, growth 5 centimeters. Penalty for mission failure, shortened by 5 centimeters. It seems that this dog licking system has set its sights on Shui Yao. Knowing that she has a male idol, it actually asked Yi Chen to investigate the male idol's information. It's obvious at first glance that they are preparing to poach employees. Although the story about the male god was fabricated by Feng Mo, it seems that the other party's system has not seen through it and even instructed Yi Chen to continue licking Shui Yao. Why does this dog licking system do this? Is it because Shui Yao has some special qualities? "Xiaoying, come out for a moment." Feng Mo called out. As soon as he finished speaking, light particles gradually condensed in front of Feng Mo. "Master, I'm coming out." Sakura is still in her mature sister form, but this time she is not wearing a professional outfit. Instead, she is wearing a more casual white tight sweater. Black leather hip skirt. Light gray stockings wrapped around voluptuous legs. a pair of black high heels on her feet. She clasped her hands to her chest and held the heavy coconut with a smile on her face. Chapter 14 Chapter 15 Yichen enters the bathhouse. Luzhou University, male dormitory building, room 301. Yichen slept very soundly this time. In his dream, he overcame all obstacles and completed various tasks assigned by the system, and finally successfully reached the pinnacle of his life. But from time to time, there were noisy sounds in his ears, disturbing his sweet dreams. As the volume of the noisy sound beside his ears gradually increased, Yichen was finally woken up. He squinted his eyes and looked at the guy who made the noise with a very unhappy expression. Looking closely, Zhou Feng from the next dormitory was standing next to his bed. The big face was very close to him and he said excitedly, "Hey, Yichen, we agreed yesterday to invite everyone in our dormitory to go to the public bathhouse together. Now that school is over, you should get up and get ready. Also, my phone was returned to me, and the day was up." Yichen sat up from the bed and found that the 6 people from the next dormitory had gathered together and were looking at him impatiently, their eyes flashing with the desire to take a bath. Only then did he remember that he still had to invite Zhou Feng and the others to go to the bathhouse to take a bath. Not only that, he also promised his roommates yesterday to go to the public bath. Originally in Yichen's plan, he should have completed the task issued by the system by now, and would receive rewards from the system, increase his charm value, and be in high spirits. In this case, there's nothing wrong with taking a group of people to the bathhouse to take a bath. Although he had no money except for the dog money, he was even in debt. But he can borrow it, the small amount of money is nothing to worry about. But now, Yichen was in hesitation. He now gets a 50% discount on his family's salary. If he goes to a public bathhouse with them, won't they see him? Yichen still knew the truth that good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels 1,000 miles. If they spread the news by then, and one person tells 10 people, and 10 people tell 100 people, wouldn't your image be completely ruined? Yichen didn't care if he was laughed at as a bootlicker, but he couldn't stand being discovered that he was short. Thinking of this, Yichen showed a trace of sleepiness. After returning the phone to Zhou Feng, he said in a tired tone, "Zhou Feng, I didn't sleep last night and I'm very tired now. You guys go take a shower. The bathhouse expenses are on me, and I will reimburse you all in 1 week." Zhou Feng frowned, shook his head and said, "No, what if you refuse to pay the debt?" Yichen's face turned serious, he looked at Zhou Feng with disdain and said, "I'm refusing to pay? Have you forgotten what kind of car I drive? And my watch is worth tens of thousands of dollars. Is it necessary to refuse to pay such a small amount?" As he spoke, he pulled up his sleeves, showing off the exquisite watch on his wrist. Seeing this, Shen Bin, the boss of Yichen's dormitory, also chimed in, "Yichen is right, he won't owe such a small amount of money. Since he is not feeling well, let him rest, and we can go take a shower." Zhou Feng had some concerns, discussed with his roommate, and then said to Yichen, "How about this, you don't have to go, just transfer the money over, and we'll wash it ourselves, is that okay?" This. Yichen Yu choked. How could he transfer the money to Zhou Feng now? Ant app only has a credit limit of 2,000 yuan, which was used up yesterday. It will take some time to borrow money from other apps. Seeing Yichen's expression, Zhou Feng's face changed instantly. He snapped his knuckles and said in a fierce tone, "Yichen, you don't really want to default on your debt, do you? You talk so arrogantly, but you don't do it when I ask you to transfer the money? Didn't you say it was a small amount of money? Then turn it around. Or do you just want to play a trick on our roommates? The people in the next dormitory are all athletes, with muscular bodies." Now Zhou Feng is taking the lead and they all have fierce expressions, rubbing their hands and wanting to teach Yichen a lesson. Although Yichen was a little panicked, he forced himself to calm down when he thought about the system he had. "I told you it's just a small amount of money. I gave you 2,000 yuan yesterday without any effort. Are you afraid that I won't treat you if you want to take a bath?" But Zhou Feng didn't buy it. He was the kind of person who relied on his strong body and didn't like to be reasonable, and he also had a bad temper. "In addition, I made a promise in front of my roommates, so the bathhouse must be arranged this time. Brothers, no matter what Yichen thinks, let's just carry him to the public bathhouse and let him pay for the bath. Anyway, we have to take this bath today." Led by Zhou Feng, the other 5 sports students responded one after another. The 6 of them rushed forward, grabbed Yichen's limbs, carried him on their shoulders and walked out. Yichen struggled hard, explaining, "Fuck, I'm not going to a public bath. Zhou Feng, you damn bear, I have a cold and a fever. If I get seriously ill after going to the public bath, will you pay for my medical expenses? Shit. Let me go. Yi Chen's roommates were all stunned. Although Chen Bin wanted to stop him, he was alone and powerless. Yi Chen's other roommates laughed heartily and followed him. Although Yi Chen seemed reluctant to go to the public bathhouse, he had promised the other party yesterday after all. Not only that, in addition to inviting students from the neighboring dormitory to go to the bathhouse, Yi Chen also promised to treat their roommates as well. Now Yi Chen was being carried away, and these skinny guys couldn't fight him off, so they just followed him and took a shower. Anyway, they are just taking a bath together, so Yi Chen won't suffer much loss. Then a surprising scene appeared on the campus of Lu University. A group of muscular boys, like cannibals with a big harvest, carried a struggling young man out of the school, followed by a few people who wanted to join in the fun. The young man being carried kept howling in protest, "I'm not going to the bathhouse. I won't treat you and pay for it. Zhou Feng, you son of a bitch, I'll fuck you." During this period, there were questions from teachers and security guards. With Zhou Feng's improvisation, they let Yi Chen go, but still took Yi Chen out. The group soon arrived at the public bathhouse around Luda. Yi Chen also knew that his resistance was totally futile. These animals were too strong and there were too many of them, so he couldn't escape at all. At the bathhouse's cashier counter, Yi Chen lowered his posture, looked at Zhou Feng and negotiated, "Zhou Feng, I really can't touch the water right now. You guys go take a bath, and I'll pay for you. Is that okay?" Zhou Feng looked doubtful, but still nodded and said, "Okay, then you pay the money first." Yi Chen looked embarrassed and said helplessly, "I borrowed my funds from a friend, and it will take some time to get them back, but don't worry, I won't default on the debt. We all live in the school dormitory, and the monk can run away but the temple cannot." This time, not only Zhou Feng, but also several other athletes became impatient and started to sarcastically say, "I think you just want to shirk your responsibility. You're making excuses for the treat we agreed to have." "That's right. If you run away today, we won't have to spend our own money, right? In my opinion, it's better to just drag him in and wash him. Then he will have to pay even if he doesn't want to." A group of young men gathered at the cashier's counter of the public bathhouse and were talking loudly, attracting the attention of many customers. The bathhouse owner sitting at the bar was a middle-aged man with tattoos on his arms. He looked impatient and cursed, "Do you want to take a shower or not? If not, get out of here and don't disturb my business." Zhou Feng winked at his roommates, and the others immediately understood. They repeated their old trick and went forward to lift Yi Chen up. Ignoring his struggle, they strode into the bathhouse. Then Zhou Feng chatted with the bathhouse owner for a few words, explained the reason, and then walked into the bathhouse. Four of Yi Chen's roommates came. They looked at each other and followed everyone into the bathhouse. Yi Chen was carried into the public bathing area. He said in a panic, "I'm in now. I won't deny my debt. Are you satisfied?" Zhou Feng chuckled, shook his head and said, "I just touched your forehead and you don't have a fever. You don't have a runny nose or a cough, so it's impossible that you have a cold. You have been lying from the beginning. Who knows if you will say that you did not take a bath in the bathhouse and refuse to pay the bill. So you must take a bath here and go through all the bathhouse services, so as to eliminate all excuses for not paying. Brothers, take him away from me." Yi Chen pulled his pants with a look of horror and shouted, "No, no. This is sexual harassment." Zhou Feng frowned, "Damn it. I'll take responsibility if anything goes wrong." Others responded, "Okay, Brother Feng. He. Ah, you can't do this." Yi Chen was like a little girl guarding her chastity, clutching her clothes tightly and screaming. The customers standing by were secretly amazed, thinking that today's college students really know how to have fun. Seeing this, Zhou Feng also walked forward and pulled Yi Chen's clothes off, saying coldly, "Humph, you only have a pair of shorts left, why are you still struggling? Take it from me." As Yi Chen's last fig leaf was taken away, his pocket buddy was also discovered by others. Fuck, so small? Chapter 15 Chapter 16 Boss, How to be the King of the Sea. It was not until this time that Zhou Feng finally understood why Yi Chen didn't want to come to the public bathhouse at all. It turns out it was because of inferiority complex. Looking at Yi Chen, who was filled with grief, Zhou Feng touched his nose awkwardly, not knowing how to comfort him. Although he is not reasonable, there are reasons for it and he does not like to bully others. Yi Chen had promised him before that he would treat everyone in their dormitory to a public bath, so Zhou Feng had to make Yi Chen fulfill his promise no matter what. But now that he was really carried to the bathhouse, Zhou Feng discovered that Yichen didn't want to come because he had a secret. He suddenly felt like a bad guy. He frowned and tried to comfort her several times, but in the end he didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at his roommates who were giggling and said, "Brothers, I'll pay for the public bath today, but don't tell anyone about Yi Chen's unspeakable secret. He already has a nickname of a liquor, and I'm afraid he can't afford another one." "Okay, Brother Feng. Brother Feng, don't worry, we won't say anything nonsense." Zhou Feng's roommates responded quickly and nodded to indicate that they would not spread the news. "Well, let's take a shower. We've been stinking all this time." Zhou Feng hesitated for a long time, said sorry to Yi Chen in a very low voice, and then ran to take a shower with other roommates. It was not until then that Yi Chen's roommates, led by Chen Bin, came over and hurriedly picked up Yi Chen's scattered clothes. Yi Chen put on his clothes tremblingly, and walked out with a painful look on his face without saying a word. The successive blows made him a little exhausted. The punishment he received from the system today was enough to break Yi Chen's heart. But the new task of the system once again awakened his fighting spirit and hope, and rekindled his desire to bootlick the dog. As a result, when he woke up, he was carried and dragged to a public bathhouse by Zhou Feng and his gang of ruffians and was publicly executed. "Why is it like this? It's so hard to be a bootlicker," Yi Chen murmured to himself, walking towards Lu De in a daze. There was a sound of footsteps behind him, and Chen Bin ran after him, asking with concern, "Second brother, are you okay? Tight? I'm like this now, so I'll have to be tight in the future." Yi Chen's reply made Chen Bin a little confused. It took him a while to understand what he meant. He said with a smile, "You guy, you can still joke? It seems that it is not as serious as I thought." Yi Chen took a look and saw that only Chen Bin came over, while the other roommates seemed to have stayed in the bathhouse. "Boss, why don't you stay in the bathhouse and take a shower?" "I'm fine, I just need a good night's sleep." Yi Chen's tone was calm, making it impossible to tell what he was really thinking. Chen Bin put his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder and said, "Hey, we've been brothers for 3 years, can't I see that you're sad? I know you feel bad now, but Zhou Feng probably didn't expect this to be the result." He also realized his mistake and asked others not to spread it. "Likewise, I also told my roommates tonight to not spread the news, so you don't have to worry too much. Only a few of us know about this." "Boss, thank you." Yi Chen felt a little sad. He could see that Chen Bin really cared about him. As for the other roommates, staying in the bathhouse to take a shower proved their actual thoughts. "Well, we are brothers, why should we be polite? Besides, you don't have to be too self-deprecating. Experts say that for men, even 3 centimeters is enough. Yours is within the normal range." Chen Bin waved his hand and said carelessly, "Phew." Yi Chen felt like his already wounded heart was pierced by another arrow. "Boss, you really bring up all sorts of issues." Seeing that Yi Chen didn't want to talk about this, Chen Bin quickly changed the subject. "By the way, you recently changed your outfit and drove a sports car. Shui Yao's attitude towards you should have improved a lot, right?" "Phew. I didn't expect it to be a chain of arrows this time." Yi Chen showed a smile, but it was uglier than crying. "Shui Yao has a boyfriend. She was dating that man outside yesterday, taking a hot spring bath, scrubbing her body." Chen Bin was stunned when he heard this, and then he complained with an indignant look. "Fuck. Didn't she say she didn't want to date in college? She also said she had her own life plans, so why did she find a boyfriend right away? Is this worthy of all your efforts over the years?" Yi Chen smiled bitterly and said nothing. Shui Yao was like an unattainable star, hanging high in the sky. Every time he felt that he was closer to her, it was actually an illusion. If mistakes were made in the past, the losses would not be great. Now if he makes a mistake, the system will punish him. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse for him to obtain this system. "Second brother, listen to me. Don't be so anxious to give up. As men, we must have the spirit of perseverance. Now that we have chosen a girl, we must do our best to win her back." Chen Bin suddenly patted Yi Chen's shoulder with a serious look and offered advice. "Look, since Shui Yao found a boyfriend in college, it means that the image she displayed before was actually a disguise. She is not very determined to implement her life plan. She is also attracted to men and wants to find her ideal partner. This way, the problem can be easily solved." When Shui Yao was mentioned, and the topic was about pursuing Shui Yao, Yi Chen instantly became alert. He looked at Chen Bin with burning eyes and asked for advice. "Oh? Boss, do you have any advice for me? Shenbin pretended to be profound and smiled calmly. People with high emotional intelligence know a saying, as long as you use the hoe well, there is no corner that cannot be dug down. Yi Chen curled his lips. If I had high emotional intelligence, could I still be a bootlicker? Shenbin said angrily, so if you continue like this, you will always be a bootlicker. Have you ever thought about why some men can be sea kings while some men are bootlickers, since we are all men? People in the world regard deep affection as dog licking, and are extremely envious of those sea kings who are surrounded by flowers. But I, Yi Chen, will be a dog licker to the end. No matter what others say, I will stick to the righteous path in my heart. Yi Chen said righteously and loudly. Just when Shenbin thought that the rotten wood could not be carved and sighed repeatedly, Yi Chen asked in a low voice, Boss, how to be the sea king? Oh, this boy is teachable. Shenbin looked at Yi Chen in surprise and praised him. Yi Chen waited for Shenbin's reply with anticipation. If one could be the king of the sea, who would want to be a bootlicker? He also wants to date the goddess, take a hot spring bath, scrub her, and spend the night with her. Shenbin stretched out 5 fingers and said calmly, there are only 5 words to become the king of the sea. Which 5? I don't know either. Depend on. Chapter 16 Chapter 17 All the women in the Shui family have problems. Hee, if I knew how to be a sea king, I wouldn't be single now. Shenbin coughed dryly. But what I do know is that when it comes to a girl, you have to make sure you are in a relationship before you treat her well. That's how true love is. Your behavior towards Shui Yao over the years was purely for your own amusement. If you keep lowering your posture and sending breakfast and gifts before the relationship is even confirmed, it will only make others look down on you, and you will naturally become a bootlicker over time. Those who can't get what they want are always in a turmoil, while those who are favored are fearless, you know? Shenbin had said this to Yi Chen many times before, but at that time Yi Chen didn't hear a word he said. Now that he has suffered repeated setbacks, he has begun to look for his own problems and solutions. He really didn't want to be any shorter. After thinking carefully, Yi Chen didn't figure it out, but he nodded in agreement. Boss, I think what you said makes sense. I need to first understand who Shui Yao's boyfriend is and analyze the type she likes. Then he started swinging his hoe, digging up the corner of the wall, chasing Shui Yao and then treating her well. This is what a real bootlicker does. Shenbin's words rekindled his confidence. At this moment, Yi Chen no longer just wanted to complete the system task, Shui Yao must also be his. As for what happened in the bathhouse just now, they were just trivial matters. Those who achieve great things do not care about trivial matters. In ancient times, there were sages who slept on firewood and tasted gall, and hung themselves from the beams and pierced their legs with a needle. Today, he has Yi Chen shortened his body by half and suffered humiliation in the bathhouse. He has a system, and sooner or later he will rise and stand on the top of Blue Star. These continuous humiliations will become his motivation and help him reach the top soon. Shenbin was choked up. He felt that Yi Chen's understanding was different from what he wanted to say, but he still encouraged. Yes, that's right. People must not lose their spirit. Only by knowing shame and then being brave can they succeed. His main purpose was to comfort Yi Chen. Yi Chen had been ridiculed and talked about a lot over the years, and he must have been very depressed. The incident in the bathhouse might have been the fatal blow to him. If Yi Chen were to become unhappy, Shenbin was afraid that he would be implicated. The reason why he thought so was because Shenbin had once read a piece of news. There was an honest man in a university in Yunnan province who was bullied for years. Finally, he exploded and killed 4 roommates while they were sleeping. The only survivor was a roommate who once helped him get meals. Shenbin is a man who is afraid of death. Even just in case, he wants to leave a good impression in front of Yi Chen, which may save his life at the critical moment. Yi Chen didn't know Shenbin's specific thoughts, but his comfort gave him renewed confidence, and he was determined to complete the second task. He will complete all future tasks. He wants to rely on the system to reach the pinnacle of his life. The two returned to the dormitory together. Yi Chen was about to send a message to Shui Yao, but suddenly realized that the phone had been returned to Zhou Feng. Helplessly, he could only wait until tomorrow. Anyway, this mission only takes 3 days, so there is no rush. I'm just asking Shui Yao for information about her idol, there shouldn't be any problem. Yi Chen comforted himself for a while, and then started playing games at Shenbin's invitation. Fuck, Yi Chen, don't send me off. Boss, I was only a hair's breadth away from killing the enemy top laner, but it was all because of his jungler. Is this the reason why you chased from the first tower to the opposite high ground? Time goes back to noon. Not long after Feng Yamo and Xiao Ying were intimate, Shui Yao came to call him for lunch. Considering that Yi Chen was probably catching up on sleep in the dormitory and had not contacted Shui Yao, Feng Yamo put away the projection equipment and followed Shui Yao to have lunch. The two came to the banquet hall of the Shui family, which was specially used to entertain guests. A large table of various light dishes was placed on the large round table. Shui's mother stood aside and did not sit down. When she saw Shui Yao leading Feng Yamo into the banquet hall, she smiled brightly and greeted them warmly. "Young Master Feng, please come this way." Feng Yamo was not quite used to Shui's mother's enthusiasm. Her eyes made Feng Yamo feel a little weird, just like a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. This strange gaze made Feng Yamo feel uncomfortable all over. Why do the women in the Shui family seem to have some problems? However, Feng Yamo still exchanged some pleasantries with Shui's mother and sat down at the dining table. Unexpectedly, Shui's mother waved to Shui Yao again and said with a smile, "Yao Yao, come and sit next to Master Feng." Feng Yamo? Shui Yao. Shui Yao seemed somewhat reluctant, but she still sat obediently next to Feng Yamo, feeling a little secretly delighted. For some reason, she felt very happy when she saw Feng Mo's surprised expression. Seeing her daughter sitting obediently with Feng Yamo, Shui's mother smiled with great satisfaction, then nodded to Feng Yamo and said, "Then young Master Feng, you and Yao Yao can have your meal first. I won't disturb you." After saying this, Shui's mother turned and left, leaving Feng Yamo and Shui Yao looking at each other in bewilderment. There was a large round table that could accommodate more than a dozen people for dinner, but there were only the two of them, a man and a woman. After a moment of silence, Feng Yamo asked, "Did your parents misunderstand why I came to you? It seems like they want to bring us together?" Shui Yao lowered her head and hummed. Her fair earlobes were already lightly pink. Then she said in a somewhat sad tone, "My father was so angry about the broken capital chain that he had a stroke. I rushed back and used pen and paper to communicate with him. My mother explained that only by sealing the family could the Shui family be saved. Plus, you specifically asked to see me, so my parents mistakenly thought you were interested in me, so they wanted me to go on a blind date with you to help the Shui family get through this difficult time." Feng Yamo looked puzzled. "Isn't it just a funding gap? Your father actually had a stroke. When did it happen?" "It was just yesterday. Yesterday at noon I was reading in the library. My mother called me to go home. When I got home I found out that my father had a stroke. Then after I learned the whole story, I went to see you." Shui Yao couldn't help but feel a little strange when she saw Feng Mo's confused look. "My dad had a stroke, why do you look so incredulous?" Of course Feng Yamo would find it hard to believe. When he came to Shui's house yesterday, it was Shui Shan who entertained him. How could he have a stroke after not seeing him for a day? So Shui Shan had a stroke right after entertaining him? Or did he have a stroke first, then get up and entertain him? There must be an inside story. According to Li Jun's investigation, the gap in the Shui family's capital chain was not too big, and at most it would only cause slight damage. It is very easy to remedy the situation, you can even borrow enough money by taking out a loan. It is not necessary for the Feng family to take action to save the Shui family. What exactly happened here? Shui Shan suffered a stroke and deliberately exaggerated the severity of the broken capital chain to Shui Yao. The Shui family took the initiative to bring them together. The causes and consequences of this incident flashed through Feng Mo's mind quickly, and finally the picture in his mind froze on Shui Yao's profile page. "My home is in Luzhou, but I live in the dormitory most of the time." In other words, Shui Shan was most likely faking a stroke just to trick Shui Yao into returning home. As for exaggerating the severity of the funding gap, it was probably to make Shui Yao feel a sense of crisis so that she would cooperate with him, the young master of the Feng family, on a blind date. Seeing that Feng Yamo remained silent after learning that his father had suffered a stroke, Shui Yao pursed her lips, picked up 2 shrimps and put them in his bowl, and asked carefully, "Feng Yamo, what are you thinking about?" Seeing that Feng Yamo did not answer, she continued to talk to herself. "Don't feel too stressed. Although my parents misunderstood your purpose and wanted me to go on a blind date with you, their ultimate goal is to solve the financial gap at home. Since you promised to let our family pay it back slowly, the pressure will be much less. I can just tell them later that you don't like me." These words sounded somewhat pathetic. Feng Yamo couldn't help but find it funny when he saw the slight grievance on Shui Yao's face. This Shui Shan is really a weirdo. He even pretended to be sick just to get his daughter home for a blind date, which made Feng Yamo feel a little sorry for Shui Yao. From Shui Yao's perspective, she was inexplicably informed that her father had suffered a stroke and the family's financial chain was broken. In order to save the family, he had to go on a blind date with a young master from another family, but he was rejected. It's really a bit pitiful. After thinking for a while, Fongimo said, "Well, since I still have some follow-up social experiments that require your cooperation, don't tell your parents my real purpose yet. Just think of me as coming for a blind date. After lunch, let's continue with Yi Chen's social experiment, is that okay?" Shui Yao raised her eyebrows and looked at Fongimo, seeing that he was waiting for her answer seriously. She nodded as if possessed by a ghost. Okay. Okay, let's eat first. Fongimo picked up the rice and started eating. Shui Yao ate her meal in small bites and subconsciously straightened her body, wanting to show her best manners in front of Fongimo. She felt that she might have fallen in love with Fongimo. And even though he said he disliked her, he actually took her feelings into consideration and pretended to be here for a blind date. This man really has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. Thinking of this, Shui Yao showed a smile on her face and was looking forward to their future interactions. After lunch, Fongimo brought Shui Yao to the pavilion. After turning on the projection screen, he stretched and said, "Yi Chen should have returned to the dormitory to catch up on his sleep. You stay here and keep an eye on him. When he leaves, call me." Shui Yao nodded. "Oh, what about you?" "Me? I have to take a nap. I'm a little tired after watching videos of dog licking behavior for the whole morning." Fongimo yawned and left the pavilion without looking back. Shui Yao stared blankly at Fongmo's departing back, then looked at the projection screen frozen outside the boys' dormitory building and stomped her feet in anger. What kind of man is this? She had just praised him for his sharp tongue but soft heart, but now he actually left her alone in the pavilion and even kept an eye on Yi Chen? Damn it! Shameless! Stinky Fongmo! Shui Yao really wanted to yell at Fongmo's back, but she forced herself to hold it back. I still have to borrow money from him, and the Shui family still has to rely on him to get through the difficult times. Calm down, calm down. Call. After some self-consolation, Shui Yao stayed in the pavilion with a bitter face, becoming Fongmo's surveillance assistant. Chapter 17 Chapter 18 Going to Luzhou University. Fongmo. Yi Chen moved. He was carried out of the boys' dormitory by a group of people. Shui Yao's excited call came from the phone. Fongmo got up from the bed and checked the time. It was almost 6 o'clock in the evening. He dressed neatly and came to the pavilion, and saw Yi Chen being taken to the public bathhouse by Zhou Feng and others. A strange smile appeared on his face. This Yi Chen is really a poor licker. It would be fine if I couldn't lick the goddess of my dreams, but I couldn't get any benefits from the added system. Instead, I was punished for failing the mission. After the punishment, he was dragged into a public bathhouse. This time he was probably going to be socially dead. After the group entered the bathhouse, the drone could no longer take pictures. But within a few minutes, Xiao Ying's reminder rang in Fongmo's mind. "Master, Yi Chen is in extreme inferiority complex, and the devouring progress has reached 44%. Fongmo understood immediately and guessed what happened after Yi Chen entered the bathhouse. He estimated that Yi Chen would leave the bathhouse soon. As expected, Yi Chen soon walked out in a daze, with Chen Bin following behind him, constantly comforting him. Fongmo and Shui Yao saw all of this. Fongmo laughed secretly, and what Chen Bin said could only serve as a comfort. It would have been fine if Yi Chen's short stature had not been exposed, but now that other people know about it, someone will always leak his secret. At this time, Chen Bin in the picture comforted Yi Chen. "Hey, we are all brothers, why are you being polite? Besides, you don't have to be too self-deprecating. Experts have said that even 3 centimeters is enough for men. You are within the normal range. Master, Yi Chen has been hit, and the devouring progress has reached 45%. Fongmo couldn't help but laugh out loud. This Chen Bin was really good at comforting people and giving great assists. Although Shui Yao has never been in love, she is not a fool. Combining Chen Bin's words of comfort from the beginning until now, and then seeing Yi Chen enter the bathhouse and then walk out in a daze. She came to a conclusion in her mind. Could it be that Yi Chen was a short man? So Shui Yao asked Fongmo directly, "Fongmo, is it because Yi Chen was not confident enough that he suffered a setback after entering the bathhouse?" "Yes." Fongmo grinned. Yi Chen probably never expected that after the public bathhouse incident, the first person to know about his short stature would be his goddess Shui Yao. Poochie, he's too miserable. No wonder he left the bathhouse with a distraught look on his face. I heard that boys care a lot about this aspect. Shui Yao covered her mouth and smiled. Yi Chen had a new label in her mind. You can still laugh. I guess with his personality, he will regain his confidence with Chen Bin's comfort and continue to lick you. Feng Yamo glanced at Shui Yao, who was smiling brightly, and said without hesitation. How is that possible? Now that he knows I have a boyfriend and that he spends the night outside, he will definitely not harass me again. Shui Yao shook her head decisively. At this time, Chen Bin's words of comfort to Yi Chen came. Second brother, listen to me. Don't be so anxious to give up. As men, we must have the spirit of perseverance. Now that we have chosen a girl, we must do our best to win her back. The smile on Shui Yao's face froze suddenly. What's wrong with Chen Bin? Is he the kind of person who instigates others like you? Feng Yamo said to himself, if Yi Chen wants to pursue you, he will have to dig you up and most likely ask you for the specific information of the male god. Although Shui Yao still wanted to deny it, what Feng Yamo said before had been confirmed, and she now believed what Feng Yamo said. Sure enough, Chen Bin's subsequent series of comforting words made Shui Yao's heart fall to the bottom. She watched Yi Chen regain his confidence with Chen Bin's comfort, and shamelessly declared his intention to poach him. However, Feng Yamo was very happy because Yi Chen regained his confidence and the devouring progress increased by 5% to 50%. This Yi Chen is too shameless. I told him that I have a boyfriend, but he still wants to poach me? And that Chen Bin, if Yi Chen commits a crime, he will be charged with abetting crime. Shui Yao felt so angry. She couldn't get rid of Yi Chen's entanglement even in this way. Why was she so unlucky? Feng Yamo, why did you guess so accurately? Feng Yamo glanced at her with a smile, and said at the right time, do you think my social experiment is in vain? As a professional authority, the psychological changes of licking dogs are also one of my research topics. In fact, he just predicted Yi Chen's thoughts through the new tasks of the dog licking system. Then how can I get rid of him? Shui Yao said somewhat disappointedly. Feng Yamo smiled and said, let me tell you this, Yi Chen has become obsessed with you because he has been insisting on his own ideas for the past 3 years. If you want to get rid of his entanglement, you need to break his obsession step by step and make him give up. Just listen to my instructions on how to do it. Okay, I'll listen to you. Shui Yao nodded. She really wanted to draw a clear line between herself and Yi Chen. On the one hand, she really didn't like Yi Chen, and on the other hand, it was because of Feng Yamo. Although Feng Yamo didn't seem to have any feelings for her, she still had some good feelings towards him. Maybe it's because Feng Yamo is handsome and attractive. Perhaps it was because they placed their hopes of saving the family on him from the beginning. It could also be Feng Mo's gentle expression when he was trying to comfort her so that she wouldn't cry. In short, Shui Yao was certain that she liked Feng Yamo a little bit. The reason why he cooperated with Feng Yamo and did the so-called social experiment was actually because he wanted to spend more time with Feng Yamo. Although she didn't know where the Feng family was from, it was definitely not from Luzhou. If Feng Mo's social experiment ends soon, he will most likely have to leave Luzhou. According to Shui Yao's personal wishes, he still wants him to stay in Luzhou for a longer period of time. Feng Yamo stretched lazily, looked at Yi Chen and Chen Bin, who were about to walk back to the boys' dormitory in the projection, and grinned. Since this is a social experiment, it's a bit boring to observe remotely all the time. Tomorrow I will transfer to Lu University as your brother and return to school with you. In addition, I will also make up some information about my male god, and then send you these 2 pieces of information about your brother and male god. You must memorize them well and don't make any mistakes. At that time, if Yi Chen asks you about the information of the male god, you should treat Yi Chen with your truest self. It is up to you whether to tell him or not. If you really have to tell him the identity information in the document, understand? According to Feng Mo's speculation, the reason why the second task of the dog-licking system is to gather information is because the information about male god was obtained during the chat between Yi Chen and Shui Yao. Shui Yao also posted a photo of Feng Mo's back while he was soaking in a hot spring, so the male god identified by the dog-licking system should be Feng Mo himself. As long as the information revealed by Shui Yao is not Feng Mo's true information, Yi Chen will not be able to complete the task. You want to go to Luda with me? Shui Yao's eyes lit up, and her tone revealed an inexplicable joy. Then she asked in confusion, but why do you want to pretend to be my brother? Damn Feng Mo, you didn't want me to pretend to be your boyfriend, but you wanted to be my brother. Yes, I want to observe the behavior patterns of the bootlicker up close, so as to facilitate the implementation of many of your brother's plans. Feng Mo nodded and made up an excuse. It would be nice to go to Lu Di for a stroll, otherwise it would be boring to stay at home all the time. After watching the dog licking live broadcast at Shui Family Manor for so long, he felt like he was going moldy. You can also attack Yi-Chen at close range to speed up the swallowing process. Okay then, I'll ask my dad's driver to take us to school tomorrow. Shui Yao nodded and reluctantly agreed to Feng Mo's plan. Or maybe it's useless for her to refuse, so she might as well just agree and avoid getting into trouble. No, you take the car I arranged. Feng Mo shook his head and refused. He already had a plan in his mind. Oh, okay. Although Shui Yao was a little confused, the result was the same, so she nodded in response. Well, Yi-Chen should not be active tonight. You should go back and prepare first, and then memorize the information. Feng Mo turned off the projection equipment, left a word, and strode away. No. Shui Yao pursed her lips in response and also walked away in small steps. Chapter 18 Chapter 19 The tall, rich and handsome transfer student. The next day, 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms left the Shui Family Manor, lined up in a vertical line on the wide and flat road, and drove towards Luzhou University. Feng Mo sat in the back seat of the middle car, looking at Shui Yao beside him, and asked calmly, "Who am I?" Shui Yao curled her lips and said reluctantly, "My twin brother, Shui Yang." Feng Mo nodded and continued to ask, "What kind of personality?" "A gentle, mature, generous and cultured young man." Shui Yao felt a little dissatisfied when she heard this. Damn Feng Mo, with a personality like yours you're pretending to be gentle and refined, you're more like an arrogant and domineering second-generation rich kid. Well, why do you want to transfer to Lu University? Because of changes in my family's business, I transferred back from abroad to help my elders handle the affairs of the family business. Not bad, it seems you have memorized the information seriously. Feng Mo smiled faintly, glanced at the green plants on the roadside flashing quickly outside the window, and closed his eyes to take a nap. Shui Yao glanced at Feng Mo secretly, and seeing that he had his eyes closed, she looked him up and down at his clothes today. Well. Although his personality is stubborn, hard and arrogant, his outfit today does fit the image of a young master from a wealthy family. Damn, Feng Mo was good in every way except that he has a mouth. It would be nice if he was mute, hee hee. Shui Yao talked to herself for a while and took out her cell phone to kill time. Yi-Chen went to the girls' dormitory early in the morning. He waited for Shui Yao's roommate downstairs in the dormitory, and after asking, he learned that Shui Yao was not in the dormitory. Although he had been prepared, Yi-Chen still couldn't help feeling a pain in his heart. His goddess suffered again last night. Unable to find Shui Yao, Yi-Chen had no choice but to keep adding Shui Yao's contact number and walk to the gate of Lu University to wait. Because the school's water supply was cut off, Yi-Chen hadn't taken a shower for a few days. He looked a little greasy, and his hair was drooping and shiny. The female classmates passing by couldn't help but look at him with disdain. However, Yi-Chen did not pay attention to them. He just looked down at his phone from time to time, hoping that Shui Yao would agree to his friend's request. When passing by an office building, Yi-Chen noticed that Lu University's president Wu Yihong and a group of school leaders were standing downstairs with serious expressions, as if they were waiting for someone. At this time, 3 black luxury cars slowly approaching from a distance attracted Yi-Chen's attention. He squinted his eyes and looked around, then took out his cell phone to check, and found that there were actually 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms, each worth more than 10 million yuan. The starting price for 3 cars is 30 million. Wow, this is a real rich person. He must be a big boss who came to donate money. No wonder the principal attaches so much importance to him. Yi-Chen felt a little envious. These real rich people always traveled with luxury cars. He finally had a system, but he still rented the car. In addition to Yi-Chen, many people on the roadside noticed the 3 Rolls-Royce Phantoms slowly approaching and exclaimed in surprise. Fuck! 3 Rolls-Royces, so impressive. Is that a successful alumnus returning to school? He is truly a role model for us. Look, the principal and his men are welcoming the people in the car. I suddenly want to scam someone. I saw 3 luxury cars parked in a triangular shape, slowly stopping in front of the office building. Then 8 burly bodyguards wearing sunglasses and black suits got out of the 2 cars behind. They had bulging weapons on their waists, and no one knew what kind of weapons they were hiding. The 8 bodyguards looked alert and stopped Wu Yihong and others who wanted to approach, glancing at the passers-by around them from time to time. For some reason, Yi-Chen always felt that these bodyguards glanced at him several times. He felt a little embarrassed. These people seemed difficult to deal with. Could it be that the person sitting in the car is some wealthy person or a senior leader? Not only Yi-Chen was curious, but the onlookers around him were also very curious. They whispered to each other from a distance and began to look forward to who was sitting in the first luxury car. Hey, there was a notification in our class group last night that a transfer student will be coming today. Could it be the guy in the luxury car? What? A transfer student? If you say he's a big star or an important person, I'll believe it. A transfer student shouldn't be welcomed by Old Wu with a large group of people, right? That's not necessarily true. Our Lu University is the most prestigious university in the province. Those who can transfer here must be either wealthy or noble. While the crowd was talking, the driver's and co-pilot doors of the first luxury car opened at the same time, and two bodyguards in suits got out. After getting out of the car, they observed the surrounding environment and opened the back door after finding nothing unusual. From Yi Chen's perspective, he could only see one side. A young man in a white shirt and black trousers got out of the car. He had a pair of exquisite leather shoes on his feet and an expensive-looking watch on his wrist, which added the finishing touch and raised the level of his look. He is very handsome, and his hairstyle is the same as that of a celebrity. Yi Chen estimated that only Tony, who charges thousands of dollars per session, could have done that. Not only that, you also need to have a handsome face. By now Yi Chen has guessed the identity of this young man with a high degree of certainty. He should be the new transfer student. After all, at this age, you can tell he's a college student. You were so high profile in your last class that people who didn't know you would think you were participating in some world-class event. Yi Chen muttered a little unhappily. He felt that all his limelight was stolen by this new guy. If this guy didn't show up, then the most attractive person would be myself driving a Lamborghini. I wonder who got off the other side. Is it this guy's chairman dad? Or his rich lady mom? Yi Chen looked over with some curiosity. Soon, he saw clearly. It was actually Shui Yao. Shui Yao slowly walked towards the man in the shirt, put her arm around his arm, and smiled sweetly. Greeted by Wu Yihong's smiling face, the two, followed by a group of bodyguards and school leaders, entered the office building very intimately, like a golden boy and a jade girl. There were only 3 luxury cars parked quietly there. After a brief silence, the crowd of onlookers on the spot exploded. Fuck, isn't that the school beauty Shui Yao? She's actually traveling with this young man. That girl is Shui Yao who has been licked by the licking dog Yi Chen for 3 years? She is really pretty, worthy of being the school belle. Breaking news, Lu De was shocked to find a nobleman who was a transfer student. The school beauty Shui Yao was accompanying him closely, and the bootlicker Yi Chen encountered a strong enemy. No, Yi Chen doesn't even have Shui Yao's contact number. It's a bit too high for him to be an enemy. It was obvious that the onlookers saw Yi Chen standing aside and immediately made sarcastic remarks with a gloating look on their faces. Some people can't stand the fact that this bootlicker suddenly becomes rich, and they have an inexplicable hatred of the rich. Some are there just to watch the fun and want to see whether the collision between the noble transfer student and the bootlicker Yi Chen will lead to some exciting stories? Or will Yi Chen give up pursuing Shui Yao? The harsh discussions made Yi Chen feel irritated. He reached into his trouser pocket and pinched his thigh hard. The severe pain calmed him down temporarily. It's really Shui Yao. Why is Shui Yao with this transfer student? Could it be that this transfer student is her idol? Damn, this is a hell difficulty copy, how am I supposed to lick it? Yi Chen's face was bitter. He originally thought that he had the remaining 700,000 yuan in dog-licking money to back him up, and he was considered a wealthy man in the university. The confidence brought by money also makes him confident in poaching people. As a result, he now discovered that Shui Yao's idol was actually a top-rich second generation. When someone came to handle the transfer procedures, he was escorted by 3 luxury cars and 10 bodyguards. Old Wu even personally led a large group of people to welcome them. While giving enough face, it is also enough to show that the other party must have a strong background. Moreover, he is handsome, well-dressed, and has an exquisite hairstyle. He looks like a male god-level guy. Yi Chen lowered his head to take a look at his attire, a casual outfit with some wrinkles. Even though it was a luxury item, it also looked shabby. The greasy hair is messy and the face is also oily. You can use it for cooking after shaving it off. He and Shui Yao's male god are not at the same level at all. The top-level boss and the little boss in the novice village are fighting for a woman. How to play this? Even if Yi Chen put himself in Shui Yao's shoes, he would definitely choose that transfer student. Yi Chen clenched his hands, staring at the place where Shui Yao and the man disappeared, his face as gloomy as water. He no longer had any confidence in being able to lick Shui Yao, the only thing he could do was to complete the task. Fortunately, this mission is to find out information about her boyfriend from Shui Yao, so it should be possible to complete it if nothing goes wrong. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen suddenly asked in his mind, "System, can the next mission target be licked by someone else? This system is dedicated to creating a super licker. Please work hard to complete the task. If you keep working harder, there will be no more super bootlickers. This system is dedicated to creating a super licker. Please work hard to complete the task. Get lost. You idiot. The system is mentally retarded." At this point, Yi Chen can only take things one step at a time. Even though Shui Yao's idol looked very noble and of a very high level, it should be no problem for him to get some information. Yi Chen glanced at the 3 luxury cars parked quietly, gritted his teeth, and decided to sit back and wait. Chapter 19 Chapter 20 My name is Shui Yang. Not long after following Wu Weihong into the office building, Feng Mo heard Xiao Ying's hint. "Master, Yi Chen has an inferiority complex, and the devouring progress has reached 51%. Feng Mo smiled faintly. The reason why he arranged 3 luxury cars and 10 bodyguards was to show it to Yi Chen. First let him face the reality and give him a blow, then give him an unexpected surprise to create a strong contrast in emotions and speed up the process of devouring. Although it's a bit awkward, people who achieve great things don't care about trivial matters." The two arrived at the principal's office and sat on the sofa. Wu Weihong was making tea with a bright smile on her face. The bodyguards were guarding the corridor outside the door, and the school leaders had already left. Shui Yao let go of Feng Mo's arm and asked in a low voice, "Feng Mo, why did you pretend to be my brother? And why did you come to school so pretentiously? It feels so awkward." Feng Mo glanced at Shui Yao and said seriously, "Shui Yao, my name is Shui Yang now. You can either call me by my fake name or call me brother. If you call me by the wrong name again, you know the consequences." Shui Yao pouted with a displeased look on her face, but still whispered obediently, "I know, brother." Feng Mo smiled when he heard that. That's right. Girls should speak softly so that men will want to protect them. Feng Mo actually considered several identities: Shui Yao's male god, someone who has nothing to do with Shui Yao, and Shui Yao's pursuer. But in the end he decided to be Shui Yao's twin brother and came to Lu University with her as a transfer student. He is also a gentle and kind brother who does not interfere with his sister's feelings. Because only the identity of Shui Yao's brother would not make Yi Chen feel hostile. On the contrary, through repeated attacks, encouragement, attacks again, and encouragement again, Yi Chen's mentality can be constantly fluctuated, thus speeding up the swallowing process. With Wu Weihong's warm hospitality, Feng Mo drank some tea and received various documents, including a student ID card with his own photo but Shui Yang's name. Normally these things take some time to get, but it depends on who comes forward. Feng Mo wanted to transfer schools, so Wu Weihong naturally gave him the green light. Although he was very puzzled as to why the eldest son of the Feng family came to Lu De with a fake identity, he did not dare to ask. Anyway, he just did as young Master Feng asked. After obtaining various documents and materials, Feng Mo and Shui Yao left the office building and dismissed the 10 bodyguards in 3 luxury cars. The 2 handsome men and beautiful women seemed very close on the surface as they walked slowly towards Shui Yao's class. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps behind him, and a breathless call, "Wait a minute." Feng Mo and Shui Yao stopped and turned to look at the person who came. It was Yi Chen, who was breathing heavily. Feng Mo frowned slightly. He was a man who had very high demands on his own image. Whether it is the matching of clothes, the choice of hairstyle, or accessories such as watches and necklaces, they will be taken very seriously. Today was his first time meeting Yi Chen in the true sense. His first impression was that he was greasy, sloppy, plain-looking and of average height. Wrinkled, ill-fitting casual clothes, a watch fit for middle-aged men, greasy hair. This guy doesn't even pay attention to his personal hygiene and image. Let alone licking a goddess, normal girls would dislike him. Shui Yao subconsciously shrank behind Feng Mo. Over the past 3 years, Yi Chen's entanglement with her was almost turning into a psychological shadow. In addition, ever since Feng Mo conducted the so-called social experiment, she had a new understanding of Yi Chen through the projection images taken remotely. Of course, this perception is also negative. So when she saw Yi Chen coming, she naturally didn't want to contact or talk to him. Yi Chen calmed his breath and was about to speak. Feng Mo was the first to speak. "Classmate, what can I do for you?" His tone was calm and he did not reveal his inner thoughts. Looking at Yi Chen with calm eyes, he felt a little guilty, but still stammered. I have something to talk to Shui Yao about. can I talk to her alone? This guy has such a strong aura. Yi Chen felt a little ashamed of himself. The feeling was not so strong when he saw it from a distance just now. When comparing them at close range, he felt that he was defeated in seconds without leaving any trace. Master, Yi Chen is ashamed of himself. The devouring progress has reached 52%. Feng Nemo raised his eyebrows, and his calm eyes instantly became scrutinizing, looking at Yi Chen like a scanner. Oh? You got something to do with my sister? Yi Chen was not scared by Feng Nemo this time, because he noticed a keyword and instantly fell into ecstasy. He called Shui Yao sister? Isn't he Shui Yao's boyfriend? Brother, let's go. Shui Yao timidly pulled the corner of Feng Mo's clothes and wanted to ask him to leave. Although this brother's identity is fake, her desire to leave is real. Master, Yi Chen's mood fluctuates, from sadness to joy, the devouring progress reaches 54%. Really? Feng Nemo said secretly. The mission goal is to disrupt Yi Chen's mood, not to make him have negative emotions. Sudden joy is also a strong emotion. People are in the most unstable state when their emotions are fluctuating greatly. Feng Nemo held Shui Yao's wrist, shook his head slightly at her, then looked at Yi Chen, waiting for his reply. Yi Chen finally came out of his ecstasy. It was great that the handsome man in front of him was Shui Yao's brother. This means that he still has hope of catching up with Shui Yao. The person in front of me is my brother-in-law. Ahem, no, hello classmate, my name is Yi Chen, and I am one of Shui Yao's many suitors. Yi Chen was so excited that his brother-in-law almost blurted out the words, but fortunately he coughed in time to stop the last two words. Shui Yao stood beside Feng Nemo with a sullen look on her face, looking away. She didn't want to have any interaction with Yi Chen, not even to make eye contact. You? My sister's suitor? Feng Mo's tone was puzzled, and he seemed very surprised, but he still chuckled and said, forget it, just tell me what you want to say. We are in a hurry to get back to class. Yi Chen was unsure of Feng Mo's attitude, but he felt that this brother-in-law was much easier to talk to than Shui Yao. At least he was willing to give himself a chance to communicate instead of directly refusing to communicate. What's your classmate's name? Shui Yang. It's like this, Shui Yang. Because of a misunderstanding, Yao Yao deleted my contact number, so I want to apologize in person, add my contact information again, and give her a small gift. Yi Chen mustered up his courage and directly stated his purpose, and took out a pink plush keychain from his trouser pocket. He wanted to get information from Shui Yao, but he could only communicate through the communication number. It was impossible to ask Shui Yao out. At least in the past 3 years, Shui Yao had never agreed to be alone with him. It's not appropriate to ask in person now. Isn't it asking for trouble to ask her who her idol is and what his identity is in front of her brother? As for the keychain, it was a gift Yi Chen prepared yesterday. Although the mission failed, there was no point in keeping it if he didn't give it away. Taking it out now can leave a good impression in front of my brother-in-law. Yi Chen thought happily in his heart. Feng Nemo nodded and said slowly, logically speaking, as a brother, I shouldn't interfere in my sister's emotional issues, but I still have a few words to say to you. Yi Chen's face tensed up, and he nodded repeatedly, even addressing him casually, Brother Yang, you say. Feng Nemo glanced at Yi Chen and said unceremoniously. Our Shui family is a well-known and prestigious family in Luzhou, with businesses all over the country and a strong foundation. My sister is the apple of our family's eye. If you want to pursue her, shouldn't you first take care of your appearance and personal hygiene? Upon hearing this, Yi Chen lowered his head in shame, looked at his current clothes and hygiene, and agreed with it deeply. My brother-in-law is right, and he is not criticizing anyone but the matter. He is worthy of being a young man from a big family. Thinking of this, Yi Chen said confidently. Brother Yang, I know my appearance is very poor now. The main reason is that the school has no water supply during this period. In addition, I have been missing Yao Yao in my heart for the past 2 days, which has caused me to not pay attention to these details. But don't worry, I will clean myself up right away and make sure I won't bring shame to your Shui family. Master, Yi Chen regained his confidence after feeling ashamed, and the devouring progress reached 55%. Feng Nemo nodded with great satisfaction. The progress of this devouring was much faster than simply chatting on the phone. Well, although you don't pay much attention to hygiene, you are teachable, you can correct your mistakes, and your attitude is pretty good. How about this, since you know your problem, go wash up first, and when you are clean and look like a human being, then come back to find Yao Yao. As for whether she is willing to give it to you, it depends on your performance. As her brother, I can only help her judge the character of her suitors from a bystander's perspective, but it is not convenient for me to interfere with other matters. After receiving Feng Mo's affirmation, Yi Chen nodded heavily as if he had received a shot of chicken blood. Okay, Brother Yang, I will go to the public bathhouse to wash up, and then change into clean and fresh clothes. I will make Yao Yao recognize me. He felt that Shui Yang in front of him was a well-educated and polite young man. Even though her appearance was terrible at the moment, Shui Yang appealed to her emotions and reasoned with her, making her understand why she couldn't get the contact number and gave her a solution. How great it would be if Shui Yao was also willing to reason with him instead of always telling him to get lost. In comparison, Shui Yang is really a good person. I, Yi Chen, have decided on your brother-in-law. Chapter 20 Chapter 21 Yi Chen regained his confidence. Without Shui Yao saying a word, Yi Chen seemed to be greatly encouraged, and walked towards the public bathhouse not far from Luda with high spirits. Shui Yao stared at Yi Chen's back in amazement, not knowing what to say. She only knew that Yi Chen went into a public bathhouse yesterday and came out in a daze. And according to what Shinbin said, she learned that Yi Chen had low self-esteem because he was too short. Why could a few words from Feng Mo make Yi Chen become a different person and bravely face the public bath that once killed him? Brother Feng, why did Yi Chen willingly run to the bathhouse to take a bath just after you said a few words? Shui Yao shook Feng Mo's arm curiously and asked. Her cold stare couldn't make Yi Chen leave, but Feng Mo's kind words could make him happy. Is this the difference? Or do men understand men better? The most professional dog-licking behavior observers can often easily understand the dog-licking behavior and thoughts. But what kind of person can be called a professional? Feng Mo smiled slightly, raised his thumb to himself, and showed his white teeth. This is called professionalism. After Yi Chen was inspired by him, his devouring progress increased by another 2%, reaching 57%. The first time we met, the total devouring progress increased by 7%. It turned out that it was faster to stimulate him in person. Put. Shui Yao covered her mouth and laughed. You're right. Anyway, I feel that you are becoming more and more professional. Feng Mo smiled and said, okay, lead the way. I'm here to interrupt your class. I have to introduce myself and it's a good opportunity to relive my college life. Okay, this way. Yi Chen felt that he saw the dawn of hope again. It turns out that the transfer student that was rumored to be going viral in the school was Shui Yao's brother, and he was a very reasonable person. Although Shui Yao's male idol has not appeared yet, Yi Chen regained his confidence from the words of his brother-in-law. The eldest brother-in-law said that their Shui family is a large family and will not interfere in Shui Yao's emotional issues, and he also pointed out his image problems. This shows that my brother-in-law is still very optimistic about him. Yi Chen walked into the public bathhouse while thinking about it, and shouted to the boss with flower arms at the counter, Boss, I want to take a bath. 20 yuan per session, and 30 yuan for a bath. No scrubbing, 20, right? Scan the code and I'll transfer it to you. Got it, go in. The communication with the boss did not interrupt Yi Chen's thoughts. After taking a shower, he planned to buy a suit and leather shoes like his brother-in-law, and then spend thousands of dollars to find the great teacher Tony to improve his personal image. I can't say he's as handsome as my brother-in-law, but at least he's 3/10 as handsome as him. Because it was morning, there were not many people in the bathhouse, but there were still a few customers. Yi Chen noticed their strange looks when he was halfway through washing, but at this moment he seemed to no longer have the inferiority complex he had yesterday. Or maybe it's just a matter of doing it once before you get familiar with it. After the first blow, and now that his shortcomings were exposed in public for the second time, Yi Chen no longer felt inferior or humiliated. Perhaps, this is the power given to him by his brother-in-law. What's more, these are only temporary humiliations. As long as he completes the task, he can return to normal. Hiss, why do I feel like I have forgotten something? Yi Chen's eyes were filled with confusion, but he couldn't remember it for a while, so he stopped thinking about it. He turned around and faced the wall, washing his body carefully and vigorously scraping off the sludge that had accumulated over the past few days. Half an hour later, Yi Chen dressed neatly and walked out. When he passed by the bathhouse counter, he asked for some unknown reason, Boss, do you have single rooms in this bathhouse? Yes, single room 40. Boom! Yi Chen was struck by lightning, and he finally remembered what he had forgotten just now. Why didn't he think of the single room? If I had known earlier that when Zhou Feng and the others dragged me to the bathhouse yesterday, I should have chosen a single room for myself, so that my flaws would not be exposed. I didn't have to take a shower under the fiery eyes of others just now. Thinking of this, Yi Chen shook his head dejectedly and walked out of the public bathhouse. It's all because of my lack of experience. If I had been to a public bath before, I wouldn't have been like this. But he still adjusted his mood and drove to choose clothes and do his hair. He wanted to get Shui Yao's contact number with a brand new mental outlook. Then complete the mission and regain your glory. At noon, Shui Yao took Feng Mo to eat in the school cafeteria. The two of them sat at the same table. Although Feng Mo's every move while eating was casual, he looked very elegant. It feels like you are not eating Chinese fast food in a cafeteria, but a palace banquet. Many girls in the cafeteria were secretly paying attention to Feng Mo, whispering with smiles on their faces, and then burst into laughter. Some girls even secretly took photos with their mobile phones. These are the more timid ones. The bold girls have already come up to ask for the contact number. Although Feng Mo rejected all those girls. But there are always girls who think that they might be the type he likes, and maybe they are right for each other. Overall, Shui Yao had a very unhappy meal. If she had known this earlier, she would not have brought Feng Mo to the school cafeteria. It would have been better for them to eat out or order takeout. Every time a girl came to see Feng Mo, she had the urge to get angry and wanted to stop those sluts on the spot. Unfortunately, Feng Mo did not express his opinion, so she did not dare to act on her own. Just as Shui Yao was taking small bites of her rice angrily, Feng Mo's gentle voice came, "It's been a long time since I last had college life. It feels pretty good." Shui Yao looked up at Feng Mo, only to see that he had finished the food on his plate and was wiping the corners of his mouth with a tissue. "Looks pretty handsome." Well, it's normal for those girls to be unable to control their excitement. People like Feng Mo, judging from his appearance and the way he talks when you first meet him, would only make people think that he is the kind of elegant young man in ancient costume dramas, gentle as jade. She was the only one who knew that he was an arrogant, overbearing, threatening and stinky Feng Mo. Thinking of this, Shui Yao couldn't help but smile. She glanced at the other girls with disdain, and a sense of superiority arose spontaneously. "Humph, I am the only one who knows Feng Mo's real identity and true face, you only know his disguise." At this time, there was a commotion near the cafeteria entrance. Feng Mo turned his head and saw Yi Chen again. As expected, he took a shower, changed his clothes, and even had his hair done. This looks much better at first glance. The only thing that made Feng Mo laugh and cry was that Yi Chen actually dressed like him and got a set of matching suits of white shirt, black trousers, and leather shoes. "What? Are you cosplaying?" What caused the commotion were the two guys wearing brown bear doll costumes following Yi Chen. Two brown bear doll followers, one holding a rose and the other holding a bouquet of snacks, walked towards Feng Mo's table under the leadership of Yi Chen. Some people who don't know the reason are very curious. Why are there two men dressed exactly the same? Are they competing for that girl? No, that girl's name is Shui Yao, and the boy who ate with her is Shui Yang, her brother. The boy with the two bears is Yi Chen, who has been licking Shui Yao for 3 years. Now he's probably changing his method to continue licking her. Oh, I see. Thanks for the answer. Some girls felt that Yi Chen was simply asking for trouble by wearing the same clothes as Shui Yang. Don't you know that it's not scary to wear the same clothes and who will be ugly and embarrassed? Shui Yang is taller and more handsome than Yi Chen, and his temperament is very generous and decent. Comparing the two, it is obvious who is better. However, Yi Chen, the person involved, does not care about these things. With a sincere smile on his face, he walked to the table where Feng Mo and Shui Yao were sitting, and smiled at them. "Brother Yang, Yao, I just went to clean myself up, and then bought 2 bouquets of flowers, one is 99 roses, and the other is a bouquet of snacks. I heard that you were eating in the cafeteria, so I brought people here." At this point, Yi Chen took the bouquet of roses from a follower and handed it to Shui Yao with a sincere face. "Yao, this bouquet of flowers represents my apology to you. I shouldn't have said that about you in front of so many people the day before yesterday. I apologize to you." Shui Yao looked embarrassed and looked at Feng Mo for help. Feng Mo raised his hand to stop him at the right time, frowned and said, "That's enough." Yi Chen quickly put the flower back into his follower's hands and nodded repeatedly. "Brother Yang, do you have any advice?" Feng Mo's face was as gloomy as water, and he scolded without hesitation. "Yi Chen, right? Let's end this farce today. What you did was really too childish. Bringing 2 stuffed bears and holding flowers to a public place like the cafeteria, is this to make my sister unable to bear the gazes and comments of the people around her and grit her teeth to accept you?" "No, that's not what I meant." Yi Chen was shocked and waved his hands to explain that this was just his way of expressing his affection. Feng Mo sneered, "Are you thinking that you just want to be nice to Yao and express your affection for her? Brother Yang, how did you know? Yi Chen was stunned. Is his thought so easy to guess? You look so self-righteous, you must think you did nothing wrong, but you don't know how much pressure this behavior has put on my sister. If I had a good impression of you before, now I realize that I was wrong. You are not a reliable man, nor a man worthy of my sister trying to date. Feng continued to criticize Yi Chen's behavior, and his words were so sharp that Yi Chen didn't know how to explain. He scratched his head and said with some shame, Brother Yang, I know I did something wrong, but I still hope Yao Yao can give me a chance. I won't make such a stupid mistake again. Master, Yi Chen feels guilty, and the devouring progress has reached 58%. Feng sighed, Yi Chen, since your attitude is so sincere, I will let Yao Yao give you a chance. As long as you promise not to do such childish things again, Yao Yao's contact number can be passed through your friends. Shui Yao's expression changed when she heard that, and she hinted at Feng frantically with her eyes. Why do you want me to go through his friend? Is there anyone who pretends to be a brother like you? However, Feng remained indifferent. He just stared at Yi Chen, waiting for his reply. Yi Chen was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, Brother Yang, I will never do such childish things in the future. Even if I have some ideas, I will consult you in advance. I will implement them after you agree. Do you think this is okay? Master, Yi Chen is overjoyed, the devouring progress has reached 59%. Yes, sure. Feng nodded and signaled with his eyes that Shui Yao should approve Yi Chen's friend request. Shui Yao accepted Yi Chen's friend request reluctantly, and remained silent in a sullen mood. Yi Chen felt that his whole world had become beautiful, the sun was so bright and the air was so fresh. Completion of the mission is just around the corner. Master, Yi Chen is feeling euphoric, and the devouring progress has reached 60%. Seeing that the two had added each other as friends, Feng immediately ordered them to leave. You've added me as a friend, so you don't have anything else to do, right? That's all. Thank you, Brother Yang. I will apologize to Yao Yao through the communication number. Now I'm leaving first. I'll treat you to dinner next time. Yi Chen nodded and bowed to express his gratitude, then left with his two followers. Shui Yao poked Feng with a finger and asked in a low voice, Why did you ask me to add him? Wouldn't it be better to send him away? Feng rolled his eyes at her, leaned over to Shui Yao's ear and said, Stupid, if you refuse again this time, he will do something that will make you even more socially frustrated next time. If you're not afraid, just delete him. Shui Yao shuddered. That's too scary. It turns out that to deal with lickers, we have to listen to experts like you. That's good to know. The real show has just begun. He will ask you about your male god later. Do you know what to do? Feng asked. Don't worry, I know. Shui Yao gave Feng a look, indicating that it was okay. Well, if he licks you too much, you have to bear with it. For the sake of this great social experiment, some sacrifices are inevitable. I'll try my best. Chapter 21 Chapter 22 Her idol is Daniel Wu. Just as Feng said, after Yi Chen added Shui Yao's communication number, he licked her for the entire afternoon. First there were all kinds of apologies, and then there were indirect questions about Shui Yao's boyfriend. After school in the afternoon, Feng took Shui Yao to a restaurant near the school for dinner, and saw her handing him the phone with a worried look on her face. Feng look at Yi Chen. I want to delete him as a friend again. Oh? Let me see? Feng took the phone and looked at the chat history between the two. Basically, Yi Chen sent a bunch of messages, and Shui Yao just replied coldly, Oh, okay, I got it. Sometimes Shui Yao would just send an emoticon, but no one knew what it meant. And some of Yi Chen's words left Feng speechless. Yi Chen, Yao Yao, when I first met Brother Yang this morning, I felt that he was very optimistic about me. He not only pointed out my problems, but also gave me suggestions. If he can pursue you, he must be a very good brother-in-law. Shui Yao, oh. Yi Chen, what happened this afternoon once again confirmed to me that Brother Yang is very optimistic about me. I did such a childish thing, but he was still willing to give me a chance and even let you approve my friend request. Brother Yang is really a good person. Shui Yao, Yi Chen, I was prepared to be rejected by you, and then I prepared a bigger surprise for you again, but I didn't expect that you would be the one to be chosen directly. Although you have a boyfriend now, as long as you are not married, I still have a chance, and I will definitely prove that my efforts are correct. By the way, Yao Yao, what is the name of your idol? Is he from our school? Maybe I know him. Shui Yao, no comment. Feng Yamo looked very unhappy. If Yi Chen had put his heart into the real business, he would have succeeded long ago. But he is stubborn when it comes to pursuing women. Some things will be rewarded if you put in the effort, but this is not necessarily the case when pursuing girls, brother. What should I do now? Does the respected dog-licking research expert have any instructions? Shui Yao said in a sarcastic tone. That definitely requires the cooperation of the bootlickers. Feng Yamo smiled and turned the tables. Ha? A dog licker? You are. You are a good person in the eyes of dogs. Shui Yao felt a chill and quickly retorted. You are a dog attractor. You are Yi Chen's guiding light, a good man, brother-in-law. Dog licking attracts people. You. Feng Yamo coughed dryly and said seriously, okay, I won't make trouble with you anymore. What you need to do today is to keep your mouth shut. You can reveal some information about your male god to him tomorrow. Got it, you good man. Shui Yao responded in a low voice. Then let's eat the food. Feng Yamo pointed at the dishes on the table and the two began to eat. The next day was the weekend, and Shui Yao stayed in the dormitory, chatting with Yi Chen according to Feng Mo's previous instructions. Yi Chen, Yao, how tall is your boyfriend? Do you have the cutest height difference? Yao, you are 168 centimeters tall, so if you want a height difference, he has to be over 190 centimeters tall. Shui Yao, he is 191. Yi Chen was also in dormitory 301 at this time. He and Chen Bin were squeezed on the same upper bunk, chatting with Shui Yao and showing off at the same time. Two grown men squeezed into a small bunk, wrapped in a quilt together, looking a bit gay. The third child in the dormitory is called Lin Feng, and he is still sitting at the table playing games. Others either went home or went out to work part-time. When seeing Shui Yao finally gave some information about her male idol, Yi Chen shook his legs with joy. Fuck, boss, did you see that? Shui Yao told me. Her boyfriend is 191 centimeters tall. Oh, her idol is 20 centimeters taller than you. Chen Bin replied casually while looking at the novel. Phew. The familiar feeling of an arrow piercing my heart appeared again. Yi Chen's face froze, and he ignored Chen Bin and continued typing and chatting with Shui Yao. Yi Chen, wow, he is so tall. Yao, do you feel pressured when walking with him? Shui Yao, no, we often go shopping together, and I like being with him. Yi Chen, then you guys often go shopping together, which means you live very close to each other. Is he also from Luzhou? Shui Yao, yes. Yi Chen excitedly pushed Chen Bin twice. Boss, look, I got the guy's information again. He is also from Luzhou. Oh, I see. Luzhou is good. He is close to the water and gets the moon first. He should date Shui Yao often. Chen Bin continued to casually poke his heart. Phew. It was obvious that Yi Chen was closer, but he still hadn't gotten the moon after 3 years. Now another guy has gotten there first, damn. Yi Chen continued to chat with Shui Yao and inquire about the news. Because Chen Bin always hurt his heart, he simply stopped communicating with Chen Bin. Every time he got new information, he would either vent his joy by pounding the bed or rocking around on it, making the iron bed creak. Chen Bin was speechless. Is it worth being happy to know the information about your love rival? Can you be more mature? Yi Chen, stop shaking. I can't even read my novel because of your noise. Okay boss, I'm almost going to find out the name of her boyfriend. Yi Chen responded and continued chatting. Chen Bin was speechless. Even Phobler is not as dedicated as you. After about 10 minutes, Yi Chen let out an excited howl. I finally got the name, her idol is called Daniel Wu. 22 years old, 191 centimeters tall, 90 kilograms, from Luzhou, studying at Shanghai Film Academy. Woohoo, that's enough information now. Yi Chen couldn't help but tremble on the upper bunk, shaking Chen Bin's shoulders continuously. Stop shaking, I'm almost dizzy from you shaking me. Chen Bin glared at Yi Chen, then said, but the name of her male god sounds like a handsome guy. Yi Chen didn't care about Chen Bin's hurt feelings this time, and continued to express his excitement with body language, rocking back and forth on the bed. He felt he was getting closer to completing his mission. Boss, I'll treat you to hot pot, and you shake with me. Are you serious? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Just tell me whether you will shake it or not. If I don't go to hell, who will? Shake. The two grown men began to rock and roll on the upper bunk, causing the iron bed to creak. Lin Feng, who was playing games below, was annoyed by the noise. He took off his headphones and looked at the two people on the upper bunk with an unhappy look on his face. Damn, you two are such idiots. If someone didn't know, they would think you were doing something stupid in bed. It's so noisy. Yi Chen stretched his neck back and forth, occasionally performing some Jiangzhou dance neck movements. Third brother, let me treat you to hot pot and dance with us. What hot pot? Beef hot pot, set meal for 6 people. Lin Feng threw away his headphones, stood up, waved his hands and swung his hips, and howled, damn it, Radisson, my jets, let's have some fun, okay? Good. Woohoo woohoo woohoo, X3. Crunch, crunch. Woohoo woohoo woohoo, X3. Crunch bang. Fuck, the bed. Chapter 22 Chapter 23 Yao Yao agreed to eat hot pot with me. At this time, Feng Yamo was resting in the top presidential suite of the Julong Hotel on the East 2nd Ring Road of Luzhou City. The main reason for staying here is that this hotel is owned by Feng Mo's mother, and it is comfortable in all aspects. You don't have to worry about dirty quilts or possible cameras, and you can eat the food with peace of mind. Even if the hotel had various problems before, they would do their best to serve him when they knew he was coming to stay. At this time, the curtains in the room were drawn tightly, the lights were not on, and it was dark. Master, Yi Chen is in ecstasy, the devouring progress has reached 65%. Sakura's soft voice was heard in the quilt, followed by a gurgling sound. Feng Yamo hummed, not paying too much attention to Yi Chen's current situation. He only muttered to himself in his heart. Sakura has a good understanding and learns very quickly. Half an hour later, Feng Yamo let Xiao Ying return to his mind, and got up and washed up refreshed. After getting dressed, he called Shui Yao. Judging from Yi Chen's ecstasy, Shui Yao should have revealed some information about the male god to him. As soon as the call was connected, Shui Yao answered it immediately. Feng Yamo, why did you just wake up? Yi Chen said he wanted to treat us to hot pot. Eat hot pot? Feng Yamo raised his eyebrows, and a plan tailored to Yi Chen's mentality immediately emerged. You can have hot pot, but you get to choose the place. Shui Yao was stunned. Let me choose? Are we really going to eat hot pot with him? Of course, tell Yi Chen that you want to eat hot pot at the Chinese restaurant of Julong Hotel tonight. Feng Mo's tone was unquestionable. Oh, I see. Then you have to accompany me at night. I don't want to be alone with him. Shui Yao responded and suggested. No problem, I'll accompany you at night. Feng Yamo smiled slightly. Of course he had to be present at night, so that he could repeatedly stimulate Yi Chen's mentality. After ending the call with Shui Yao, Feng Yamo called Hua Ping, the general manager of Julong Hotel, into the room. The other party arrived very quickly, in less than 5 minutes. Hello, Master Feng. Looking at the somewhat reserved middle-aged man in front of him, Feng Yamo smiled and said, Manager Hua, you don't have to be so nervous. I called you here because I want you to vacate the Chinese restaurant tonight and temporarily stop opening to the public. Hua Ping pulled out a notebook from his jacket pocket, wrote it down quickly, and then asked respectfully, Mr. Feng, I've written it down. Do you have any other instructions? I will conduct a social experiment in a Chinese restaurant tonight. At that time, the actors in the Chinese restaurant will have some pre-arranged conflicts. You just need to tell the employees not to get close. Okay, Master Feng, I'll remember that. Well, go ahead and get busy. Yes. Hua Ping nodded and bowed, then left the room and closed the door gently. Seeing him leave, Feng Yamo called Li Jun and instructed. Uncle Li, please help me find a few teachers with good acting skills at the Drama Academy in Luzhou, and also find a group of extras. I will continue my social experiment at the Chinese restaurant of Julong Hotel tonight, and I need to perform a play. Okay, Master. What are the specific arrangements? I haven't figured out the specific details yet, but as for the general process, this is it for now. Luda Men's Dormitory, Room 301. Yi Chen and others asked the dormitory manager for a new bedboard and replaced Chen Bin's broken bed. Thanks to Chen Bin's good relationship with the dormitory manager, this incident was not reported and criticized. Yi Chen lay back on his bed, and with the idea of giving it a try, he invited Shui Yao to eat hot pot together. If successful, he will invite Chen Bin and Lin Feng next time. Shui Yao's reply made him overjoyed. Then let's eat at the Chinese restaurant of Julong Hotel at 6 o'clock in the evening. I want to bring my brother with me. Fuck. Boss, third brother, Shui Yao agreed to eat hot pot with me. I can only treat you next time. Yi Chen suddenly sat up from the bed and said excitedly. Lin Feng immediately complained, "You little idiot, you forget your friends when you see a beautiful woman." Chen Bin looked even more resentful. "I shook the bed down just to eat hot pot, and you're telling me this? Oh, please be considerate. This is the first time in 3 years that the goddess has agreed to have dinner with me. This is a good sign." Yi Chen smiled awkwardly and promised, "Next time for sure." Tisk, X2. Chen Bin and Lin Feng complained for a while and then said no more. Seeing this, Yi Chen began to search for the per capita consumption of the Chinese restaurant in Julong Hotel on his mobile phone. Yi Chen heaved a sigh of relief when he realized that without ordering any drinks, a meal for 3 people would cost at most 3 to 4,000 yuan. He borrowed 5,000 yuan from Penguin Finance, so he could afford the meal. If Shui Yang hadn't come to eat, his dog-licking money could have been used to pay the bill. The dog-licking money can be spent on goddesses or to improve himself, but it cannot be spent on other people. But once there is a chance, there will be a second. This time Shui Yao asked her brother to accompany her, but next time maybe the 2 of them could dine alone. What's more, the 3 of them are having dinner together this time, and they can also ask about Daniel Wu's news during the meal. The deadline for the task is tomorrow at noon, and Yi Chen doesn't want to really become eunuch Yi. With anticipation, Yi Chen tossed and turned on his bed in the dormitory and waited until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Feeling that it was about time, he got up, dressed, looked in the mirror and found nothing wrong with himself, then drove to Julong Hotel. Just after leaving Luda, Yi Chen sent a message to Shui Yao, telling her that he had already set off. After receiving Shui Yao's reply, he happily put down his phone and concentrated on driving. Julong Hotel, in the presidential suite. Feng Yamo and Shui Yao sat opposite each other across a coffee table. "Shui Yao, you just need to be a tool tonight and eat well. I will prepare the rest." Feng Yamo picked up the teacup, took a sip, and said with a faint smile, "That's the best. Don't ask me to accept Yi Chen's actions again." Shui Yao said with a pout. "Don't worry, you just need to watch the show tonight. I estimate that at this rate, Yi Chen won't bother you again in a few days." After Shui Yao agreed to eat hot pot with Yi Chen this afternoon, the devouring progress increased by another 5%, reaching 70%. Now there is only 30% left. I just need to repeatedly pull Yi Chen's emotions tonight, and then wait until Yi Chen fails the mission tomorrow, and the devouring progress should be full. Shui Yao was a little curious and asked with blinking eyes, "What have you planned tonight? Will Yi Chen really not continue to harass me in the next few days?" Originally, she was very opposed to tonight's dinner, but now that Feng Yamo said this, she really wanted to know what he had arranged. Can tonight's arrangement also put a damper on Yi Chen's persistent thoughts? Because I am a professional in dealing with liquors. Feng Yamo smiled, without explanation, stood up, stretched and said, let's go to the Chinese restaurant first. Yi Chen should be here soon." "All right." Chapter 23 Chapter 24 The Restless Yi Chen. At this time, the Chinese restaurant was already full of customers and it was very lively. Only a table in the corner was empty. In fact, everyone present, whether men, women, the elderly, or waiters standing by in the Chinese restaurant, were actors arranged in advance by Li Jun. Feng Yamo only told Li Jun in advance the general direction of events tonight, and let Li Jun arrange the specific content by himself, or find a professional to put together a small script and rehearse it by himself. The actors present included teachers from professional colleges, students, and extras. Since noon today, the actors have gone through repeated rehearsals to ensure that no unexpected situations will occur tonight. Feng Yamo took Shui Yao to the only empty table and sat down. I glanced at my watch. It was now 5:33 p.m. Yi Chen should be here soon. A few minutes later, Shui Yao received a message from Yi Chen. She handed the phone to Feng Yamo. "Hey, Yi Chen sent a message." Feng Yamo glanced at it. "Yi Chen, Yao, I'm at the Julong Hotel. Are you and brother Yang here?" Feng Yamo then typed a reply, "We are already in the Chinese restaurant, please come up." Yi Chen, "Okay, I'll be right there." After the brief conversation, Feng Yamo returned the phone to Shui Yao. "Yi Chen will be here soon, remember not to call the wrong name, I am your brother, Shui Yang." I know, brother. That's enough." Shui Yao was a little depressed. Feng Yamo is so long-winded. He always emphasizes the same thing over and over again. It's so annoying. Soon, Yi Chen, with a smile on his face, walked into the Chinese restaurant. After a quick glance, he spotted Feng Yamo and Shui Yao, and hurriedly walked towards them. After sitting down, Yi Chen said apologetically, Brother Yang, Yao Yao, I'm late, I'm so sorry. Shui Yao remained silent. Feng Yamo smiled and said, it's okay. My sister said we were scheduled for 6 p.m. You're not late. We just arrived a few minutes early. Yichen shook his head and said generously, no, as the host, I came later than the guests, so I am late. Brother Yang, you guys can order whatever you want tonight. Don't worry about my wallet. I don't feel comfortable doing this. Feng Yamo waved his hands, pretending to refuse. Yi Chen did not give him a chance to refuse, and waved to the waiter beside him, waiter, order this way. Okay, sir, here is our menu. The waiter handed the menu to Yi Chen with a professional smile on his face. Why are you handing it to me? Pass it to this gentleman and lady. Yi Chen said unhappily, spread out the menu that was large enough for 2 people to look at, and handed it to Feng Yamo and Shui Yao. Since you are so polite, Yi Chen, I won't be polite with you. Feng Yamo smiled and nodded, picked up the pen handed by the waiter and prepared to order. Shui Yao curled her lips slightly, thinking that Yi Chen was a mean man who had achieved success and was rude to others. In this comparison, although Feng Yamo is arrogant and unreasonable, he always has the proper manners, which really shows who is better. Yi Chen did not notice Shui Yao's disdain, but subconsciously glanced at the menu. This glance immediately made his heart beat like a drum. Oh shit! A plate of marbled Wagyu beef for 5,899? A beef waffle platter costs 3,298? $9.98 for a plate of organic vegetables? Is this what they eat beef? This is my hard-earned money that I can't afford to pay back. Is this a vegetable? This is my bleeding heart. Shui Yang was there, but his dog money was not enough to pay the bill. He only had 5,000 yuan on hand, and couldn't even afford a plate of snowflake Wagyu. This is fucked up. Isn't the average per capita consumption around 1,000 yuan from the data I checked online? Why is it different when I get there? This black-hearted hotel. Master, Yi Chen is dumbfounded and at a loss, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 71%. Feng Yamo smiled secretly, he must be dumbfounded. According to his request, the menu of the Chinese restaurant has been customized and the prices have increased 10 to 20 times, with the purpose of playing Yi Chen. Shui Yao was also shocked when she saw the prices on the menu. She had eaten here before and the prices were not that expensive. It seems that Feng Yamo had tampered with it. Feng Yamo looked at the menu and said to Yi Chen while ordering food, Yi Chen, I see that you don't look right, are you feeling unwell? Yi Chen smiled awkwardly, scratched his head and said, Brother Yang, I like quietness. I usually like to eat in a private room when I go out to eat. I will feel noisy and uncomfortable in places with too many people. How about, let's go to another place? Although he felt that this place was too expensive, Yi Chen was too embarrassed to say it directly. After all, the 2 brothers and sisters of the Shui family in front of her were obviously from a wealthy family, and Shui Yao was also the goddess she had been licking for 3 years. Now that I have finally come out, I can't lose face no matter what. It would be best if you could leave in another way. Feng Yamo showed a look of understanding, nodded and said, so that's how it is, then let's drink some wine. Alcohol can make people's mental state relaxed, just like Shui Yao. You can see that she usually looks like she doesn't want anyone to approach her, but she becomes lively after drinking. When Yi Chen heard this, he couldn't help but imagine Shui Yao's blushing and coquettish look after drinking, and his heart was moved. Feng Yamo didn't wait for Yi Chen to respond, and said to the waiter beside him, hello, please help me get a bottle of 2005 Lafite. The waiter nodded, yes sir, do you need a decanter? Yes, please. The waiter took out the intercom and talked for a while before Yi Chen reacted. He ordered a red wine all of a sudden? Or a Lafite? A plate of beef here costs more than 5,000 yuan. How much does a glass of red wine cost? He quickly said, Brother Yang, why don't you just forget it? I'm not very good at drinking, and I have to drive soon. Feng Yamo looked at him in a serious manner and said, hey, you're already out for dinner and you're still thinking about driving. If I don't let you call a designated driver today, you'd be the god of wine. Let me tell you, even though this 2005 Lafite is only over 20,000 yuan, it tastes really good. It is a very strong wine with a long aftertaste, dense and compact, elegant and delicate. The taste is pure after entering the mouth, without any impurities from beginning to end, and then it becomes rich and round, with some round characteristics. Trust me, you will be full of praise after drinking it. Yi Chen's face turned green. He only remembered that this bottle of wine cost more than 20,000 yuan. Brother, if you didn't join us for this meal, I could afford to pay the bill. Now that you've done this, even if I sell my kidney, I won't be able to pay you back. Yi Chen felt a little uneasy. Wouldn't this meal cost at least 100,000 yuan? Master, Yi Chen is like sitting on a fire, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 72%. Feng Yamo introduced himself. Besides, the food in this hotel tastes very good, I eat here often. The beef is all top quality Ashu Wagyu. This Wagyu is also very particular. It is the 4th generation Wagyu born from the breeding of the 3rd generation Wagyu code named F3 and the Sakura Wagyu. The marbling distribution can reach the M9 plus level, and both the meat quality and texture are the best among Wagyu beef. Although what you said sounds awesome, I can't afford it. I'm afraid I'll be arrested if I eat a free meal. Yi Chen had a smile on his face, but he was thinking about how to escape. Brother Yang, I suddenly remembered. Yi Chen was halfway through his words. The waiter came over with the red wine and the decanter. Sir, this is the 2005 Lafite you ordered. Feng Yamo nodded, opened the cork of the red wine quickly and poured some of it into the decanter. Yi Chen. It's over now, the wine is open. Chapter 24. Chapter 25. Yi Chen is about to collapse. Master, Yi Chen is falling into an icy cave, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 73%. Feng Yamo was very satisfied with the current progress of the swallowing. He poured 3 glasses of red wine and raised his glass first, saying, "Today is our first dinner together. Eat and drink well." Yi Chen couldn't even fake a smile now. He picked up the cup with a sad face and echoed, "Eat well and drink well." Shui Yao secretly suppressed her laughter. Feng Mo's arrangement for tonight was really interesting. Yi Chen's constantly changing expressions almost made her laugh to death. Feng Yamo then ordered some more dishes, and the waiter quickly brought them all. So Feng Yamo asked Shui Yao to put the meat into the hot pot, and the two of them enjoyed the meal very much. Yi Chen's mind was full of thoughts about what to do next. Should he run away to avoid paying the bill, or borrow money from Shui Yao to pay for it first? The food on the table seemed tasteless to him. But since he was already here, in order to complete the task, Yi Chen continued to inquire about Daniel Wu's news. Feng Yamo pretended not to hear, giving the conversation space to Yi Chen and Shui Yao, and ate his dinner on his own. Yao Yao, is Daniel Wu also from a big family? No. Do you have any photos of Daniel Wu? I want to see if he's handsome. No. After some communication, nothing was achieved and Yi Chen was a little disappointed. He couldn't afford today's meal, and he didn't get the information he wanted to find out. Big loss. At this time, a man with a big belly, wearing gold and silver jewelry, holding an unlit cigar in his mouth, came to the Chinese restaurant. Next to him was a gorgeous woman wearing a pink miniskirt and big wavy hair. Seeing that the restaurant was full, the woman said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, brother Tiger, I just want to have dinner with you. I don't want to be crowded with people. The air is too turbid." Brother Hu immediately got excited. He walked into the restaurant and cursed, "Why are there so many people? It's so noisy. Waiter, do you have a microphone or something? Give me one." The waiter handed over the microphone without saying a word, and Brother Hu took it and said with a smile, "Good evening, everyone. My name is Zhang Hu. Today is my wife's birthday, and we want to celebrate it in this Chinese restaurant. If you are willing to give me some face, I will cover all the expenses here, and each person will be charged 10,000 yuan for moving to another seat." There was a noisy discussion in the Chinese restaurant, and some customers who had almost finished their meal stood up. "Boss, you're so generous. Should I pay for the relocation fee by bank transfer or in cash?" "Boss, there are 5 of us at this table." Yi Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He was still worrying about how to pay the bill. Now a local tycoon has come to pay for everything. It really is a blessing in disguise. Master, Yi Chen is overjoyed, devouring progress plus 2%, current devouring progress 75%. Feng Yamo smiled secretly, but on the surface he frowned and glanced at Zhang Hu, but said nothing. When Yi Chen saw Feng Mo's expression, his heart skipped a beat. Damn it, could it be that his brother-in-law was unwilling to move to another place to eat? Yes, he was very knowledgeable when introducing the dishes here just now, which shows that he eats here often and likes the food very much. At this moment, there was a sudden sound of slapping the table. Bang! Yi Chen turned his head and saw a big man with tattoos on his arms standing up at the next table with an angry look on his face. Then he pointed at Zhang Hu and yelled a vulgar curse, "You fat cat, stop showing off. I, Zhang Dalong, have been annoyed with you for a long time. You are celebrating a woman's birthday and coming to a Chinese restaurant to celebrate NMLGB's birthday. Get out now. Yi Chen secretly exclaimed, oh no. Has he met an enemy? Damn, is it so difficult for a rich boss to treat me to a meal? But don't let this guy with tattoos ruin your relationship. Master, Yi Chen is uneasy, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 76%. Zhang Hu immediately got angry, pointed at Zhang Dalong and retaliated without mercy. What's the matter? Didn't he just sleep with your wife? A man should be obsessed with such a small grudge? As soon as these words were spoken, there was a burst of laughter in the audience. Zhang Dalong's face instantly turned red, his eyes widened with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, I will remember this grudge. You fat cat better keep a close eye on your woman. One day I will test her. When Yi Chen heard this, he knew that the tycoon's wish to clear the area was probably dashed. There was actually an enemy whose wife he had slept with present. Master, Yi Chen is disappointed, the devouring progress plus 1%, reaching 77%. Shui Yao was confused and sent a message to Feng Yamo on her phone, is this also a plot you arranged? Feng Yamo forced himself to swallow the red wine in his mouth, wiped his mouth with a wet towel, and typed a reply, I only asked for a general description of what happened, but did not arrange the specific content. Shui Yao, I thought you had such a bad taste. Feng Mo's face darkened. Who knew Li Jun's arrangements were so fancy? However, the effect was quite good. Yi Chen's emotions were stimulated and his swallowing progress increased rapidly. Next, the Chinese restaurant turned into a scene of quarrel between Zhang Hu and Zhang Dalong. Zhang Hu, your wife is awesome, I love her. Zhang Dalong, you gave birth to a son without an eye, you bastard. Zhang Hu, your wife is awesome, very caring and loving. Zhang Dalong, you son of a bitch, if I don't kill you today, I won't believe in Zhang. Zhang Hu, no problem, I'm here to celebrate my woman's birthday, come and fuck me if you're brave enough. Zhang Dalong, just wait, I'm going to call for help, don't run away if you dare. After a quarrel, Zhang Dalong left the Chinese restaurant. This time no one stopped Zhang Hu. When other customers heard that Zhang Dalong was going to call people to cause trouble, they immediately lost their mood to eat and got up and left one by one. Soon, Feng Mo's table was the only one left in the Chinese restaurant. Yi Chen immediately became energetic, and the hope that the local tyrant would help pay the bill appeared again. He said to Feng Yamo with a serious expression, Brother Yang, it seems quite dangerous here, how about we leave first? Master, Yi Chen is feeling joy at having regained what he had lost. Devouring progress plus 2, current devouring progress 79%. Feng Yamo shook his head lightly and said, don't worry, my Shui family is a local tyrant in Luzhou. Not just any cat or dog can come and jump around. Let's eat and drink tonight. I'll solve the problem. Yi Chen? Yi Chen. He was now in tears and just wanted to shout, Brother Yang, let's go quickly, I can't afford to pay. Feng Yamo ignored him and looked at Zhang Hu, who was looking smug, and shouted, Zhang Hu, are you here to embarrass yourself again? Zhang Hu's face froze, he turned around and glanced at Feng Yamo, with a flattering smile on his face, it turns out to be Master Shui Yang, what a coincidence, why are you here too? Zhang Hu pulled the gorgeous woman beside him and whispered, say hello to Master Shui quickly, this is the eldest young master of our Luzhou Shui family. Although the voice was deliberately lowered, the volume was quite loud, and even Yi Chen who was standing next to him could hear it. It's over. It looks like Shui Yang can make Zhang Hu go away with just one word. If Shui Yang refused to leave, Zhang Hu probably would be helpless. Master, Yi Chen lost again and again, feeling depressed, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 80%. The woman in the pink miniskirt lifted the big waves on her forehead, bowed to Feng Yamo immediately, and greeted him in a sweet voice, hello, Mr. Shui. The sound of the motorcycle gave Feng Yamo goosebumps. He waved his hand and said, alright, I don't care about your birthday, but my friend is treating us to dinner today, so I can't let you disturb us. Zhang Hu heard this and asked cautiously, Master Shui, I haven't had time to thank you for your help before, so why don't I treat you to a meal today? Is that okay with you? Yi Chen's originally dim eyes suddenly lit up. This Zhang Hu really knows how to behave. No wonder he is doing so well in life. Not bad. He. Master, Yi Chen is very surprised, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 81%. Feng Yamo curled his lips, waved his hand, and rebuked. Zhang Hu, you've been doing business for so long, but you're still so impulsive. My friend treated me to a meal out of kindness. Who do you think he is? You just want to pay for him casually. Does he look like someone who can't pay the bill? Does he look like someone who needs your help to pay the bill? Ha! Yi Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Brother-in-law, I really can't afford this money. I really need Boss Zhang to pay the bill. But he couldn't say it directly because he hadn't yet found out all the information about Daniel Wu. If Shui Yao deleted him as a friend again because of this incident, he would really become the five good father-in-law of the new century. Master, Yi Chen wants to cry but has no tears. Devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 82%. Chapter 25 Chapter 26 A mature system should help the owner solve problems. According to the current progress, after 12 noon tomorrow, the dog-licking system will be swallowed by Sakura. Feng Yamo was very satisfied with this. Zhang Hu, who was standing by, shuddered after being scolded by Feng Yamo, and quickly said, I'm sorry, Master Shui, it was me who was abrupt and shouldn't have acted on my own initiative. Feng Mo's expression eased a little. Well, tell Zhang Dalong that I'm having dinner here with my friends tonight and don't disturb my mood. As for your lover's birthday, you can celebrate it as you wish. Okay. Zhang Hu nodded repeatedly, then took the beautiful woman's hand and walked out, saying with a smile, Mr. Shui, I suddenly remembered that I have also booked a place in another hotel. It will be the same if I celebrate my lover's birthday there. I won't disturb your dinner. I will warn Zhang Dalong, I'm sure he will not be ungrateful. Yi Chen watched Zhang Hu and his woman disappear before his eyes, tears of regret flowing in his heart. What is this? A local tycoon came, but was scared away by my brother-in-law. He wanted to slap himself a few times. Why did he take on the responsibility of treating everyone without even looking at the menu? Perhaps, this is the price of being pretentious. After that, apart from the sound of the waiter clearing the table, no one came to disturb the three people's dinner. Feng Yamo and Shui Yao enjoyed the meal very much. Yi Chen's face was heavy, he didn't know what to do next. He is now in a dilemma. If I just leave now or lose face and let Shui Yang pay for it? This may very likely displease this brother-in-law. By then, Shui Yao could openly delete him as a friend. But if it really comes to the last step, he still can't pay the money and will be exposed. The only solution now is to talk to the hotel and see if I can buy on credit or use other things as collateral first. Thinking of this, Yi Chen stood up and said, Brother Yang, you guys eat first, I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, slow down. Feng Yamo smiled and waved his hand to signal Yi Chen to go and come back quickly. Yi Chen nodded and walked out quickly. He happened to meet the waiter who had just handed him the menu in the corridor. Sir, do you want to pay the bill? The waiter asked. Yi Chen's face froze, and he said with a guilty conscience, Where is your manager? I have something to talk to him about. Sir, what's the matter specifically? I can't disturb the manager without a proper reason. He has a very bad temper. The waiter said in a businesslike manner. Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat. It would be even worse if the hotel manager was someone who was difficult to talk to. At this time, footsteps were heard in the corridor. A man wearing a hotel suit with a work badge on his chest came over, patted the waiter on the shoulder and said, Shaoli, a Mr. Jiang just paid the bill for a guest in the Chinese restaurant. Remember to tell the guest later. Okay, manager, the waiter responded. In Yi Chen's opinion, this sentence is no less than the sound of nature. The surname is Jiang? Jiang Dalong. Wow, that Zhang Dalong is really good at dealing with things. He is simply his savior. In Chinese restaurants. Master, Yi Chen is ecstatic, devouring progress plus 3%, current devouring progress 85%. Feng Yamo took a sip of red wine and smiled. Everything is under control. Up to now, this drama in the Chinese restaurant aimed at Yi Chen's emotional mobilization has come to an end. Although Feng Mo also thought about whether he should let Yi Chen be unable to pay the bill and let him stay in Julong Hotel to work and pay off the debt. But that wouldn't be interesting. Anyway, after 12 o'clock tomorrow, Yi Chen will suffer another blow of mission failure, and emotional fluctuations can make the devouring progress reach 100%. By then, the dog-licking system will be swallowed up, and Yi Chen will lose his usefulness. In general, you can, but you don't have to. After a while, Yi Chen returned to the Chinese restaurant with a relaxed look. He was relieved to learn that someone had paid the bill. The three of them ate for a while, and then Feng Yamo took Shui Yao and Yi Chen to say goodbye. Although Yi Chen didn't gain much, he received too much stimulation tonight. He needs to have a good rest and relax. After returning to the dormitory, Yi-Chen silently asked the system in his heart. System, does it mean that no matter whether you complete or fail this task, you have to wait until the task deadline is reached? This system is dedicated to creating a super liquor. Please work hard to complete the task. Fucking idiot. He did not get a specific reply from the system, but Yi-Chen thought he already knew Shuiyao's idol quite well. He knew her name, age, height, weight, and what school she went to. Judging by the difficulty of the first mission, this information should be enough to complete the mission. However, the system has not yet determined that the task is completed. Either he is not yet qualified to complete the task, or it will be completed automatically tomorrow when the task deadline expires. Yi-Chen didn't dare to gamble, so he planned to ask Shuiyao again tomorrow. Every bit of information you can get out is helpful. After Feng Yamo sent someone to send Shuiyao home, he returned to the presidential suite of the Julong Hotel. With a thought, countless light particles condensed again and transformed into Sakura wearing a pink waist-hugging nightgown. Master, you were great today. You helped me to improve my swallowing progress a lot. Sakura will use the new method I learned to reward you. Xiaoying suddenly pressed close to Feng Yamo, and there was almost no gap between the two of them. Although he had already felt Xiaoying's enthusiasm, Feng Yamo still felt his hormones automatically starting to secrete when she showed this attitude. As the body reacts instinctively, the heartbeat speeds up slightly and the breathing becomes slightly faster. Xiaoying, don't think about these things all day long. You need to make a mature system, okay? Xiaoying stretched out her warm and tender arms to hook Feng Mo's neck, licked his red lips with her pink tongue, and whispered in Feng Mo's ear, Master, Xiaoying is of course a mature system. As a mature system, you must learn to solve problems for your master every day. Feng Yamo? Solve problems? Learned new vocabulary again. Besides, I can make any stockings you like, master. I have everything the master likes. Don't you want to try? As Sakura spoke, light particles condensed and changed on her legs, and white over the knee socks appeared on her left leg, and black over the knee socks appeared on her right leg. Coupled with her eyes that are enough to make any man fall for her, the feeling of being half angel and half devil instantly comes. What else can Feng Yamo say about this? Of course. Chapter 26 Chapter 27 Mother's Phone Call. The next morning, Feng Yamo slowly woke up. Found Sakura messing around. Feng Yamo sighed helplessly, Xiaoying, if you keep playing like this, I will be swallowed by you before you swallow 99 systems. Sakura blinked and said, then master, after I devour the dog-licking system, I will try to search for a system that can strengthen your physique, and then devour it. This way you can get a physical bonus and don't have to worry about your body being drained. Feng Yamo, well, it doesn't seem impossible. Ding-ling-ling. A cell phone rang. Feng Yamo picked up the phone and found it was his mother Jean Hui calling. He integrated the memories of his previous life and was able to easily accept his family in this life. Feng Yamo made a silent gesture to Xiaoying, and after answering the phone, he smiled as he remembered and said, Mother, are you going to introduce me to another girl? Jean Hui's tone was somewhat joyful. Son, I'm not urging you to go on a blind date this time. Do you still remember Aunt Han? And her daughter Han Yueying? Auntie Han? Han Yueying? Memories of childhood suddenly emerged in Feng Mo's mind. My impression of Aunt Han is that she is very gentle. This is the only impression I have from my childhood. As for Han Yueying, is she the little girl who was often bullied by him and whose lollipops and toys were snatched away from her? He seems to be an introverted crybaby. Yeah, what's wrong, Mom? I remember they all went abroad later. You are so excited, did they come back? Feng Yamo had a bad feeling. He had already guessed his mother's purpose. Ever since Feng Yamo became an adult, Jean Hui has been introducing girls to him constantly, with the aim of having a grandson sooner so that the Feng family will have someone to carry on their legacy. After all, a large family like the Feng family, although there is no throne to inherit, is somewhat similar in nature. He still values his heir very much, so he will naturally urge Feng Yamo to have a baby as soon as possible. Especially the mother Jean Hui, who wished Feng Yamo could have more children. But the previous Feng Yamo loved to play and have fun. I just felt that I was only 20 years old, and getting married so early would be a waste of my youth, so naturally I never took blind dates seriously. Jean Hui didn't care and just thought that her son didn't like her. He still never tires of arranging for Feng Yamo various beautiful, wealthy and prominent women with good looks and family backgrounds. This call now is most likely from someone asking him to go on a blind date under the pretext of making friends. Jean Huey's next words indeed verified Feng Mo's guess. Yes, they came back in 3 days. Your Aunt Han took her daughter abroad to work hard, and now their business is bigger and stronger. Although it is not as good as ours, it is also a world-renowned large enterprise, and it has many private mines of its own, such as diamond mines, gold mines, and even oil mines. Recently she wanted to return to China for development, so she naturally found me, her old sister. I plan to arrange a welcoming dinner for her, so remember to come back. Yue Ying is a beautiful young lady. You two haven't seen each other for so many years, so you should get to know each other better. If you are attracted to each other, I will go to their house to give the betrothal gifts and settle the matter. Oh, he. Speaking of engagement, Jean Hui laughed with great anticipation. Feng Yamo curled his lips. No matter how pretty Han Yueying was, could she be as pretty as Xiao Ying? Is Sakura YYDs with many fancy moves okay? However, Feng Yamo still agreed to it. Anyway, the dog-licking system was about to devour him, and he had nothing to do. He might as well go back to Kyoto to see his family in this life. Okay, I'll go home when I finish what I'm doing. Yeah, by the way, I heard from Li Jun that you have been doing some social experiments recently. You didn't play with any weird things, right? Jean Hui was very satisfied, and then changed the subject and asked about Feng Mo's recent situation. Feng Yamo smiled helplessly. Mom, don't worry, I am doing this social experiment for a purpose, not for fun. That's good. Be careful when you go out and don't bully others. Of course, if someone bullies you, just tell Mom and I'll buy his company to help you vent your anger, got it? Jean Hui reminded him habitually. I know. Feng Yamo had no other words to say except to agree. My parents passed away early in my previous life, and I didn't expect that I could feel the love of family again in this life. Feng Yamo felt pretty good. It was good to have someone care about him. Okay, I won't say any more, so you don't have to think I'm nagging you. The dinner is tentatively scheduled for 3 days later, so just remember to come back early. Jean Hui once again emphasized the importance of the dinner. Okay, I'll go back early. Feng Yamo nodded in agreement, and the two ended the call. As soon as he put down his phone, Xiao Ying rushed over, lying on Feng Mo's chest and said with a smile, Master, are you going home for a blind date? Feng Yamo nodded. Yeah, I'm going on another blind date. Then Master, if you have a blind date that you like, I can become her and imitate her personality. Sakura stuck out her pink tongue and licked her lips. At that time, the Master can feel the other party's passion in advance. If there are other women who want Xiao Ying to become, there is no problem. Let the Master be the bridegroom every night, hee. Feng Yamo patted Xiao Ying's resilient butt and said unhappily, can you please focus on serious matters? You think about these things every day. Do you really think your master has titanium alloy kidneys? Although what Sakura said seemed very interesting, it would probably be a different experience to experience it. But the prerequisite is to have a strong body to support it. Your body is your capital. The system didn't hunt many people, but was drained dry by Sakura. Became a system hunter who died young. Xiao Ying put away her smile and said seriously, then I won't say anything. I will discuss these topics with the master after I find a system to enhance the master's physique. Feng Yamo nodded. Well, not bad, Xiao Ying, you were still very obedient. Before Feng Yamo could finish his words, Xiao Ying's serious expression turned into charm again, like a flexible Medusa wrapping around him. Sealed ink, Sigma Chuan. Chapter 27 Chapter 28 Yi Chen's mission failed. Luzhou University, Room 301, Male Dormitory Building. Yi Chen sat up from the bed in panic, gasped for a few times, and then breathed a sigh of relief. He just dreamed that he had failed in his second mission, and his capital, which had already been severely damaged, was directly eroded. Only 2 oval-shaped peaks remained on the lonely plain, and the nightmarish scene was still vivid in my mind. I looked at the time and it was only 8 o'clock in the morning. Today is Sunday. Chen Bin is still reading a novel on the upper bunk, and Lin Feng is still playing games. But Yi Chen couldn't be as relaxed as them. There were still 4 hours left before the deadline for the second task. I wonder if the information he has collected so far can complete the task. After thinking it over, Yi Chen picked up his phone and started sending messages to Shui Yao. Yao, what does your boyfriend like to eat? Next time you two go on a date, I can help you order takeout. After having dinner at Julong Hotel last night, Shui Yao returned to the Shui family manor. This time Feng Yamo came to Luzhou to conduct the social experiment, and accidentally let Shui Yao see through her parents showing off in that actual situation at home. This made her feel somewhat grateful to Feng Yamo, and Feng Yamo was willing to give the Shui family some time to slowly repay the debt. In addition, in order to get rid of Yi Chen's entanglement, Shui Yao cooperated very well with this dog-licking experiment. She woke up early this morning, dressed herself up, and visited her bedridden father accompanied by her mother. Then he sent a message to Feng Yamo and went to Julong Hotel. 20 minutes later, Shui Yao arrived outside the presidential suite where Feng Yamo was. She knocked on the door and called softly, "Feng Yamo, I'm here." Feng Yama's reply soon came from inside the room. He seemed to be a little cold after waking up, and his tone was a little trembling. "Hiss, I got it, wait for me for a while." Shui Yao waited for nearly half an hour. She mustered up the courage to knock on the door several times, but in the end she didn't have the guts. Just as she felt the urge to knock on the door for the 6th time, the door of the presidential suite opened. Feng Yamo was dressed neatly, but he looked a little tired, as if he hadn't slept well. "Come in. If nothing unexpected happens, today should be the last stage of this social experiment." Shui Yao nodded and followed Feng Yamo to sit on the sofa in the room. She sniffed and smelled a very pleasant fragrance. It's very faint, like the scent of a woman's perfume. Shui Yao had a strange look on her face. She glanced at the bedroom with the door open, but did not see any other woman inside. Could it be that Feng Yamo also has a habit of using women's perfume? Feng Yamo poured 2 cups of boiling water, placed them on the coffee table, and glanced at his watch. It's 8 o'clock in the morning. "You're here quite early. Did Yi Chen send you a message?" Shui Yao subconsciously took out her phone and took a look, then shook her head and said, "No." At this moment, her cell phone happened to ring with a message alert. Ding dong. There wasn't any just now, but there is now. Shui Yao was stunned for a moment, then said, "That's great, you can see what Yi Chen said." Feng Yamo took a sip of warm water and said. After checking the information, Shui Yao said with a strange look on her face, "He is asking about that male god again." Ever since Yi Chen knew that she had a boyfriend, he either asked her indirectly or asked her openly. This gave Shui Yao a strange illusion. Could it be that Yi Chen wanted to lick her male god? Feng Yamo shook his head and smiled. "Next you can chat with him normally until 12 o'clock. Shui Yao had a strange expression on her face. What new trick was this? But she did it anyway, typing and sending the message. "Yi Chen, why do you always ask about my idol? Are you trying to harm him?" Yi Chen in the dormitory was slightly stunned when he saw this message. What was Shui Yao thinking? He was a law-abiding young man. However, if the other party is willing to reply to him and chat with him, it means that he can continue to find out the information. Yi Chen's originally somewhat nervous heart suddenly relaxed a lot. There are about 4 hours left until 12 o'clock. This amount of time is enough to find out more information. He typed quickly to ask Shui Yao who her new male idol was. "Yi Chen, Yao, I know your idol's information, mainly because I want to surpass him in every aspect. I believe that sooner or later you will be moved by my sincerity." Shui Yao, forget it, I don't want to talk about this topic with you. Yi Chen, then let us talk about your idol. How many people are there in his family? Are his parents still alive? Shui Yao, are you checking the household registration? Yi Chen, you can say that, but I'm checking for the sake of beautiful love. Shui Yao, his parents are still alive, and his older relatives are also here, so 4 generations live under one roof. Yi Chen, wow, his family is really long-lived, really good genes, no wonder Yao you like him. Yi Chen, by the way, Yao, your idol won't be angry if you chat with me? Yi Chen, Yao, you brought brother Yang to dinner with me yesterday. Does your idol know? Yi Chen, also, what is brother Yang's impression of your male god? Shui Yao, he doesn't see you as a love rival, so he won't be angry. My brother is very optimistic about Yanzu, saying that he is very handsome and will definitely do well in the entertainment industry in the future. Yi Chen, it seems that he is very good, so he must be under a lot of pressure, right? Does he usually have the habit of smoking and drinking? This will have a great impact on his health. Shui Yao, he doesn't smoke, drink, or take beverages, has a regular diet, goes to bed early and gets up early, and treats people gently and politely. Anyway, he is much better than you. Yi Chen. In the hotel, Feng Yamo watched Shui Yao and Yi Chen chatting with a playful smile on his face. Sakura's reminders kept ringing in my mind. Master, Yi Chen is looking forward to the moment when the task is completed and begins to imagine a better future. Devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 86%. Master Yi-Chen feels the pressure from his imaginary rival and works hard to improve himself. Devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 87%. The two asked and answered each other, and time passed quickly. The time came to 11:50 and Sakura's reminder sounds became more and more frequent. Master Yi-Chen is worried about gains and losses, devouring progress plus 1, current devouring progress 88%. Master Yi-Chen is very nervous, devouring progress plus 1, current devouring progress 89%. Master Yi-Chen is restless, devouring progress plus 1, current devouring progress 90%. Judging from Sakura's increasingly rapid swallowing progress, Yi-Chen's mood at this moment was as ups and downs as a roller coaster. I look forward to completing the task, but I also worry about the punishment after failing the task. In fact, this is indeed the case. At this time, Yi-Chen thought that he had understood most of Yanzu's information. He went to the bathroom and pulled his pants down to his knees, wanting to see the reward for completing the task with his own eyes. Time passes by bit. 11:58. 11:59. 12 o'clock. It's time. The cold reminder sound of the dog licking system rang in Yi-Chen's mind. Ding. Host mission failed, failure penalty, shortened by 5 centimeters, effective immediately. Chapter 28, Chapter 29. I became the most beautiful kid? Boom. Yi-Chen felt as if struck by lightning, his heart was beating like a drum, he felt a chill on his head, and his eyes were fixed on a certain place. But the unexpected discovery was that it did not seem to be shortened. Could it be that because it can't get any shorter, it's the punishment from the immune system? Yi-Chen felt a little secretly happy in his heart. If this was the case, then he wouldn't have to worry too much even if the mission failed again in the future. Although it is a little small now, it can still maintain basic functions. I didn't expect this damn system to be quite humane. Yi-Chen smiled foolishly and scratched his head happily. Just with this scratch, he suddenly felt the very smooth touch. Yi-Chen was so shocked that he didn't even have time to put on his pants. He ran to the sink and looked at himself in the mirror. Hiss, is that boiled egg reflecting in the mirror me? Fuck. My hair is gone. Yi-Chen covered his head with his hands in disbelief, and touched his eyebrows. This damn system doesn't even give me eyebrows. Aw, fuck. Other people become stronger when they become bald, but I'm not only bald, I even have no eyebrows, and I still haven't licked the goddess. Yi-Chen felt like his mentality collapsed. It turned out that the failure of the second mission had shortened his hair, and even his eyebrows were gone. Looking at himself in the mirror, Yi-Chen found it hard to accept. A strong sense of dizziness came over him and the picture in front of him began to blur. After a dizzy spell, he lost consciousness and fainted in the dormitory bathroom. Julong Hotel, in the presidential suite. Sakura's voice kept ringing in Fengmo's mind, just like playing a pay-to-win game and making 10 consecutive draws. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the second mission of the licking dog system, and the devouring progress is plus 10%. Yi-Chen found himself becoming bald, his mentality became unbalanced, and his devouring progress increased by 5%. The current devouring progress has reached 100%, and the dog licking system has been successfully devoured. The influence of the dog licking system on this world has been completely eliminated, and the host Yi-Chen's related memories have been cleared. Congratulations to the owner for receiving the mission reward, charm value plus 50 points, search times plus 1. Congratulations to the owner for obtaining the attribute point bonus for the first time. The attribute panel has been opened. This series of news made Fengmo's head buzz. He stood up from the sofa and stretched. This matter has finally come to an end. As soon as he spoke, Fengmo found that his voice was obviously much better than before. Even if it is just a simple exclamation, it is more magnetic than the accent deliberately imitated by the voice actor. Shui Yao, who was standing by, widened her eyes. Was this Fengmo's voice? Why is it so? Sue? Shui Yao didn't know whether she should describe it this way, but she just felt that Fengmo's voice was so nice and she really wanted to hear a few more words from him. If I sing, I'm sure her ears will get pregnant. Fengmo stretched his body, glanced at Shui Yao, and told her to leave. Hey, Shui Yao, there's nothing for you to do now, you can leave. Shui Yao stood up reluctantly, glanced at Fengmo, and exclaimed again, Fengmo, why do I feel like you've suddenly become so handsome? Yes, that was the feeling Fengmo gave her. There was obviously no change in his facial features, but when he appeared in her sight, Shui Yao could not help but focus her eyes on him. Really? Fongmo raised his eyebrows, a puzzled look on his face, and reached out to touch his cheek. Increasing your charm value shouldn't change your facial features, right? Master, the charm value will not change your facial features, but it will affect your temperament invisibly, making you the type that can be noticed by others at first sight when standing in a crowd. I see. So I'm the most beautiful one in the crowd? Yes. At this time, Shuya suddenly said shyly, Fongmo, are you leaving? Fongmo nodded and said frankly, yes, I am going back to Kyoto. Then, can you please leave me your phone number so we can keep in touch? Shuya blushed when she said this. It was the first time she asked another boy for his contact information. But for some reason, she just couldn't help it. If I had some favorable impression of Fongmo before, it was because he helped the Shui family, and although he appeared bad on the surface, he was very gentle when comforting people, so I had a favorable impression of him of about 10 points. After seeing Fongmo's increased charm, Shui Yao's favorable impression of Fongmo skyrocketed. I was so excited that I asked for the phone. Fongmo looked at Shui Yao speechlessly and gave her his phone number. His impression of Shui Yao was neither good nor bad. Although he is a bit silly, there is no big problem with his personality. There is nothing wrong with leaving your contact information, just consider it as making friends. Shui Yao quickly took out her cell phone and saved the message, feeling relieved. Before, she only had Fongmo's contact number as a friend, but not his phone number. Having an extra phone number can add an extra layer of insurance. Otherwise, if Fongmo deleted her one day, she would probably find it difficult to contact him again. Then, I'll be leaving first. Remember to say hello to me next time you come to Luzhou so that I can entertain you. Shuya spoke politely, not daring to look at Fongmo, but when she turned to leave, she kept glancing back at him, just wanting to take a few more glances at him. Damn it, why is Fongmo so handsome? Am I blind? No, I'm not blind, he is really handsome. Ah, it would be great if he really came to the Shui family for a blind date. Shui Yao left with disorderly steps. Fongmo sighed helplessly. Although this charm value was good, he always felt that it would add a lot of burden to him. Sakura, come out for a moment. As soon as he finished speaking, a light condensed in front of his eyes, and Xiaoying, wearing a pink nurse uniform, stood in front of Fongmo. The top is low cut, the skirt is mini, and the stockings are white lace. Fongmo frowned, feeling that things were not simple. As soon as she appeared, Xiaoying couldn't wait to throw herself into Fongmo's arms, rubbing her cheek against his chest like a coquettish kitten. Master, your charm has increased, and you have become more attractive to Sakura. Xiaoying, please speak carefully and don't move your hands. No. It won't affect our conversation. Who said, it won't have an impact? Hiss. Chapter 29 Chapter 30 The second target, the sign and system. An hour later, Fongmo was lying on the bed with Xiaoying in his arms, who looked very satisfied. Fongmo's face was filled with the wisdom of a sage, and his tone was somewhat desolate. Xiaoying, I'm already feeling backaches before we even get to the final step of the communication. If it really comes to that, will I die young? Oh master, you have to believe in yourself, it's okay. What I mean is, you should find me a system that can increase my lifespan as soon as possible, and then I will use it to replenish my body. Okay master, I'll try my best. Fongmo was a little confused, then his eyes lit up. Oh, right, the attribute panel is open, can I check my lifespan? Let me see how long I can live. Master, you have to be mentally prepared. Xiaoying waved her mysterious little hand, and a light blue attribute panel appeared in front of Fongmo. Name, Fongmo. Age, 20 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Physique, 5, normal person 10. Spirit, 12, normal person 10. Charm, 59, normal person 10. Remaining lifespan, 13 years, varies from person to person. After looking at the attribute panel, Fongmo was confused. How come I only have 13 years left to live? At most I can only live to 33 years old? Sakura hesitated for a moment and explained. Master, the remaining lifespan of ordinary people will change due to their living habits. Before you travel through time, the original Fongmo was not the son of luck. He partied every night, didn't care about his health, overate, smoked and drank, and often stayed up late to work, which led to his body being truly hollowed out. This is one of the reasons. The second reason is that the master gained the identity of the son of luck after traveling through time. The lifespan of the son of luck is linked to luck. This world has been invaded by many systems. They are constantly trying to erode the luck that originally belonged to the way of heaven and the master, becoming the second culprit for the shortening of the master's lifespan. Having said this, Sakura stopped and looked a little awkward. Fongamo was listening carefully and hurriedly urged, "Didn't you say there were 3 reasons? What's the third point? Now that we can find the cause of shortened lifespan, we can take targeted measures to solve the problem." And Sakura also said that since his lifespan is linked to his luck, he can naturally obtain luck replenishment through the hunting system, thereby increasing his lifespan. Fongamo doesn't want to be a short-lived ghost. The third point, actually it has something to do with me. Sakura lowered her head and said with some shame. "It's related to you?" Fongamo was stunned. Could Xiaoying also shorten his lifespan? Then he suddenly reacted, "Isn't it?" He felt like he was almost overwhelmed by the intimacy he had with Sakura over the past few days. If this continues, he may not even live to be 33. Sakura's words also confirmed this. "Master, my current appearance and personality are embodied according to your preferences, so the stimulation to you in that aspect will make you unable to extricate yourself, causing your body to be overworked. For the master to live longer, I will pay attention next time." At this point, Xiaoying suddenly raised her head, stared straight at Fongamo, licked her lips, and said in a seductive tone, "In order to ensure that the happiness between me and my master is not interrupted, I will convert the rule energy I gained after devouring the external system into lifespan and replenish it to my master, so that he can live a long life." Sealing ink. Oh. You're so good, Sakura. In order to prevent me from being sucked dry by you, you actually did this. So what you mean is that in the future I can only gain lifespan by hunting the system? Sakura shook her head. No, master. You can choose whether to get the original reward or convert it into life. I see. Fongamo nodded. This is quite good. If you encounter unwanted rewards, you can convert them into lifespan to replenish yourself. If it is a useful reward, you can also increase some abilities for yourself instead of converting your lifespan. However, Fongamo estimated that the systems that would be hunted down next would have to be converted into lifespan. Apart from anything else, at least you should earn yourself 100 years of life, then you will feel at ease, right? Master, do we need to start searching for the second external system? Xiaoying rubbed her cheek against Fongmo's chest and said in a soft voice. Well, let's search. Fongamo thought about it and decided to find the second target first. Although he will return to Kyoto to attend the dinner party hosted by his mother to welcome Aunt Han, he may not be able to snipe the other party at the first time. But it is always good to know the other party's specific information in advance, at least there will be enough time to plan and lay out. Sakura waved her hand, and the blue light screen in front of her began to flicker, with characters emitting white light jumping continuously. Searching for external systems, this time consuming 1 search attempt, remaining search attempts, 0 times. Low-risk external system has been searched. Location, Delaware International Trade Center, USA. System type, check-in system. System status, bound to host 1 month ago. Mission objective, sniper the host of the sign-in system to complete the mission and interfere with his state of mind. The greater the fluctuation of the other party's state of mind, the faster the devouring progress. Task reward, national level go skills or 10 years of life, number of searches +1. Devouring progress, 0%. Sign-in system? In the United States? Fongamo frowned. If it were in the United States, many things would be difficult to handle. Although Jojo is the strongest country in the world, the Fong family is one of the top families in Jojo. However, as an heir to a family who does not have real power yet, he is somewhat unable to extend his influence to the United States. Master, the host of this sign-in system is only temporarily in the United States. You will know after you check his specific information. Sakura licked Fongmo's chest muscles gently like a cat and said softly. Specific information of external sign-in system. Host name, Lin Gong. Host gender, male. Host age, 28 years old. Host height, 178 centimeters. Host identity, the second son of the Lin family in Highway City, Dongshan Province, Kyushu. Attendance rewards obtained, art level jewelry design album, physique +2, stockings worn by top beauties, and the ultimate elephant trunk underwear. Current task of the system, please go to the top floor of Kyoto Julong Hotel to attend the dinner in 3 days, and toast all the guests to complete the sign-in. Completion reward, fine craftsmanship. Failure reward, complete incontinence electric shock penalty. After reading the other party's information, Fongamo looked strange. The opponent's system doesn't seem to be very powerful, even worse than Yi Chen's dog-licking system. The rewards given are all sorts of random things, only physical fitness is useful. However, the other party's task is to sign in at the dinner party at Kyoto Julong Hotel 3 days later. 3 days later, my mother will hold a dinner to welcome Aunt Han, and the location will most likely be at her own Julong Hotel. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 30 Chapter 31 Investigating Lin Gong. The more Feng Mo thought about it, the more coincidental it seemed. If Lin Gong's check-in location coincides with the dinner hosted by his mother, then he must have a certain status. Otherwise, you would not be eligible to obtain information about such a class banquet, nor would you be able to participate. Either the Lin family is the Feng family's business partner, or they have some close relationship with Aunt Han. Then I thought that Lin Gong was from Dongshan, Zhozhou, but was in Delaware, USA. All these coincidences gave Feng Mo some guesses in his mind, and it was not difficult to verify them. Thinking of this, he directly called his mother Jean Hui. "Son, what's the matter?" "Mom, I want to travel to Delaware in the United States in a while. Do you have any acquaintances there? If so, it will be more convenient for me to go abroad, so I don't have to know where to go for fun." "Hey, kid, are you looking for Yueying to play? You're still beating around the bush with Mom. Tell me the truth, do you know that your Aunt Han's group headquarters is in Dela State, so you want to take this opportunity to get acquainted with her?" Jean Hui teased. "Auntie Han's group headquarters is actually in Dela State, that's such a coincidence." Feng Mo narrowed his eyes. It seems that he can basically confirm that Lin Gong is related to Aunt Han. However, Li Jun has to investigate the specific relationship. Jean Hui said with a smile, "You have always liked to beat around the bush since you were a child. You are not straightforward at all. If you really like Yueying, tell Mom that I will go to Aunt Han to propose marriage. They will definitely be very happy." "Ahem, Mom, you misunderstood. I just want to travel." Okay, that's it for now. I'll talk more when I get back to Kyoto. I'm hanging up now." Feng Mo hung up the phone in a hurry. It was really scary for a mother who was so eager to hold her grandson. Feng Mo was afraid that if he talked a few more words, the matter would be settled. Jean Hui, who was far away in Kyoto, still had a smile on her face after Feng Mo hung up the phone. It was the first time she saw her son asking about someone else's situation in a roundabout way, and this was good news. With more matchmaking at that time, you should be able to have a grandson soon. Afterwards, Feng Mo asked Li Jun to investigate the background of the Lin family in Dongshan Highway, and at the same time focus on investigating the second son of the Lin family, Lin Gong. If you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. After finding out the other person's identity and personality, you can easily formulate a plan to change their mentality. The method used against Yi Chen is not suitable for everyone. Luzhou University, male dormitory building, bedroom 301. Chen Bin, who was reading a novel on the upper bunk, got out of bed to go to the toilet. When he arrived outside the bathroom in the dormitory, he found that the door was locked. He looked puzzled, and then he remembered that Yi Chen seemed to have gone into the bathroom just now, but it seemed that he had been there for a long time. "I went in at around 11 o'clock, and it's almost 12:30 now. Could it be that my shit is too hard and my anus is weak?" Chen Bin knocked on the door. "Second brother, are you done?" No one responded. "Second brother? Speak." Chen Bin felt something was wrong, and he knocked on the door several times. "Second brother, are you eating shit in there? Are you almost done? My bladder is going to explode." Still no response. Oh no. Could something have happened to the second child? Chen Bin's heart tightened, and he quickly shouted to Lin Feng, who was playing games, "Third brother, the second brother seems to have fainted in the bathroom, come over and knock on the door together." Lin Feng was wearing headphones and encountered a tense and exciting team battle in the game. The only sounds he could hear were the messy skill sounds and the hurried shouts of his teammates, but he did not hear Chen Bin's call. As he walked and dodged the enemy tank's control skills, he shouted, "Don't protect me, top laner. Kill the opposite nanny first. Kill the nanny first. Kill her. Fuck, why did the support leave? The three opponents are trying to mess with me." Chen Bin ran to Lin Feng with an anxious look on his face and took off his headphones. Lin Feng looked unhappy and was about to get angry. Chen Bin said urgently, Old 2 has fainted in the bathroom, help us break the door open." "What? The second brother is unconscious in the bathroom? Is that an exaggeration?" Lin Feng followed Chen Bin to the bathroom door doubtfully. After trying a few times, he found that the door handle was indeed locked and could not be opened at all. His face was solemn. Could it be that Lao Er was knocked unconscious by the masturbation machine? Chen Bin rolled his eyes at him and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's knock on the door together and see what's going on with the second brother. That's the most important thing." Lin Feng stopped Chen Bin and said calmly, "Boss, do you know CPR?" No. Chen Bin was stunned and shook his head. "What a coincidence, I don't know how to do it either." Lin Feng spread his hands and continued, "We don't know how to do CPR. If the second child needs it, we won't be able to save him. I'll go call some people. The dormitory next door is full of sports students. It seems that they have received training in this area." Okay, then let's go call for help." Chen Bin nodded and said hurriedly. The two of them ran to the next dormitory in a hurry. It happened that Zhou Feng did not go home this weekend, and there were two other people with him. As soon as Lin Feng entered the room, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Help, Yi Chen has fainted in the bathroom, come and help break down the door, it would be best if you can do CPR." "What? Yi Chen is unconscious. Do you want to do CPR? Go. Saving lives is the most important thing. I know how to do CPR." Zhou Feng climbed down from the bed in a flash, without even having time to put on his clothes, and was only wearing a pair of shorts. He felt a little guilty about what happened last time, so he would naturally take the lead in helping if he could. After putting on his slippers, Zhou Feng said to his other two roommates, "Please help call an ambulance. If the situation is serious, it can save lives." "Good." The other two nodded repeatedly. Zhou Feng and Chen Bin came to dormitory 301. The three of them knocked twice and the bathroom door opened. What caught my eye was Yi Chen, whose pants had been stripped to his knees. Even though he was unconscious, his hands were still tightly covering his private parts. Seeing this, Lin Feng muttered, "Good fellow, he actually knocked himself out." Zhou Feng stepped forward and felt the carotid artery. He heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there was still a pulse. Yi Chen did not suffer a cardiac arrest. Let's wait for the hospital's diagnosis for the specific situation. Chen Bin pulled up Yi Chen's pants, and then he and everyone else helped carry him out of the bathroom, and then he urinated with a relaxed look on his face. "Damn it, luckily my bladder is strong enough." Soon, the ambulance arrived and Yi Chen was sent to the hospital for examination. Someone in the next dormitory was curious and came up to Lin Feng to ask about Yi Chen's situation. Lin Feng smiled and said mysteriously, "It is probably due to excessive ZW that he fell into a coma." The other party suddenly realized and left contentedly. However, there was one more sentence in the group chat among students. After passing it on, Yi Chen was unable to bear the strength and knocked himself unconscious. Chapter 31 Chapter 32 The Stunning Lin Gong. When Yi Chen woke up from his coma, he found himself lying on a hospital bed. There seemed to be something missing in my mind, it felt empty and strange. He tried hard to recall, but he couldn't remember anything, as if he had just had a horrible dream. In the dream, he seemed to be still a bootlicker. Not only did he end up with nothing, but he even lost something that was most important. Very real, and very painful. Even though I have woken up from a nightmare and cannot remember anything, I still feel a sense of fear. This is because Yi Chen's memories after obtaining the dog-licking system have been cleared, and the punishment from the dog-licking system has also been eliminated. The last memory scene was when he was rejected by Shuiyao for the 1024th time a few days ago. The words 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West were still vivid in his mind. It was not until this moment that Yi Chen truly understood that it was impossible to pursue a girl by simply lowering his attitude. Both parties must get along with each other on an equal footing, and even let the girl notice your shining points and think that you are excellent, so that you will be attractive to her. Girls are not chased, but attracted. There are many things that attract girls to boys, such as personality, appearance, height, and wealth. Only if you have these can you gain the favor of girls and choose the girl you like. Instead of becoming a bootlicker with no bottom line, the best outcome is to take over. Thinking of this, Yi Chen secretly clenched his fists and said, "I must work hard to improve myself and never be a bootlicker again." Shui family manor. Shuiyao returned home and confessed to her mother the reason why Feng Yimou came to Luzhou, and said that Feng Yimou would let the Shui family repay the loan slowly. Shui's mother's face froze. What her daughter said was only 30% credible. Maybe the other party really said that, but there was a high probability that he looked down on their Yao Yao. Then hasn't Mr. Shui been pretending to be sick for all these days in vain? Mom, let's go see Dad. Shui Yao pulled her mother towards the ward, and her mother had no choice but to accompany her. Arriving at the ward, Shui Yao looked at her father lying in bed, and her eyes slowly became moist again. But when she thought that she had solved her family's financial crisis, Shui Yao felt relieved. However, her father's serious illness made her feel full of self-blame. She secretly made up her mind to be a good daughter in the future and help the family solve problems. Even if you cannot create value through marriage, you should help your parents share their emotional distress. Father Shui moaned without reason and said incoherently, "Louis, daughter." Shui Yao sat on the bed, resisting the urge to cry, and held her father's hand. "Dad, although my blind date with Feng Mo was unsuccessful, he agreed to let our Shui family pay back the money slowly. You must get better soon." Father Shui was stunned. The blind date was not successful? Then hasn't he been pretending to be sick for nothing these days? In order to increase credibility, he actually lay in bed for several days to prevent his daughter from noticing the flaw. And he colluded with all the people who knew about it, including his personal doctor. I didn't expect that my daughter would fail in the end. As expected, Goddess Will is not on the Shui family's side. The only misfortune is that Shui Shan's hemorrhoids recurred after lying down for the past few days. Shui Shan, with tears in his eyes, trembled and said, "Lei see, it's okay. Louis Li Ding and I Lu Ho, daughter, just do your best." Dad. Shui Yao finally couldn't hold back her sadness and instantly broke down in tears. She hugged her father and started crying bitterly. Shui Shan's face turned pale. Being pressed by Shui Yao, his hemorrhoids were compressed. He said quickly, "Louis, you pressed my hemorrhoids? Daughter, you pressed my hemorrhoids?" Shui Yao raised her head with a puzzled look on her face. "Dad? What did you say?" Shui's mother knew what had happened, but seeing her daughter crying so sadly, she couldn't help but blame Shui Shan for his bad idea and simply kept silent. Hemorrhoids, pain. Father Shui's face showed pain, but he had to grit his teeth and persevere in order to perform the last scene well. After his daughter left, he could ask his private doctor to declare him cured in a day or two. In short, no matter what, Yao Yao must not know that he was pretending to be sick, otherwise she would definitely be very sad. "Mom, are the pen and notebook you used last time still there?" "I don't know what Dad said," Shui Yao said anxiously. Shui's mother shook her head. "Your father probably just misses you. Just spend more time with him." Shui Shan was stunned. "Wife, if you don't help me, my hemorrhoids will burst." Shui Yao didn't think much about it and believed it directly. Thinking of her father who had been bedridden these days, worrying about the future of the Shui family, and thinking about her in his heart, Shui Yao burst into tears again and hugged her father and cried, "Dad! Send it. Wow, Dad, please stop talking. Take good care of yourself and get better soon." "Send, where?" The tone gradually fades. 6 o'clock in the evening, in the presidential suite of Luzhou Julong Hotel. Feng Mo sat on the sofa drinking coffee. Li Jun, who was standing in front of him, was still wearing a black leather jacket and jeans. He stood straight like a pine tree, with a resolute face and asked respectfully, "Master, at present, all the specific information about the Lin family and Lin Gong has been investigated clearly." Feng Mo nodded. "Uncle Li, go ahead." Upon hearing this, Li Jun immediately began to report the information he had investigated. The main business of the Lin Group founded by the Lin family of Dongshan Highway is processing gold, diamond, and other jewelry, while the main project of the Xingli Group owned by Han Li is to explore gold and diamond veins overseas. The two are partners in the supply and demand relationship. The Lin family claimed that Lin Gong was the second son, but in fact he was the illegitimate son of the head of the Lin family. 3 years ago, after Lin Gong's mother passed away, he took the initiative to find the Lin family and return to his ancestral home. She had been doing nothing and suffering humiliation in the Lin family for 3 years, but a month ago she got drunk and sang the Onion Song at a Lin family party. The next day she suddenly showed an amazing talent for jewelry design and was subsequently sent by the Lin family to Delaware, USA to discuss cooperation with the Xingli Group. After Lin Gong met Han Yueying at Xingli Group, he was struck by her beauty and began to pursue her vigorously. The means of pursuit were very strange. He would try to meet Han Yueying in different places, make very ostentatious moves, and then leave in a cool manner. The specific purpose of the behavior is still under analysis. After hearing the information that Li Jun had investigated, Feng Mo immediately guessed Lin Gong's actual purpose based on the known information. His pursuit of Han Yueying was fake, and the real purpose was to complete the sign-in task. Of course, it is also possible to have all of them, but for Lin Gong, completing the task is more important. Uncle Li, in a few days Lin Gong should follow Aunt Han and Han Yueying and come to Kyoto together. Do you have a way to monitor his every move? Feng Mo asked. Master, Kyoto is different from Luzhou, and the control of drones is also very strict. If you want to use a large number of drones to monitor Lin Gong, you must register first, otherwise they will be shot down. In this way, Mr. Feng and the military commander will immediately know about the young master's actions and may not agree. If we want to continue monitoring, we have to use human power. Feng Mo understood that what Li Jun said was indeed correct. In Luzhou, he could use social experiments as an excuse to explain his various weird behaviors and thoughts. But in Kyoto, his grandfather and father might not agree with his playful behavior. At the feet of the emperor, there are various families with complicated interests and entanglements, and here gathers a large number of outstanding talents from all over the world. As the eldest son of the Feng family, Feng Mo represents the reputation of the Feng family and its next move to a certain extent. His every move has far-reaching implications, so he naturally cannot play as he pleases in Kyoto. Feng Mo pondered for a moment and chuckled, forget it then. If there is a need to investigate Lin Gong later, I will trouble Uncle Li again. Li Jun waved his hand quickly, Master, you don't have to be polite. This is my job. Well, you've worked hard. Uncle Li, go and have a rest first. Okay, Master, let me know if you need anything. Okay. Chapter 32 Chapter 33 Return to Kyoto. The next afternoon, Feng Mo took a flight from Luzhou to Kyoto. It was already past 6 in the evening when he arrived in Kyoto. The Feng family owns many properties in Kyoto, including courtyard houses, villas, large flats, etc. But the house he lives in most often is still a self-built villa located within the 4th Ring Road. There is good greenery here, the air is fresh, and there are no noisy noises such as car horns on the roadside, so it is very comfortable to live here. Compared to the 2nd Ring courtyard where Feng Mo lived in his childhood, this place is 100 times more comfortable. The area around the 2nd Ring Road was planned a long time ago, but many places have not been renovated. It is now like an old city area and is not comfortable to live in. The old man of the Feng family and Feng Mo's father are so busy with work that they basically have no time to go home. So most of the time, Feng Mo lived with his mother. After my mother Jean Hui took over my grandmother's business empire, she has been working diligently and has been busy most of the time. However, Feng Mo returned to Kyoto today, and Jean Hui put down the things at hand and went home to arrange for the chef to prepare a sumptuous dinner for Feng Mo. This was also the first time Feng Mo saw his mother in this life after traveling through time. Although he is middle-aged, his face and figure are well maintained and he looks only in his 30s. Coupled with her elegant dress and temperament, when Feng Mo saw her for the first time, a word popped into his mind, rich lady mother. The scene in front of him gradually overlapped with the memory in his mind, and Feng Mo called mom very naturally. In the huge house, apart from the domestic nanny and the bodyguards outside, there were only the mother and son eating at the dining table. Jean Hui kept picking up food for Feng Mo and said with a smile, Son, I heard from Li Jun that you recently went to Luzhou to do some social experiments. You are no longer hanging out with those indecent girls. It seems that you are gradually maturing. Feng Mo ate in silence, responding from time to time. He didn't hang out anymore, but he still hung out with Sakura. The most important thing is that he can no longer revel in luxury even if he wants to. He only has 13 years left to live. If he continues to revel in luxury, he will die young. That bastard from his previous life left him a mess. Jean Hui hadn't seen Feng Mo for a few days and couldn't stop talking. Son, the welcoming dinner in 2 days is to welcome your Aunt Han, and also for you to meet some industry leaders. Do your homework in the next few days and make friends with them. I see. It's like this every year on my birthday. I'm used to it. Feng Mo nodded. Jean Hui smiled with satisfaction. By the way, have you decided whether to go into business or government? This. Feng Mo was stunned, and related memories gradually emerged in his mind. It turned out that Feng Mo's father, Feng Daojun, had been urging Feng Mo to enter the officialdom as soon as possible to continue the glory of the Feng family. His mother, Jean Hui, has always maintained a neutral attitude. She believes that her son can choose whatever he wants, whether to go into business or politics, it all depends on his personal interests. As for Grandpa Feng Zhendong, he has never made any specific statement and has never urged Feng Mo. Perhaps he wants him to make his own choice. My predecessor didn't like to do business or work as a government official. Although he was a talented young man, he always liked to wander around. So after discussing with his mother, his father gave Fong Mo a year to travel freely around the country. He also said that he could play however he wanted within this year, releasing all the pent-up emotions that had been pent up since childhood, and then go home to follow the arrangements of his elders. If he no longer wants to be an official after a year, his father will have to pave the way for the younger generation of the Jin family and let the younger generation of the Jin family become Fong Mo's future protection umbrella. The Jin family is my mother's family. Thinking of this, Fong Mo sighed, Mom, I'm really not cut out for a career in government, and I'm not interested in business. I just want to do some research on my own and engage in social sciences. The difficulties faced by his previous life are now before Fong Mo, but he still chooses to refuse the arrangements made by his elders. Whether he is an official or a businessman, it is of no help to Fong Mo. What he needs to do is to take Xiao Ying to hunt down the alien systems that invade this world. In a broader sense, he is saving this world that has been invaded by an alien system. He is a savior and is doing a righteous thing. To put it simply, he just wanted to avoid being persecuted by the alien system that grows up in the future, and he also wanted to covet the lifespan and abilities that surpass those of ordinary people. It was all out of his own selfish desire. You want to do social science research, Mom won't stop you. Mom has only one request, that you get married and have children as soon as possible, leaving a bloodline for the Fong family. Jean Hui's tone was full of expectations for her grandson and considerations for the future of the Fong family. Your grandfather gave birth to your father when he was 18, and your father gave birth to you when he was 20. This year you are also 20 years old, and it is time to consider the Fong family's incense. While your grandfather is still in good health, give him a great-grandson, which will make him happy. When your son grows up and wants to become an official, your father can still help him. Fong Mo didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still responded, Mom, I will find a partner carefully and try to have a baby as soon as possible. It turned out that his mother had been urging him to have a baby, with the idea of letting her son become an official. The bad thing about a large family with only one descendant is that he has to shoulder the burden of maintaining the family's prosperity. Fong Mo didn't want to carry it, so Jean Hui wanted his unborn son to carry it. In order to stop his mother from urging him to get married or have a baby, Fong Mo quickly changed the subject. Mom, I heard that Aunt Han Xingli Group is currently cooperating with Dongshan Highway's Lin Group. It seems that Lin Gong, the second son of the chairman of the Lin Group, is still Han Yueying's suitor and has even pursued her to the United States. Jean Hui frowned, and her tone instantly became serious. Is this also what you asked Li Jun to investigate? Well, we're going to meet Aunt Han and the others in a few days, so I asked Uncle Li to check it out. Fong Mo nodded. If Yueying is being pursued by someone and has someone in her heart, Mom won't be able to arrange a marriage for you. Xiaoma, you have to be aware of this. Jean Hui pondered for a while and said slowly. Mom, don't worry. If they like each other, we won't break them up. Fong Mo nodded in agreement and breathed a sigh of relief. If his mother didn't match him up with Han Yueying, then she would naturally have to spend time looking for a new daughter-in-law, so that Fong Mo wouldn't have to continue to be urged to get married or have children. Yes, although our Fong family is wealthy and powerful, we are also reasonable. If two young people are in love with each other, Mom naturally cannot be unreasonable. Jean Hui nodded in agreement. She is worthy of being my mother. She is wise and reasonable. She is truly the best mother and future grandmother in the world. Fong Mo smiled and gave her a thumbs up, praising her. You kid, stop it. Jean Hui couldn't stop laughing, but she still smiled and glared at Fong Mo, telling him to stop flattering her. Mom, I'm full. I'm going upstairs to rest first. Fong Mo smiled, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and stood up to leave. Go ahead. I'll ask Aunt May to make you some soup as a midnight snack to nourish your body. Remember to go to bed early after drinking it to nourish your blood. Jean Hui instructed. I know. Fong Mo responded twice and walked upstairs. Chapter 33 Chapter 34 Mother and Daughter. 2 days later, a plane from Delaware, USA to Kyoto, Kyushu, slowly landed at Jushing International Airport. Under the protection of many bodyguards, Han Li and Han Yueying got into the luxury car arranged by Jean Hui to pick them up at the airport. Judging from their appearance alone, Han Li, who was dressed in a purple slim sweater and a black silk miniskirt and looked mature and sexy, and Han Yueying, who was dressed in a white gauze dress, did not look like mother and daughter at all. Instead, they looked like two sisters with different styles. In the back seat of the moving car, Han Li smiled and leaned close to Han Yueying's ear and whispered, "Our little Han Han is about to meet little brother Mo, whom she has been thinking about for many years. Are you excited?" Han Yueying blushed, tucked her hair behind her ears, and called out in a tender voice, "Mom. Please don't tease me like this all the time, okay? I just miss my childhood playmates. In my impression, Brother Xiao Mo is the image of a kid who loves to snatch lollipops. How could I have any other ideas?" Seeing her daughter's shy look, Han Li covered her mouth and giggled, her proud bust wrapped in a lavender sweater trembling. "Mom didn't say you had other ideas, why are you so shy?" "I don't want to chat with you anymore." Han Yueying pouted and turned her gaze to the window. The figure in my childhood memories began to emerge involuntarily in my mind, and I felt an inexplicable sense of anticipation in my heart. I wonder what Brother Xiao Mo will look like when he grows up. Xiao Han Han, are you wondering what your brother Xiao Mo looks like now? I have a photo sent by Aunt Jean, do you want to see it? Han Li had a sly smile on her lips, and pretended to take out her mobile phone and look through the chat history. Han Yueying's heart was moved, but she couldn't let go of her pride, so she shook her head and refused. "I won't watch it. I'll know tonight anyway." Wow, every time I see Feng Mo's photo, I think he's very handsome. He's much more handsome than that kid from the Lin family. If you don't take a look, little Han, you will probably blush when we meet for the first time tonight. Han Li sighed as she looked at the screen of her mobile phone. "Mom." It was another long, coquettish tone. Han Yueying felt that she could no longer bear her mother's teasing. She quickly changed the subject. "That Lin Gong gives me a weird feeling. Since he came to our group headquarters, he's always wandering around. Could he be trying to steal business secrets?" Han Li raised her eyebrows and shook her head. "My Xingli Group is just a company that sells gold and raw diamonds. What kind of business secrets can it have? Doesn't he just want to woo you? I heard that after he knew about this dinner, he was trying to find a way to attend it. Our little Han is so charming that the second young master of the Lin Group is completely bewitched by her. If your brother Xiao Mo sees you, he will definitely like you, and then it will be a love triangle, tut tut tut." Han Yueying felt like she was about to go crazy. It was really hard to have a mother who loved to tease her so much. I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to close my eyes and fall asleep. Don't disturb me." Han Yueying left a word, leaned back angrily, closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, but her mouth was still puffy. Han Li laughed again when she saw this. Xiao Han is still as cute as ever. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. Have a good rest and catch up with your brother Xiao Mo at the banquet tonight. I'm already asleep, I have something to tell you in my dream. It seems I have to tell him about your dream when you were a child that brother Xiao Mo didn't want you, and you woke up crying bitterly. Ah. I don't dare anymore, Mom. Hee, that's good. Lin Gong is now living in a guest room of Kyoto Julong Hotel. He has been a little overwhelmed these days. More than a month ago, he activated the check-in system. The first task was to sing the Onion Song at the Lin family gathering. After Lin Gong pretended to be drunk and completed the task, he obtained an art-level jewelry design drawing. Thanks to the rewards from the sign-in system, Lin Gong became a big name in the Lin Group. The system then asked him to sign in at the Xingli Group in the United States, which happened to be a partner of the Lin Group. So Lin Gong proposed to his father to go to Xingli Group to discuss new cooperation plans. Father Lin readily agreed because Lin Gong showed amazing design talent. After several check-in missions in the United States, Lin Gong gradually regained his confidence, which had been hit hard for many years. Although some of the system's tasks and rewards are very confusing, there are also some very powerful rewards. Jewelry blueprints and physical fitness increase are very good. Seeing hope, Lin Gong is full of anticipation for future sign-in tasks. But ever since the system released a new sign-in task a few days ago, he has been having a headache about this matter. The system required him to attend the dinner on the top floor of Kyoto Julong Hotel and toast all the guests to complete the check-in. The previous sign-in missions in the United States were all related to Han Yueying. According to convention, it is very likely to be the case this time as well. He took the excuse of discussing a new project and communicated with Han Li in an indirect way, only to find out that it was an upper-class dinner hosted by the Feng family in Kyoto to welcome Han Li back to China. This made Lin Gong very worried. The business of his Lin family was pretty good, but compared with the Feng family, it was nothing. Lin Gong is only qualified to attend a dinner of this level if he is led by a noble person. The only noble person Lin Gong could come into contact with was Han Li. The banquet is tonight, and he must be qualified to attend the banquet so that he can toast the guests openly. The idea of complete incontinence due to electric shock if the system failed its mission sounded terrible, and he didn't want to try it. Thinking of this, Lin Gong called Han Li. "Hello, Mr. Han, I'm Lin Gong." "Is it Lin Gong? What's going on?" In front of outsiders, Han Li returned to her usual working attitude and spoke in a flat tone. "Boss Han, I want to attend the dinner on the top floor of Julong Hotel tonight. For this, I am willing to give each guest the latest model of Lin Group's Tears of Mermaid in the name of Xingli Group. At the same time, in the future, Lin Group's purchase price from Xingli Group can be increased by 3% over the market price. Do you think it's okay?" Lin Gong spoke sincerely and directly explained the reason and the benefits he could provide. The reward for this task is fine craftsmanship, which can increase Lin Gong's capital in jewelry design. In order to complete the task, it is worth paying some benefits. Can you decide the purchase price of the Lin Group? Han Li was a little surprised. The amount of gold and rough diamonds that the Lin Group purchases from the Xingli Group every year is not a small amount. If the price is 3% higher than the market price, the profit can range from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Lin Gong would rather spend money to attend this dinner. "Don't worry, Mr. Han. I'm the chief designer of the Lin Group, and I can also have a say in purchasing. In that case, tell me your name when you come tonight." Han Li pondered for a moment and agreed to Lin Gong's request. Lin Gong had asked her for this before, but after thinking about it, she realized that this banquet was mainly hosted by her best friend to welcome her. There is another level, which is to let Feng Yamo and Han Yueying get to know each other again. It's not appropriate to bring Lin Gong along. But now the other party has offered considerable benefits and is obviously determined to get it. If I refuse again, it would be like making an enemy. Although she is not afraid of the Lin family, Han Li is a woman who has been able to expand the company over the years, so naturally she has her own set of ideas about how to deal with people. "Okay, thank you, President Han." "Thank you, President Han." Lin Gong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly. Afterwards, the two ended the call, and Lin Gong's expression suddenly turned gloomy. "Humph, damn woman, you won't release the eagle until you see the rabbit." These days he has asked Han Li many times to take him to dinner parties, but she has always declined. The other party only agreed after I promised benefits today. This made Lin Gong very unhappy. With a hidden light flashing in his eyes, he grinned and said, "Just wait. When I have enough capital and bargaining chips, I will bring down your Xingli Group sooner or later. When I tear off my disguise, you and your daughter will be my playthings." Chapter 34 Chapter 35 Dinner begins. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Kyoto Julong Hotel. Feng Yamo summoned the managers in charge of tonight's top floor banquet and gathered them in the hotel conference room. He was wearing a light gray suit and sitting in the main seat, his face serious. Tonight's banquet is very important. I need to explain some things clearly. First of all, who is in charge of guest reception? A middle-aged male manager who was sitting in the back stood up and said respectfully, "Mr. Feng, the department I manage is responsible for the reception of guests." Feng Yamo nodded. "Well, the guests participating in the dinner are all well-known figures. You must be careful to verify the identity of each guest and don't let people with ill intentions sneak in and cause a commotion." "Don't worry, Master Feng. Our hotel issues invitations for dinners of this standard. Guests must hold an invitation to enter. If you don't have an invitation, you must get Madam or your approval before you can enter the dinner." "Yeah, very good." Feng Yamo nodded with satisfaction. "Who is in charge of the banquet's drinks and food?" "Mr. Feng, I'm the head chef of our Julong Hotel. The taste and quality of the food and drinks must be carefully controlled." "Okay, I'll pay attention." "Who is responsible for the security of the banquet?" "Master Feng, I." The time soon came to 7 o'clock in the evening and the guests slowly came in. The banquet venue on the top floor of Kyoto Julong Hotel was decorated very luxuriously. In the center of the banquet, there was a stage covered with a red carpet. A team of well-known performers were playing classical music with various instruments. The melodious music made people feel relaxed. Dozens of round tables covered with light yellow tablecloths were pre-laid with exquisite fruit plates, cold dishes, nuts, wine and drinks, and some guests had already taken their seats according to the name tags on the tables. Feng Yamo and his mother Jean Hui sat at a suitable distance from the stage, and all the guests who entered the venue came over to greet them first. "Hello, madam." "Hello, Mr. Feng. I am Xiao Lu from Brilliant Media." Hello, Mr. Liu. Madam, Mr. Feng, good evening. I am Xiao Wang from Jinyo Real Estate. I am honored to be able to attend this banquet. Hello, Mr. Wang. Feng Yamo had a natural smile on his face and nodded to the guests who came to greet him. Every year on his birthday, his mother would hold a banquet and invite partners or elite tycoons from all walks of life to celebrate, and at the same time facilitate many business collaborations. Feng Yamo was already used to this kind of scene. There are quite a few familiar faces tonight, many of whom are entrepreneurs that Feng Yamo has known since childhood, so naturally some politeness is unavoidable. After a while, a servant came to Jin Hui and whispered, "Madam, President Han of Xingli Group and her daughter are already downstairs." Jin Hui's eyes lit up. Are we there yet? It was not convenient for her to leave, but she looked at Feng Yamo and asked with a happy face, "Son, do you want to go downstairs to meet your Aunt Han? Bring her up by the way to leave a good impression." Feng Yamo paused while drinking his drink and was about to refuse, but when he saw Jin Hui's expectant look, he changed his mind, put down the cup and said, "Okay, I'll go right away." Jin Hui showed a satisfied smile. "You said you didn't want to see Aunt Han and Yueying, but your actions were very honest." Feng Mo's face was filled with black lines. "Mother, you seem to have misunderstood my idea." But he did not explain and walked out under the guidance of his servant. As soon as I walked to the entrance of the dinner, I saw the doorman in charge of receiving invitations stopped a man in a formal suit, with a side-back hair and carrying a handbag. The doorman said respectfully, "Sir, I'm sorry, but you need an invitation to enter tonight's banquet." The man with the side-back hair was Lin Gong. He was carrying 2 handbags, both of which were filled with gift boxes of mermaids' tears necklaces. Hearing the doorman asking for the invitation letter, Lin Gong said in surprise, "Invitation letter? I received a verbal invitation from President Han of Xingli Group, but I didn't receive an invitation letter. Can you make some concessions, little brother? I'm sorry, our leader has a requirement that you must have an invitation letter to enter, or the consent of the organizer." The doorman didn't dare to let anyone in casually, and quickly shook his head to refuse, while pretending to ask Lin Gong to leave. Lin Gong frowned when he heard this. "Don't you know that this dinner is to welcome President Han of Xingli Group? I am a guest invited by President Han. If I delay the business, you may lose your job." "Master," Lin Gong is annoyed, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 1%. Feng Yamo curled his lips. It turned out that this guy was Lin Gong, the host of the sign-in system. "I have to go pick up Aunt Han and her daughter now, so I'll leave him alone for a while." Feng Yamo walked forward, without even looking at Lin Gong, and patted the doorman on the shoulder. "You've done a great job, and you've fulfilled your duties. What's your name?" "Hello sir, my name is Liu." The doorman was flattered. Although he didn't know the man in front of him, he knew that all the guests at the banquet were either rich or noble. Any noble person who can help him can give him a broader stage. Feng Yamo smiled and said, "Liu, right? I will praise you in front of your manager. Work hard. I am optimistic about you." Liu was overjoyed and nodded repeatedly, "Thank you, sir, thank you, sir." Feng Yamo nodded and asked the servant to continue leading the way towards the elevator. Lin Gong on the side had an unhappy look on his face, but he didn't dare to say anything. Given his status, he dared not offend any of the guests at the banquet. What's more, in order to complete the task, he had to toast every guest. If you refute now, make enemies with the other party, or leave a bad impression, your toast later may not be successful. "Master," Lin Gong suppressed his anger, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 2%. Feng Yamo curled the corners of his mouth and followed the servants slowly into the elevator. Chapter 35 Chapter 36 Lin Gong is full of resentment. Han Li and Han Yueying, dressed in their best clothes, arrived at the Julong Hotel accompanied by bodyguards. As soon as I arrived at the first-floor lobby of Julong Hotel, I was greeted by servants. "Mr. Han, Ms. Han, Mr. Feng will be here to greet you too soon. Please wait for a moment." Han Li smiled, looked at Han Yueying who looked nervous, and blinked at her. Then he said to the attendant, "Okay, let's sit in the hall for a while." Soon, Feng Yamo took the elevator to the first-floor lobby. Han Li and Han Yueying, who were guarded by a group of bodyguards in suits, were very conspicuous. Feng Yamo walked towards the 2 women with a smile on his face. Han Li also saw Feng Yamo walking slowly towards her, and her eyes suddenly lit up. I didn't expect Feng Yamo to be much more handsome in person than in the photo. With this demeanor and appearance, he is worthy of being the future heir of the Feng family. She leaned close to Han Yueying's ear and whispered, "Xiao Han Han, look over there, your brother Xiao Mo is coming." Han Yueying looked in the direction Han Li pointed, and when she saw who it was, her heartbeat began to speed up. Is this brother Xiaoma? He looks like the male protagonist from a comic book, with an unparalleled appearance. Han Yueying's cheeks turned pink instantly. She quickly looked away and tried to calm herself down. Today is the day she reunites with brother Xiao Mo, so she can't make a fool of herself. Han Li looked at her daughter's reaction and chuckled. She thought Feng Yamo was very handsome when she first saw his photo, and she was even more astounded when she saw Feng Yamo in person for the first time today. My daughter has been thinking about the other person for a long time, so it is normal for her to have this reaction. Feng Yamo walked closer and said in a gentle tone, "Excuse me, are you Aunt Han and Sister Xiaoying?" This was the name given to the two girls in his memory, and Feng Yamo called it out naturally. In fact, he had already recognized it without being asked. Han Li, who was wearing a black evening dress, looked basically the same as in my memory. It's just that with the passing of time, she has gained a little more mature charm, but she looks even sexier. It was exactly as I remembered, big. Han Yueying, who was wearing a pink dress, looked vaguely like her childhood self. It's just that it has grown up and blossomed. Although girls change a lot when they grow up, Feng Yamo recognized her at the first sight because his previous incarnation had a very deep memory of Han Yueying. Yes, you are talking about Xiao Mo, right? Auntie once said that you will be very handsome when you grow up. Now I see that you are indeed right. Han Li smiled and pulled Han Yueying to her feet. She walked over to Feng Yamo, took his hand, and looked at him carefully. She sighed, "I haven't seen you for so many years." Xiao Mo has become a handsome man who is as gentle as jade, but our little Han Han is still very introverted. Don't bully her when you get along with each other in the future. Han Yueying's face flushed. She shook Han Li's hand and whispered, "Mom." Feng Yamo smiled and suggested, "Why don't we go upstairs first? My mother often talks about Aunt Han and Sister Xiaoying. She is already upstairs preparing for your show. Then let's go upstairs first. I haven't seen Sister Hui for a long time." Han Li smiled and nodded. Xiao Mo is such a sensible boy that he can help Xiao Han Han out of trouble. Thinking of this, Han Li blinked at Han Yueying with a cunning look on her face. Han Yueying glared at her quietly without saying a word. Feng Yamo made a gesture of invitation and took the mother and daughter to the top floor. A group of bodyguards in suits followed behind in a mighty manner. 4 of them took the elevator with Feng Yamo and the others, and the rest took the elevator next to them to the top floor. As Feng Yamo went downstairs and then upstairs, he could hear Xiaoying's reminders from time to time. When Feng Yamo brought Han Li and her daughter to the entrance of the banquet hall, they saw Lin Gong standing aside. Han Li was a little surprised. "Lin Gong, why don't you go in?" Lin Gong was stopped by the doorman just now and was feeling very depressed at the moment. He felt relieved to see Han Li finally arrive. Lin Gong showed a helpless smile on his face, spread his hands and said, "Boss Han, it's my fault for not finding out in advance that an invitation is required to enter the party. Now, I've been stopped outside by this little brother." The doorman at the side looked a little nervous, and it seemed that he really stopped someone he shouldn't have stopped. Han Li was stunned when she heard this. It turned out that this guy was stopped outside the door. She smiled apologetically. "I was not thoughtful enough and put you in a difficult position. Now let's go in together." Feng Yamo pretended to be surprised and interrupted, "Aunt Han, so he really knows you?" Han Li nodded and introduced, "He is Lin Gong, and he is also a partner of our Xingli group. He asked me several times before, saying that he wanted to attend this dinner. I agreed, so I asked him to come and report my name. However, Sister Hui invited me over the phone, so I didn't know there was such a thing as an invitation letter." Lin Gong looked calm, but he was secretly feeling resentful. "You took my money but didn't do your job properly. You'll have to wait and see." "Master, Lin Gong has a grudge, devouring progress +1, current devouring progress 3%. I see. That's really unfair to you, brother." Feng Yamo said to Lin Gong with an apologetic smile on his face. I don't feel wronged. I heard that the standard of this banquet is very high. It is a good thing to strictly verify the identities of the guests entering." Lin Gong said with a smile on his face and waved his hand. If Feng Yamo hadn't sensed the resentment in Xiaoying's heart through her, he would have been deceived by this guy's harmless appearance. It seems that compared to Yi Chen, a young man who has not experienced the hardships of society, he is more cunning. However, it is not difficult to deal with people who like to disguise themselves. Then Feng Yamo patted the doorman's shoulder with a smile and asked him to step aside. The doorman breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had this big brother to protect him. Then, Feng Yamo said to Lin Gong, "Tonight's banquet has a lot of connections, and there are many opportunists who want to get in, so I specifically told the employees not to let irrelevant people in. I didn't expect the flood to flush the Dragon King Temple. I'm really sorry." Feng Mo's words seemed like an apology, but in fact they were full of thorns, comparing Lin Gong to an opportunist. Lin Gong understood the meaning of his words, and the dissatisfaction in his heart spread again, but he still put on a fake smile. It's okay. This shows that the standard of this dinner is very high, and the security is also reassuring enough. Both sides wore masks and had their own purposes. On the surface, the communication seemed very pleasant and polite. "Master, Lin Gong is very dissatisfied. The devouring progress plus 1%, the current devouring progress is 4%. I'm glad you can understand. I have guests to entertain here, so I won't talk anymore for now." Feng Yamo smiled even more brightly, nodded at Lin Gong, then ignored him and led Han Li and Han Yueying inside. Han Li also smiled politely at Lin Gong, and followed Feng Yamo with Han Yueying, who remained silent, and walked towards Jin Hui's table. Lin Gong was ignored. He looked at the backs of several people with a cold light in his eyes. "Humph, so what if your family is noble? Sooner or later, I, who have the system, will trample them under my feet." But then, Lin Gong discovered that there was no nameplate on the table in the banquet hall. He had no choice but to sit down in the seats prepared for the guest secretaries and bodyguards in a very unhappy manner. The location is in a corner, so the treatment is naturally not as good as that in the center of the banquet hall. Lin Gong's mentality was unbalanced again, and a strong sense of dissatisfaction filled his heart. Chapter 36 Chapter 37 Revenge. "Master, Lin Gong is feeling unbalanced, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 5%. Feng Yamo sneered in his heart. Although this person disguised himself very well on the surface, the negative emotions in his heart were easily aroused. Perhaps because of his background as an illegitimate child, Lin Gong learned to disguise himself, but he always suppressed the negative emotions in his heart. But this makes it too easy to deal with. Compared to Lin Gong's table in the corner, Feng Mo's table was the focus of the whole place, and the atmosphere was also very good. Meeting again after many years, Han Li and Jin Hui both seemed very happy. They were good sisters who had shared hardships and were true besties. "Lily, I haven't seen you for so many years, and I feel you are still younger." Jin Hui smiled and praised Han Li for her good maintenance. Han Li covered her mouth and smiled. "Sister Hui, you are still talking about me. Tell me honestly, when you and Xiao Mo go out, have people mistaken you for siblings?" The two women praised each other and then laughed happily together. The other guests at the table were all tycoons from various industries. At this moment, they all had smiles on their faces and were constantly paying lip service to flattery. Everyone chatted for a while, and then a music show began on the stage, and the voices gradually became quieter. At this time, Jin Hui leaned close to Feng Mo's ear, smiling, and whispered, "Son, Yueying is really a beautiful girl. How about her? Are you attracted to her?" Feng Mo's face froze. Why did he bring this up again? Han Yueying is very beautiful, with a perfect figure, fair, slender and pure. As for whether she is suitable to be a wife, Feng Mo has not considered it yet. He needs to complete missions to earn some money first. Otherwise, he will die at the hands of Sakura sooner or later, or something else. Thinking of this, Feng Mo shook his head slightly and whispered, "Mom, let's take our time with this. There's no rush for relationships." Okay, as long as you like." Jin Hui was happy today and didn't want to say much. She waved her hand, and the attendant beside her handed her the microphone. Jin Hui held the microphone in one hand and a wineglass in the other, and said to all the guests, "Hello everyone, I am Jin Hui." As she began to speak, the music on the stage gradually became quieter and turned into background music to set off Jin Hui. The guests at the scene also stopped communicating and waited seriously for Jin Hui's next words. "First of all, I would like to thank all the elites from all walks of life for participating in tonight's banquet. I hope everyone can meet like-minded friends at this banquet, broaden their horizons and gain new connections and markets." As she spoke, Jin Hui walked over to Han Li, took her hand and introduced her to everyone. "This is Han Li, the chairman and president of Xingli Group, and also my sister who is as close as a sister to me. If you have business needs for gold and diamond ore, you can leave your contact information with Mr. Han and we can discuss the next step later." Han Li had a strong aura. She nodded to the guests with a smile on her face and then sat back in her seat. Jean Hui finished her usual polite remarks, raised her glass and said, "Finally, I would like to offer a toast to everyone here." The others quickly raised their glasses and drank them all at the same time. Then there was a round of applause and all kinds of flattering words. Afterwards, Han Li took the microphone from Jean Hui, stood up and said, "Thank you, Sister Hui, for paving a path for me to success. It is really flattering that so many top friends in the industry have come to know me." There was a burst of laughter at the scene, and everyone felt that Mr. Han was very humorous. Han Li smiled and said, "I came all the way back to China to prepare a small gift for everyone. It is the new necklace Mermaid's Tears designed by Lin's group some time ago. Gentlemen can give it to their loved ones, and ladies can use it for daily wear. I will send someone to deliver it later, so please don't refuse." Han Li looked around, finished her speech with a smile, then put down the microphone and sat back in her seat. There was another round of applause at the scene, and the guests were also a little surprised. They didn't expect Han Li to be so polite and generous. The market price of the Mermaid's Tears necklace can be hundreds of thousands, although most of it is a premium for the design fee. But there were hundreds of guests present, and giving one to each person would be equivalent to giving away hundreds of millions. Even if we only consider the cost, it would be tens of millions. The guests present were whispering to each other, most of them were admiring Han Li's generosity. In fact, this banquet was prepared for Han Li. She didn't need to prepare any gifts, and all the guests present knew it. It was just that Lin Gong mentioned this matter, so she just went with the flow. By the way, he mentioned the Lin group, which meant that Lin Gong didn't waste his money in vain. Although she didn't like Lin Gong very much, from a business perspective, doing so would be beneficial to both parties. When Lin Gong, who was standing by silently, heard Han Li's words, he immediately knew that the opportunity to complete the task had come. He had just toasted all the secretaries and bodyguards around him, and now the only ones left to toast were the guests who actually attended the banquet. It's not that he doesn't want to, but the time is not right. Normally at this kind of dinner, there will be a period of time when guests can move around freely, pass business cards to each other and get to know each other. Lin Gong was planning to enter and toast at that time, but now Han Li gave him the opportunity to make himself familiar. The toast in a while is basically a sure thing. The corners of Lin Gong's mouth rose slightly. Finally, something made him feel satisfied. "Master, Lin Gong is in a good mood, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 6%. Feng Yamo heard the prompt and glanced at Lin Gong. He found that he had a smile on his face. He stood up and walked to the entrance to communicate with the doorman. A few minutes later, Lin Gong came in with a group of attendants. Everyone held a gorgeously designed gift box in their hands and began to give Mermaid's Tear necklaces to the guests in the venue. Lu Yu, who was in charge of the doorman post, was also among them. The gift-giving session was not arranged in advance, but since Han Li had spoken, naturally no one would find it strange. At this time, Lin Gong had an inexplicable smile on his face. When passing by a slightly wrinkled carpet, he pretended to stumble and accidentally tripped over Lu Yu, who was following behind him. Ouch! Lu Yu fell flat on his face. Although the carpet cushioned his fall, his nose was broken and blood was flowing. The gorgeous gift box in his hand was also crushed by his body, and the fragile Mermaid's Tear necklace was also crushed, and several diamonds rolled out. "Little brother, are you okay? Do you want to go to the hospital?" Upon seeing this, the guests nearby hurriedly left their seats and helped Lu Yu up, asking about his health. An uncle even helped him brush the dust off his body. Lu Yugu endured the pain, covered his bleeding nose and thanked repeatedly. Because of the impact on the nose, the physiological instinctive reaction made the tears flow uncontrollably. He was touched by the support and concern of the guests, but his heart sank when he saw the gift box that was crushed by him and the diamond that rolled down. "This necklace looks very expensive. Now that he broke it, how can I afford to pay for it? Ouch, how did you fall?" Lin Gong showed a look of surprise on his face, and walked forward and pretended to check Lu Yu's injuries. But in his heart he let out a breath of anger. "You, a little doorman, dared to stop me outside just now. Now, not only will I make you fall to the ground, but I will also see how you compensate for the loss of this necklace." Chapter 37 Chapter 38 Clever Solution. Master, Lin Gong's revenge was successful, and he is in a good mood. Devouring progress plus 1, current devouring progress 7%. Feng Mo sneered. He just felt strange why Lu Yu, a doorman, would come in to deliver the necklace. It turned out that Lin Gong wanted to take revenge, and he called Lu Yu for help in some unknown way. He immediately prepared to stand up and help Lu Yu out of the predicament. After all, Lin Gong's hatred for Lu Yu was directly related to Feng Yimou. Feng Yimou naturally could not turn a blind eye when Lin Gong framed the honest employee of his own hotel. Lu Yu's fall attracted the attention of everyone present. Some were concerned, some were indifferent, and some mocked him. Jin Hui patted the back of Feng Mo's hand and frowned slightly. "Son, that boy seemed to have fallen pretty badly. Go and see how he is doing, and then send someone to take him to the hospital for examination and treatment. Don't be like before." Having said this, Jin Hui paused. Thinking of Han Li and her daughter being around, he stopped talking and just signaled Feng Yimou with his eyes to act according to the situation. Han Li also nodded. "Yes, they are all our employees, and we need to take good care of them if something unexpected happens at work." Feng Yimou stood up, nodded to Jin Hui and Han Li, glanced at Han Yueying who had been secretly watching him, and strode towards Lu Yu. Many guests nearby knew Feng Yimou and knew that he had a very arrogant and overbearing personality. Now seeing him walking towards the fallen young man with a calm expression, I couldn't help but sweat secretly. Many people felt that Lu Yu was in trouble. The young master of the Feng family has always been self-centered in his attitude towards handling things. Now that an accident has happened at the banquet and even the expensive carpet is stained with blood, he will definitely be angry. However, what they imagined did not happen. Feng Yimou walked up to Lu Yu and said calmly, "Lu Yu, stop what you are doing. I'll send someone to take you to the hospital for a checkup." Lu Yu stopped crying, his face tense and anxious. He took the tissue handed to him by someone and wiped the blood from his nose, stammering, But, this necklace." Lin Gong took the opportunity to interrupt and said, "This necklace is the latest model of mermaid's tears, and the selling price is 490,000. Lu Yu became even more nervous after hearing this, and his body couldn't help but tremble. The frequent glances from people around him put him under tremendous pressure. He has no education and no culture. Originally, just because of his serious work attitude, the manager arranged for him to be a doorman at tonight's banquet. Before coming here, the manager told us very seriously that every guest here is either a rich or noble person. Never offend anyone. But now he fell in front of so many big shots and crushed the necklace he had given to them. Lu Yu didn't know what he would face next, high compensation or imprisonment? Lin Gong looked at Lu Yu's increasingly gloomy face and felt a strong sense of revenge in his heart. He couldn't wait to see the doorman's tragic end. Seeing the other person's tears and nose bleeding, Lin Gong felt a surge of pleasure in his heart. "Master, Lin Gong is filled with joy, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 8%. Feng Yimou glanced at the gift box and scattered diamonds on the ground, then bent down and picked them up. She slowly opened the gift box, revealing the broken mermaid's tear necklace. After examining it carefully, she said calmly, "These broken diamonds look good." Lin Gong was a little confused. He had just heard from others that the man in front of him was Feng Yimou, the only son of the Feng family for 3 generations. Therefore, before figuring out Feng Mo's thoughts, Lin Gong didn't dare to act rashly. Feng Yimou put the broken diamonds into the gift box and said loudly to all the guests, "Everyone, my name is Feng Yimou. I like to collect some works of art that were created by accident. This fragmented mermaid tear necklace was created by an unintentional mistake. I like it very much. Aunt Han just said that every guest here will receive a mermaid's tear necklace. Since everyone has a share, the one in my hand is mine. I think no one will snatch this necklace from me, right? If anyone wants to compete with me, I won't give them face." After hearing what Feng Yimou said, the guests in the audience first laughed, and then burst into warm applause and praise. Pa. Master Feng is truly righteous. This guy who fell down was lucky to have Master Feng come to his rescue. There were many girls who came with their parents to attend the dinner with something special in their eyes. Everyone could see that Feng Mo's action was to proactively help the young man bear the losses and avoid subsequent troubles. As for what he said about liking the tattered mermaid's tears, who would believe it? This man, who was already an outstanding man from a noble family, also possessed the good quality of helping the weak, which instantly made the girls present feel excited. If it were said that Feng Yimou originally had unparalleled looks and a cool temperament in their eyes, now, this behavior of helping the weak groups directly adds an invisible charm to him. This includes Han Yueying. Since they met, she felt that this brother Xiao Mo had changed a lot compared to his childhood. He became more handsome, taller, and more polite, but also more distant. Now that she looked at it this way, it turned out that she just hadn't discovered the shining points in him yet. Han Yueying bit her lip and smiled quietly. Brother Mo is even more attractive now than when he was a child. Han Li looked at Feng Mo with a charming smile on her lips. Then he glanced at his daughter who was lost in thought, and his smile suddenly widened. Jean Hui didn't say anything, but nodded with great satisfaction. My son has really grown up and become sensible. The only person who felt aggrieved was Lin Gong. He didn't expect Feng Mo to help Lu Yu out. If it weren't for Feng Mo's meddling, his revenge plan would have succeeded. But this was just an act to satisfy his desire for revenge, and it had no necessary connection with tonight's goal, so Lin Gong quickly calmed down. However, he felt more disgust and hostility towards Feng Mo in his heart. Young master of the Feng family? Humph. A dog trying to catch a mouse, meddling in other people's business. Master, Lin Gong's resentment has increased, the devouring progress plus 1%, the current devouring progress is 9%. Feng Mo ignored Lin Gong on the side and waved to a waiter not far away, who quickly trotted over. You accompany Lu Yu to the hospital, and the company will cover all the medical expenses. The other party nodded repeatedly. Feng Mo then said to Lu Yu, go to the hospital quickly and be careful on the way. Lu Yu was awakened at this moment, and bowed to Feng Mo with a grateful look on his face. Mr. Feng, thank you. You're welcome. Just walk slowly and don't fall again. Feng Mo curled his lips and said jokingly. There was another round of good-natured laughter all around. After Lu Yu left, Feng Mo returned to his seat. Lin Gong honestly brought the waiter who was called to help and gave each guest a mermaid tear necklace. Then the performance on the dinner stage continued and the atmosphere became lively again. After half an hour, all the performances were over. The banquet also reached the stage of making friends that all the guests were looking forward to. Whether they are successful people in suits and ties, or socialites in evening gowns, they all hold their glasses of wine and start looking for their targets. Some people do it for business, some do it to enrich their emotional life. Although Feng Mo was not interested in these things, he couldn't help but get acquainted with people who kept coming over. There are also some beautiful and sexy ladies who actively and enthusiastically come to chat with them. Although Feng Mo found it boring, he had to respond politely. After all, this is a dinner party hosted by my mother, so we have to give it enough face. However, Feng Mo did not drink the alcohol. Instead, he said that he was not feeling well recently and drank beverages instead. Han Yueying, who was standing by, thought that she finally had a chance to talk to Feng Mo, but she didn't expect him to be so popular, so she had to suppress her expectations and continue waiting. However, the women who came to talk to Feng Mo were all very beautiful, and she felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. At this time, Lin Gong also started to act. Chapter 38 Chapter 39 Who do you think you are, Lin Gong? There are many guests attending the dinner today, and it is not an easy task for Lin Gong to toast everyone. So when the dinner performance ended and the guests were free to move around, Lin Gong immediately raised his glass and started toasting from the edge. He held out his business card and handed it out to everyone he met, while briefly introducing himself. Hello, my name is Lin Gong, and I'm the chief designer of the Lin Group. The mermaid tears that President Han just gave to everyone is my work. Everyone who comes here wants to make friends. When they met Lin Gong, who took the initiative to hand over his business card and introduce himself, they basically greeted him with a smile and also handed over their business cards to Lin Gong. Then Lin Gong would lower his glass and clink it with the other person's. After taking a sip, he would leave a message. If you need jewelry design or customization, you can come to me. I will give you the most favorable friendship price. The other party is also happy with such a direct exchange of resources, which saves time and effort and is also funny. Thanks to his efficient toasting, Lin Gong successfully clinked glasses with most of the guests present in less than an hour. Although he only took a small sip each time, after hundreds of sips, Lin Gong felt a little dizzy and his stomach was particularly bloated, and he had the urge to urinate. He calculated in his mind and realized that only Feng Mo's table was left to toast. As long as you drink with everyone at that table, you will complete the sign-in task this time, and you will still have time to go to the bathroom then. Thinking of this, Lin Gong forced himself to cheer up, opened a bottle of champagne, held the glass in one hand and the bottle in the other, and walked towards Feng Mo's table. Although Feng Mo was one of the focuses of the whole event, he was always paying attention to Lin Gong's every move while dealing with the guests. He caught a glimpse of Lin Gong walking towards his table and sneered in his heart. Lin Gong's personality is obviously much darker than Yi Chen's. And judging from his actions of framing Lu Yu, this guy is very vindictive. So Feng Mo also had a very bad impression of Lin Gong. He can play house with Yi Chen in a playful manner. But now this guy. Hey. Lin Gong had no idea what Feng Yimou was thinking. He came to Feng Mo's table with a wineglass in hand and respectfully toasted Jin Hui first. "Hello, Mr. Jin. I am the chief designer of the Lin Group. I have known the great reputation of the Jiuzhou Longting Group since I was a child. This is a good company that benefits the people of Jiuzhou. I admire you very much. This glass of wine is for you." After saying that, Lin Gong drank the wine in the glass. Jin Hui wore a habitual smile on her face, nodded to Lin Gong, raised her glass to signal, took a sip, and said politely, "Lin Gong, right? I've heard Lily mention you. You've become the chief designer at such a young age. It seems you have real talent." Lin Gong said modestly, "It's just a low-level trick." "Thank you for your praise, Mr. Jin." Jin Hui nodded and said nothing more. She was just being polite out of habit. Since the beginning of the banquet, too many people had come to toast her, and she was already a little tired. The reason why I could talk to Lin Gong was mainly because he was Han Li's partner. Lin Gong was also tactful enough not to continue being polite, but to pour wine into the glass and then toast to Han Li. Then there are other industry giants. Seeing that Jin Hui gave face to Lin Gong, these big guys naturally wouldn't put on airs. Wouldn't that make them seem to have a higher status than Jin Hui? So they all had a drink with Lin Gong. When it was almost Feng Mo's turn, he stood up with an apologetic smile and said to the people at the same table, "I drank a little too much just now, so I'll excuse myself for a moment." Lin Gong's heart tightened. He had almost completed the task, but this Master Feng suddenly left. He hoped there would be no trouble. "Master, Lin Gong is worried, devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 10%. Jin Hui smiled and said, "Go quickly, be careful not to slip." Feng Yimou nodded, smiled faintly, stood up and left. Lin Gong naturally didn't dare to say anything more. He just followed the procedure and had a drink with the rest of the people at the table, including Han Yueying. But Han Yueying also drank a beverage. Now, Lin Gong's only target was Feng Yimou. Although he was getting drunk and about to pee, he still planned to finish the last glass of wine before taking care of him. Not long after, Feng Yimou slowly returned. Lin Gong had been waiting nearby. When he saw Feng Yimou sitting down, he quickly came up with a glass of wine in his hand and said, reeking of alcohol, "Hello, Master Feng. I was so disrespectful for not recognizing you at the door just now. This glass of wine is my apology. I'll drink it. You can do whatever you want." Feng Yimou rubbed his stomach and waved his hand apologetically, "Sorry, I drank too much just now, and now my stomach is churning. I'll do as you say, whatever you want, whatever you want. As long as we get the point across." "Lin Gong? I'm just being polite. You would drink a little during normal business hours, no matter how casual it is, right? Master Feng, you." Lin Gong felt somewhat dissatisfied. He opened his mouth but didn't dare to say anything. Although he was a little drunk, Lin Gong still had his reason and did not dare to offend Feng Yimou easily. "Ha? What's wrong with me?" Feng Yimou raised his eyebrows and looked at Lin Gong. His tone was puzzled and his face was already a little worried. Jin Hui, who was standing by, saw that this was a sign of Feng Mo's anger and was about to speak up to smooth things over. But then she thought that her son had grown up and would have to face all aspects of life on his own, so it would be better for her as a mother not to interfere too much. Besides, Lin Gong is also Han Yueying's suitor. If Xiao Mo was giving him the cold shoulder because of this, then she should not interfere. Young people should deal with their own emotional competition. The other people present also stopped communicating at this time and looked at Feng Yimou and Lin Gong in silence. Lin Gong also felt Feng Mo's dissatisfaction, but the alcohol was constantly interfering with his mind and boosting his courage. Thinking that as long as Feng Yimou was left to complete the mission, Lin Gong decided to pluck up his courage and continue to persuade others to drink. "Mr. Feng, I was thinking that you should just take a sip and go through the motions. After all, even Mr. Jin drank it. Just consider it as giving me some face, so that I will have something to talk about when I go out in the future, right? I, Lin Gong, have toasted with the eldest young master of the Feng family in Kyoto and drank with him. Wow, how honorable it is." Lin Gong pretended to be a little drunk and said. But he still chose his words carefully and said them beautifully. When most people hear such flattering words, they will basically give Lin Gong face. Unfortunately, Lin Gong met Feng Yimou, who knew his background. Hearing this, Feng Yimou leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, and looked at Lin Gong with scrutiny. "I, Feng Yimou, never like to say something a second time. My mother gave you face because she is well educated and will treat anyone who comes to toast her with courtesy. I have also been learning from my mother's attitude and responding with courtesy. But didn't I tell you clearly that I drank too much and now I'm not feeling well? In this situation, you still continue to urge me to drink, and you still want me to give you face? Let me ask you one question. Who do you think you are, Lin Gong? Do you think I am worthy of enduring the discomfort and drinking the wine you offer me? Chapter 39 Chapter 40 Leaving in Disgrace. Lin Gong's face turned pale and blue. What Feng said was like grinding his self-esteem into powder on a millstone and then scattering it on the street for everyone to trample on. Now many of the guests around him were looking at him, with various emotions in their eyes, mostly gloating in pity. It was not until then that Lin Gong realized that he had been confused by Fengmo's previous behavior and had misjudged Fengmo's character. From the initial rumors, we learned that the eldest son of the Feng family acted arrogantly and domineeringly, and often did not give face to others even in formal occasions. But from what Lin Gong saw during his several encounters today, it seemed that this young Master Feng was polite to others, took the initiative to help Lu Yu out of trouble, and seemed easy to talk to. So he plucked up the courage to persuade him to drink, but he didn't expect to be scolded harshly. Master, Lin Gong is stunned. Devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 11%. Master, Lin Gong is extremely humiliated, devouring progress plus 1, current devouring progress 12%. Master, Lin Gong is affected by the discussions of the guests around him and is feeling anxious. Devouring progress plus 2%, currently at 14%. Xiao Ying's series of reminders made Feng feel very happy. But what made him feel most comfortable was, it turns out that being the arrogant eldest son of the Feng family who acts without worrying about the consequences is so pleasant. He got angry at this dinner party attended by upper-class celebrities. He also scolded Lin Gong in front of everyone, even Jin Hui, his mother. But so what? The biggest difference between him and the previous Feng is that he has reasons and evidence. Even if Lin Gong was scolded harshly, others would only think that Lin Gong was ungrateful. The reason why the young master of the Feng family was angry was because Lin Gong insisted on urging him to drink despite his physical discomfort. As for why the second time he urged me to drink made Master Feng so angry. He has a prominent family background, his elders are in high positions and have great power. He has been pampered since birth, so it is not surprising that he has a bad temper. If anyone is to blame, it's Lin Gong's lack of vision. He deserves it. Until this point, Jin Hui still didn't say anything. She waited quietly, wanting to see what Feng would do next. The guests were secretly shocked. They didn't expect that Ms. Jin was so doting on Mr. Feng. Even when Mr. Feng got angry at such a banquet, she still didn't say anything to smooth things over. Han Li wanted Lin Gong to leave. After all, she was the one who brought Lin Gong here, and now that she has made Feng unhappy, she feels like she is in a difficult situation. But Jin Hui didn't say anything. She was not suitable for speaking, so she didn't say anything. Han Yueying thought Feng did a great job. When in the United States, Lin Gong was often shameless. She spoke softly and her scolding had no intimidating effect. Now seeing Lin Gong being scolded by Feng she finally vented her anger. Lin Gong's expression was grim, but it soon turned into a smile, and he groveled and said, "I'm sorry, Master Feng, I'm not appreciative of your kindness. I'll drink 3 cups as punishment, you are welcome." After saying that, Lin Gong drank 3 glasses of champagne in one breath, suppressed the churning in his stomach, and apologized again. "Master Feng, please be magnanimous and forgive a small person like me." Lin Gong acted like this on the surface, but in fact he was cursing Feng in his heart. "Isn't it just that you were born into a good family? Without parents, what are you? Sooner or later, you will have to pay double for today's shame. When I turn the tables, your Feng family will be destroyed. Men will be slaves and women will be prostitutes. Generation after generation, you will crawl at my feet." Master, Lin Gong's inner resentment surged, and he cursed endlessly. Devouring progress plus 5, current devouring progress 19%. Feng knew that Lin Gong was scolding him, but on the surface his expression eased a little and he waved his hand. "Okay, forget it this time. Be more careful next time." Lin Gong bowed again, then walked towards the seat in the corner, forcing himself to ignore the gazes of those around him, while waiting for the system's prompt in his heart. He just punished himself with 3 cups of wine, which was actually a follow-up move after failing to persuade others to drink. If Feng could take a sip of his drink at this time, he would most likely have completed the sign-in. As for the fact that Feng Yamo refused to accept his toast because he was not feeling well, Lin Gong absolutely did not believe it. In his opinion, even if one is not feeling well, basic courtesy will still be maintained. Even if Feng Yamo just took a sip of wine as a pretense and didn't actually drink a drop, he was actually accepting the toast, so both sides would save face. But Feng Yamo refused to even give him this kind of face, and it was obvious that he was deliberately making things difficult for Lin Gong. As he walked, Lin Gong was thinking about how he had offended Feng Yamo tonight. He thought about it over and over but had no clue, unless Feng Yamo found out that he had deliberately tripped Lu Yu. But that was impossible, his movements were so skillful that anyone would just think he was being careless. Lin Gong was a little confused as he didn't expect the reason, and the system did not indicate that the sign-in task was completed. It seems that even the backhand was not successful. He's a bit dangerous. Thinking of this, Lin Gong decided to leave first. Feng Yamo refused to accept his toast, so this sign-in mission was bound to fail. Failure to sign in will result in a system-wide electric shock penalty of complete incontinence. Although I have never experienced it, I know what will happen just by looking at the literal meaning. There was no way he could be completely incontinent on such an occasion. In that case, even with the system, his future path will be very bumpy, and even ridicule and stigma will always accompany his rise. This was something Lin Gong could not accept. Thinking of this, Lin Gong decisively stood up and left. After the farce just now, the banquet quickly returned to normal track. Guests interact with each other and use their own resources and advantages to make new partners. No one noticed Lin Gong, who left in a hurry. Only Feng Yamo looked at Lin Gong's hurried back, and after hesitating for a moment, he decided to let him leave. In fact, from the perspective of undermining Lin Gong's mentality, finding a way to make him receive a task punishment at the banquet is the most ruthless method. One can imagine the mental blow he suffered from complete incontinence at a banquet attended by bigwigs from all walks of life in Kyushu. But when he thought of that scene, Feng Yamo felt a little disgusted and finally rejected this plan. After all, this was a dinner party hosted by my mother, and I was happily welcoming Aunt Han and Han Yueying. By the way, introduce my friends to Feng Yamo and Aunt Han. Feng Yamo had already interrupted the dinner once. If Lin Gong became incontinent at the banquet again, although Lin Gong would be laughed at, Feng Mo's mother would also be embarrassed. In the end, Lin Gong successfully left the banquet hall without Feng Yamo trying to intervene. Chapter 40 Chapter 41 Sakura gave another reward. After Lin Gong left the banquet hall, the prompt sound of the sign-in system came to his mind. Ding! The host has been detected to have left the check-in location. Please return as soon as possible. If you do not return within half an hour, the mission will be deemed to have failed. The countdown will begin now. Fuck! Shit! Lin Gong lowered his voice and cursed harshly, then spat a mouthful of thick phlegm onto the carpet. I'm in trouble today, but I'll remember this grudge. Feng Yamo, just wait for me. After whispering a few harsh words, Lin Gong quickly went to the hotel front desk and booked a room. After entering the room with the room card, Lin Gong took off all his clothes and sat on the toilet. In this way, even if you are dirty due to incontinence, it won't get everywhere, and you can clean it quickly. Lin Gong sat on the toilet, and the countdown of the sign-in system kept ringing in his ears. Host, please return to the check-in location quickly. There are 5 minutes and 31 seconds left before the default mission fails. Host, please return to the check-in location quickly. There are 2 minutes and 1 second left before the default mission fails. Host, please return to the check-in location quickly. There are 0 minutes and 9 seconds left before the default mission fails. Lin Gong took a deep breath and counted silently, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The host has failed the sign-in mission, and the electric shock penalty for complete incontinence begins. As soon as the system prompt sounded, Lin Gong felt a sense of numbness all over his body. It is 10 times stronger than the numbness in the legs and hands. Although it doesn't hurt, this feeling is really exhilarating. He had no control over his body at all, tears, snot and saliva kept flowing out. What made him most ashamed was the spectacular sight of feces and urine flowing together. Oh! Damn! Lin Gong managed to scream once but couldn't scream out anymore because he had lost control of his mouth. The whole person was slumped over the toilet, unable to move, and the filth flowing out quickly filled the entire bathroom with a foul stench. The only thought in Lin Gong's mind was, this electric shock is more powerful than a suppository. 3 minutes later, Lin Gong stood up from the toilet, his face full of humiliation but also with a hint of inexplicable pleasure. Although this punishment was painful, it made him, who had suffered from constipation for many years, feel the smoothness he had always dreamed of. He didn't know whether it was a blessing or a curse. Ding! New sign-in tasks have been issued, please check them. Here, after Lin Gong left, Feng Mo, under the guidance of Jin Hui, had a pleasant chat with Han Li and Han Yueying. The chat lasted more than half an hour. The strange feeling between him and Han Yueying after not seeing each other for many years had long since dissipated. Han Yueying said softly, "Brother Xiao Mo, do you remember what you promised me when we parted as children?" Feng Mo was stunned, seeming to be lost in thought. In fact, he heard the prompt that Lin Gong's mission had failed. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the first mission of the sniper sign-in system, and the devouring progress is plus 10%. Lin Gong is full of energy and feels a little happy, devouring progress plus 6%. Master, the devouring progress has now reached 35%, please keep up the good work." Then the system panel popped up in front of me. The second task of the sign-in system, please go to Kyoto Happy Valley tomorrow to experience all the projects. You can complete the sign-in if you finish the experience before 2400 hours. Task completion reward, exquisite designer talent. Penalty for mission failure, complete incontinence electric shock penalty enhanced version. Feng Mo gathered his thoughts, raised the corners of his mouth slightly, looked at Han Yueying and said in a gentle tone, "Of course I remember. I told you that when we meet again, I will take you to the most fun places in Kyoto and buy you the most delicious lollipops and the most beautiful floral dresses." When saying these words, Feng Mo's tone was somewhat emotional. Although those childhood memories were not something he experienced personally, they were real memories, and when he looked back on them they were no different from what he had experienced. He also has a childhood sweetheart feeling for Han Yueying in front of him. But Feng Mo has not yet decided whether or not to be with her. In short, just let it be. Han Yueying's eyes lit up. She looked at Feng Mo and said in a soft voice, "Has Brother Xiao Mo decided where to take me to play?" Feng Mo smiled slightly, "Of course, I will book Kyoto Happy Valley tomorrow, and we can have fun all day long, how about that?" "Good." Han Yueying was very happy and nodded in agreement eagerly. She didn't care where they went, what was most important was to be able to play with Brother Xiao Mo, which was what she had been looking forward to most in these years. Jin Hui and Han Li on the side smiled at each other. It seems that the younger generations of the two families still have a solid foundation of affection. We have not become estranged because of the separation over the years. The welcome dinner ended in a pleasant atmosphere. The guests gained a lot, greeted Jin Hui and others with smiles on their faces, and then left one after another. After Feng Mo and Han Yueying agreed to meet at Happy Valley at 9 o'clock tomorrow, they left with Jin Hui. Han Yueying's eyes were full of anticipation, which made Han Li tease and prank her again. Everything was so beautiful, except Lin Gong, who was cleaning the toilet with an ugly look on his face. However, due to constipation, some of the dirt in the toilet was very hard and large, which directly blocked the toilet. Lin Gong didn't know how to deal with it. He was worried that this matter would be leaked out and lead to social ruin if he asked the cleaner to do it. There are no toilet brushes or anything like that. In order to remove all clues of his own social death, he crushed them with trembling hands. "Damn it! Why am I digging shit here? It's all that Feng Mo's fault. Damn it, damn it." Lin Gong complained while cleaning up the mess with tears in his eyes. Why does he always have tears in his eyes? Maybe it's because cleaning shit is too irritating. "Master, Lin Gong is digging feces with tears in his eyes, full of resentment, devouring progress plus 4%, current devouring progress 39%. Feng Mo returned to his bedroom at home, summoned Xiaoying out, and was about to chat with her. But I didn't expect that Sakura would turn into Han Yueying, even wearing a very sexy sailor suit and white over the knee socks, looking very kawaii. "Master, do I look good in this outfit?" After Xiaoying turned into Han Yueying, even her voice and tone were exactly the same as hers, so real that it was almost indistinguishable from hers. Feng Mo resisted the urge to lie, nodded, and praised, "It is beautiful, but Xiaoying, you look not so good." Xiaoying smiled shyly, and even her expression was exactly the same as Han Yueying's. "What's wrong with that? Sakura belongs to the master, and the master can do whatever he wants." Feng Mo felt like he was about to lose control. Han Yueying's looks combined with Xiaoying's seductive personality are a combination of purity and temptation. Hiss. "Master, if you don't give me any instructions, Sakura will act on her own." While Xiaoying was speaking, she sat down on Feng Mo's bed, hooked up her left leg and slowly took off her white stockings. Ahem, Sakura, I don't think I can handle this kind of ordeal in the few years I have left to live. No, master, you can do it. I feel like. Hey, just talk, don't touch me. No, this is the reward for the master's first successful sniping of the sign-in system, hee hee. Chapter 41 Chapter 42 Happy Valley. At 8:30 the next morning, Fongamo drove to Happy Valley. He was dressed very casually today, in a beige casual jacket, black casual pants, and a pair of white sneakers, looking like a young and handsome guy. Happy Valley, which should have been very lively, was a bit deserted at this moment. Apart from a few tourists who were turned away because they were unaware that Happy Valley was temporarily closed, there were only employees responsible for ticket checking at the entrance. Fongamo asked Jin Hui to help book Happy Valley yesterday. So today Happy Valley will not receive other tourists, only Fongamo and Han Yueying. In addition, Fongamo has returned to Kyoto and is now in his own territory. Bodyguards do not need to follow him all the time. Most of them are just hiding in the dark to detect risks. As soon as he arrived at the entrance, Fongamo saw Han Yueying, who was looking forward to it. She was wearing denim overalls and a white t-shirt, had two pigtails, a white sun hat on her head, and a bulging red backpack on her back. It looked like a good fit for playing in Happy Valley, but Fongmo's face turned red. What happened last night after Xiaoying turned into Han Yueying is still fresh in my mind. Now Fongamo can hardly look directly at Han Yueying. Hee hee, master, do you want to continue tonight? Ahem, let's discuss this later. Han Yueying spotted Fongamo from a distance. She smiled sweetly, stretched out her hand and waved, greeting Fongamo. Brother Xiaomo, good morning. The youthful smiles and the sunny weather are as beautiful as a painting. Fongamo smiled and waved in response, morning. The two soon reunited. Han Yueying moved the backpack from behind to hang in front of her chest, then unzipped it and took out two fist-sized lollipops from the bag. She smiled and handed one to Fongamo. Brother Xiaomo, if you invite me to the amusement park, I'll treat you to the most delicious lollipop. Fongamo looked at the size of the lollipop in surprise, and then couldn't help laughing. You're the size of a lollipop, seriously? Han Yueying stuffed one of them into Fongmo's hand and said, as long as the lollipop is big enough, you can eat it for a long time, and then you won't steal my lollipop again. The smile and lollipop in front of him made Fongamo feel dazed. Fragments of his childhood memories flashed through his mind again. He felt a little impressed. This little girl was really interesting. Since you said so, I won't be polite. Fongamo smiled, tore open the packaging of the lollipop and tasted it. Yeah, not bad. It's my favorite pineapple flavor. Han Yueying narrowed her eyes into crescents, and took Fongmo's hand and walked towards the ticket gate. Let's check in quickly, I want to try all the attractions in Happy Valley. No problem. Fongamo let Han Yueying pull him, and the two of them quickly entered Happy Valley and started their fun activities. The monitoring room of Happy Valley has been taken over by Li Jun and his brothers. At the same time, people were sent to monitor all the blind spots that were not monitored. Fongamo had told him not to let any outsiders into Happy Valley to avoid spoiling his and Han Yueying's fun. Although Li Jun didn't think that anyone would be so bored as to come and join in the fun, even though he knew that Happy Valley had suspended its business to the public. But a soldier's duty is to obey orders, so he just needs to do what Fongamo wants. But I didn't expect to meet such a weirdo. At around 9:30, Lin Gong arrived outside Happy Valley in casual clothes. Glancing at the deserted entrance of Happy Valley, he was a little confused. He had been to Happy Valley before, so logically the visitor flow was quite large. Why are there only a few tourists here today? Lin Gong had spent a lot of energy digging out feces last night, so he went to bed early. So he didn't know that Happy Valley stopped selling today's tickets on its official website and major online platforms last night, and tourists who had made advance reservations also received a full refund. The few tourists he saw today were all unaware of the situation and were preparing to buy tickets offline to enter the venue, but they were all persuaded to leave by the staff. Lin Gong looked at the disappointed tourists leaving with some confusion, and went up to ask the staff at the ticket gate. Hello, don't those people want to enter the venue to play? Why don't you let them in? An old lady at the ticket gate replied, oh, today Happy Valley is reserved by some big shots. It's closed all day and not open to the public. You can't play. Lin Gong was stunned when he heard this. Not open to the public? Shit, how do I complete my mission? Lin Gong thought for a moment, then walked forward and lowered his voice and said, Sister, I'm from the countryside, and my dream since I was a child is to have a day in Happy Valley. Now that I'm grown up and have money, I want to realize my dream on my birthday. Can you please make some concessions, or take me through the employee channel? I'll give you a 5,000 yuan red envelope, is that okay? The old lady's eyes lit up, but then she kept shaking her head and said, No, the whole park is under surveillance. If you sneak into play, you will be caught by the security. Go quickly. It will be the same if you go to another place. Lin Gong wanted to get closer to her, but the old lady said sternly, If you don't leave, I'll call security. Go, I'm leaving now. Lin Gong left the ticket gate with a depressed look on his face and stood in the distance thinking of a solution. The last 2 missions were really unlucky. All the previous sign-in missions in the United States were smooth sailing, but why did they become so difficult when I returned to Kyushu? Little did he know that Li Jun in the monitoring room had already begun to pay attention to Sean Lin Gong. He quickly recognized that this Lin Gong was the target that Feng Mo sent him to investigate last time. And at yesterday's dinner, Feng Mo scolded this person harshly. Combined with the known information, it is highly likely that Lin Gong has only 2 purposes for entering Happy Valley. The first reason was to continue pursuing Han Yueying, so he followed here. The second one holds a grudge against Feng Mo and wants to enter Happy Valley to take revenge. Although because the information was not complete, Li Jun did not guess Lin Gong's true purpose. But this does not affect his focus on Lin Gong. If Lin Gongrua attempts to enter Happy Valley next, Li Jun will send people to control him and wait for Feng Mo's decision. Lin Gong sneezed and thought he had caught a cold yesterday, so he tightened his clothes. Since he couldn't get in through the main gate, he had no choice but to find another way. The lady at the ticket gate said that there are surveillance cameras throughout the park. The only solution Lin Gong could think of was to pretend to be a staff member and complete the sign-in task under the guise of inspecting various amusement facilities. Ding! The host is detected to be close to the check-in location, please enter as soon as possible. Lin Gong frowned. Why are you rushing me? Can't you see I'm thinking of a solution? Ding! Please enter the venue as soon as possible. If you fail to enter within 1 hour, you will not be able to experience all the rides in the remaining time, and the mission will be automatically considered failed. Lin Gong's heart tightened. It seemed he had to hurry. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear another electric shock. Although it is a bit inexplicably stimulating, the pain is still greater than the stimulation. Chapter 42 Chapter 43 Lin Gong in action. Next, Lin Gong pretended to run to the vicinity of Happy Valley and wandered around. Before he met the Lin family, Lin Gong had worked in various industries, including as a security guard and setting up a street stall. He knew that large amusement parks like Happy Valley had many employee passages in addition to the ticket gates open to customers, but they required access cards to enter. And it is impossible for the security guards in the monitoring room to keep an eye on hundreds of cameras at all times. Lin Gong only needs to avoid the surveillance, find other Happy Valley staff, and make a private deal with them. Then he can get a set of work clothes and an access card and enter through the employee channel. In his opinion, the lady at the ticket gate was actually very moved. However, she was not the only employee at the ticket gate, and they were all under surveillance. No matter how tempted she was, she didn't dare to take such money. But this old lady doesn't dare to do that, but others may not. With this mentality, Lin Gong began to look for other staff members. There is an opera house next to the entrance of Happy Valley, which is considered a supporting facility of Happy Valley. Lin Gong observed carefully and found that he could enter the Happy Valley Park through the back door of the opera house. So he walked towards the security booth not far in front of the opera house with a natural expression. At this time, Li Jun had already pointed the nearby surveillance camera at Lin Gong. The surveillance footage showed that Lin Gong walked up to the security guard and handed him a cigarette with a smile. The security guard refused at first, but could not resist Lin Gong's enthusiasm and accepted it. The two chatted for a while, the security guard made a phone call, and Lin Gong left. When I came back, I was already wearing the work clothes of Happy Valley employees. If Li Jun hadn't been paying attention from the beginning, he might not have been able to discover this guy. His face was serious, and he turned on the intercom. Brothers near the opera house, please pay attention. There is a suspicious person named Lin Gong pretending to be a security guard with ill intentions. Go and control him immediately and bring him back to the monitoring room. ZZ, got it. Soon, this group of strong retired Special Forces soldiers began the capture operation. Lin Gong put on the security uniform, touched the access card in his pocket, greeted the security guard with a smile, and walked towards the opera house, ready to sneak into Happy Valley. I'll find a way to change clothes later so that no one can notice. In order to convince the security guard to cooperate, he spent 10,000 yuan to bribe him successfully. Hey, designer talent, here I come. Just when Lin Gongji was feeling very proud, four strong men in plain clothes appeared and surrounded him. One of the men with thick eyebrows and big eyes asked sternly, "Your name is Lin Gong, right?" Lin Gong looked puzzled. "Lin Gong? Did you find the wrong person?" He felt a little panicked. Why did these people know his name? Is Happy Valley's security so strong? But seeing that the other party was also unsure, Lin Gong thought about getting away with it. The man frowned and glanced at his teammate who was operating his phone. After comparing the photo on the phone with Lin Gong in front of him, the teammate nodded and said, "That's him." The man with thick eyebrows and big eyes cracked his knuckles and strode towards Lin Gong, pretending to be a security guard with ill intentions, and playing dumb. "It seems that you are planning to do something bad." Lin Gong panicked and said quickly, "No, guys, I just wanted to have a great time at Happy Valley on my birthday, but who knew it was closed today? I disguised myself as a security guard to realize my childhood dream, not to do anything bad." "You misunderstood me." "Misunderstanding? Humph, come with us first." The burly man with thick eyebrows snorted coldly, quickly moved close and used grappling techniques to control Lin Gong. Lin Gong was in so much pain that his whole face wrinkled up. "Brother, be gentle, I'll just go with you." The burly man with thick eyebrows remained unmoved and just held Lin Gong and walked towards the monitoring room, with the other three following closely behind. The security guard in the security booth trembled when he saw this. He felt like he was in big trouble. The four people who came to arrest people looked like plainclothes police officers. Could the man who just bribed him be a fugitive? It's over. He was harboring a fugitive, so he will probably be implicated as well. Amid the security guard's panic, the group gradually walked away. Lin Gong felt like a chicken being lifted by its wings along the way. His feet were almost off the ground, and the severe pain in his arm made him feel like he might have dislocated it. The system prompts in my mind still sound from time to time. Ding! Please enter the venue as soon as possible. If you fail to enter within 35 minutes, you will not be able to experience all the rides in the remaining time, and the mission will be automatically considered failed. He couldn't break free, and his pleas or threats were of no avail. The opponent's arm controlled him tightly like an iron hoop, which made Lin Gong feel angry and terrified. The lady at the ticket gate just now said that Happy Valley is reserved by a big shot today. At that time, Lin Gong didn't take it seriously, thinking it was probably some celebrity or internet celebrity who booked the entire place. But the group of people who have captured him now have very sophisticated techniques in arresting him. Could they really be the bodyguards of some important person? In the eyes of the bodyguards, his actions really made him look like a suspicious person who was about to commit a crime. Thinking of this, Lin Gong quickly explained, "Brother, these are all misunderstandings. I really just want to go to Happy Valley to have some fun. I don't have any other ideas. I just heard the auntie at the ticket gate say that Happy Valley was booked out by a big shot, and I thought it was some celebrity, so I didn't take it too seriously. Now I know I was wrong, so please let me go. Really, I didn't have any bad intentions, and I didn't carry any weapons. You really misunderstood me." The thick-browed man snorted coldly. "Whether you have any ill intentions or not, our captain will naturally judge. Now our task is to catch you in the monitoring room and stop talking to me." As he spoke, the burly man with thick eyebrows lifted Lin Gong's arm up with force again. "Ouch, it hurts." Lin Gong kept shouting but didn't dare to continue to argue. He could only keep his words to himself and secretly hoped that the captain of the other team would be reasonable. Soon, Lin Gong was taken to a small room next to the monitoring room, where he was tied to a chair with ropes by big men and was searched. The big man's rough hands touched all over his body, all round, leaving no corner untouched. This gave Lin Gong goosebumps all over his body. Afterwards, the four big men didn't leave or say anything, but just stared at Lin Gong with a fierce look, which made his anus tighten involuntarily. Damn, why does this scene seem so familiar? A few minutes later, a middle-aged man in a black leather jacket walked in. It was Li Jun. He glanced at Lin Gong, then asked the thick-browed man, "Who's he? Did you find any weapons or dangerous items?" "Brother Jun, there's nothing dangerous. It's just that the drops called enema that this guy carries with him are a bit suspicious. I don't know what they are used for, but I guess they are some kind of lubricant." Huzi scratched his head. He didn't know what the enema was used for. Lin Gong looked embarrassed. "Brother, enema is for constipation." Hu Zi was stunned at first, then he revealed a strange smile, but he didn't dare to laugh in front of Li Jun, so he had to hold it back. He held it in, but the other 3 teammates didn't. Puff. I told you this stuff has a laxative effect, but brother Hu Zi doesn't believe me. By the way, does this thing work? Li Jun's face darkened, and he said sternly, okay, you guys just stay here and watch this guy. I'll ask for instructions on how to deal with him. Okay, Jun. Li Jun nodded, turned around and walked out of the small room. After closing the door, a smile appeared on his face, and the corners of his mouth gradually widened. TSK TSK TSK. Carrying enema with you? Young people nowadays, TSK TSK TSK. After sighing for a while, Li Jun took out his cell phone and called Feng Yamo. Chapter 43 Chapter 44 Han Yueying likes excitement. 40 minutes ago, Feng Yamo and Han Yueying were playing in the park. When you first enter the park, the closest area is an area called Canyon Forest. There are not many projects, including a weightless trampoline hall, a train that goes around the park, and a sightseeing bus that you can take around the park. Han Yueying looked very quiet, but she was very interested in the trampoline park. She held a lollipop in one hand and held Feng Mo's hand with the other and ran towards the trampoline park. Brother Xiao Mo, let's go play on the trampoline first. Feng Mo hesitated a little, holding Han Yueying's hand and stopped. Xiaoying, how about we change to something more relaxing? He originally thought that Han Yueying's personality should be just like her appearance, quiet and dislike of excitement. But I didn't expect that the first thing I wanted to play was the trampoline. This gave him a bad feeling. Was he going to go on a roller coaster or something like that? What Feng Mo fears most is the feeling of weightlessness at high altitudes, and he is also very afraid of heights. He tried many sports in his previous life, including surfing, skiing, and diving. But I don't dare to challenge the various high-altitude projects in the amusement park. He didn't know why, but he was just afraid. Brother Xiao Mo, this is the first one I want to play, so please come with me. Han Yueying shook Feng Mo's arm and said coquettishly. Besides, it's just a trampoline. I want to ride the roller coaster and bungee jumping machine with you later. Ceiling Inc. This, whatever you fear will come true. Xiaoying, I think since we are here to fulfill the promise we made in our childhood, those exciting projects are not suitable for us to play, otherwise we will miss the feeling of our childhood. Feng Mo advised seriously. He really didn't want to play with those things. If he went up there, it would probably take several hours for his soul to come back. Han Yueying glanced at Feng Mo for a few times, then smiled and said, Brother Xioma, are you scared? Yes, I am quite scared. I am afraid of heights. Feng Mo admitted it openly. Everyone has something they are afraid of, that's okay. That is such a pity. Han Yueying sighed. She still wanted to have fun. But she soon smiled again and consoled him, since Brother Xiao Mo is afraid of heights, then we won't play those things, and we won't jump on the trampoline. Let's get on the tour bus and go find the carousel and bumper cars to play with. Feng Mo was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, okay. 10 minutes later, the two were sitting on 2 parallel carousels. Han Yueying had a cup of milk tea in her hand. She licked the lollipop with her pink tongue, then opened her cherry lips to take a sip of the milk tea. She showed a very satisfied smile on her face. It's so fun to come to the amusement park with Brother Xioma. Feng Mo also had a cup of milk tea in his hand. He looked at Han Yueying and said, do you like high-altitude projects? Yes, I feel that every time I have troubles, all the troubles disappear when I take a roller coaster ride. Han Yueying said with a smile. Feng Mo nodded and was about to speak when he heard Xiaoying's reminder voice. Master, Lin Gong wanted to enter Happy Valley but was rejected. He is feeling depressed. Devouring progress plus 1%. Current devouring progress is 40%. Feng Mo's heart moved. It seemed that Lin Gong was planning to enter Happy Valley to complete the sign-in task. But now the entire Happy Valley has been booked by Feng Mo, and even the monitoring room has been taken over by Li Jun and others, so Lin Gong can't get in at all. If Lin Gong wanted to sneak into Happy Valley, he would definitely be stopped by Li Jun, so his mission was doomed to fail. Thinking of this, Feng Mo did not make any further arrangements, but looked at Han Yueying and said, in that case, how about we go ride the Ferris wheel later? I can barely accept this. Because Xiaoying turned into Han Yueying and did something bad yesterday, Feng Mo felt inexplicably guilty towards Han Yueying. It was as shameful as treating her as an object of fantasy. So I thought about expressing my apology in other ways. Ferris wheel? Great. Han Yueying's eyes lit up and she nodded repeatedly. Although this project was not exciting, what made her happy was that Feng Yamo was willing to ride the Ferris wheel with her despite his fear of heights. This is enough to show that Feng Yamo still cares about her feelings. Thinking of this, a faint blush appeared on Han Yueying's cheeks, like a very natural blush, quite cute. Then let's go ride the Ferris wheel after this carousel ride. Feng Yamo smiled and said to Han Yueying. Good. The carousel soon ended and the two continued on the tour bus to the Ferris wheel. During this process, Xiaoling's reminders kept ringing in Feng Mo's mind. Master, Lin Gong successfully bribed the security guard and is preparing to sneak into Happy Valley. He is smug. Devouring progress plus 1%, current devouring progress 41%. Master, Lin Gong was intercepted and captured. He was in great pain and was filled with resentment. Devouring progress plus 1%. Current devouring progress is 42%. Master, Lin Gong was searched by a big man, his hair stood on end, he was panicked, the devouring progress plus 1%, the current devouring progress is 43%. By the time he got on the Ferris wheel, Feng Yamo could hardly suppress the smile on his face. Just from Sakura's hints he could roughly guess what Lin Gong had experienced. He first bribed the security guard in an attempt to sneak into Happy Valley, but was captured by Li Jun's men and then searched. It is estimated that he is now under the control of Li Jun. Han Yueying looked at the scenery outside the window, secretly glanced at Feng Yamo who was smiling, and felt indescribable joy in her heart. Unexpectedly, after so many years, she and brother Xiao Mo could meet again, and both of them still miss each other. Now Xiao Mo has become a handsome man, and she has also changed a lot. If the two of them can go one step further. Thinking of this, Han Yueying became shy again. She didn't know why she always wanted to be with brother Xiao Mo, but she just thought he was very charming. Little did he know that Feng Yamo was currently distracted by Lin Gong's miserable experience and was finding it quite funny. Ding ling ling. Feng Mo's cell phone rang. It was Li Jun calling. He smiled at Han Yueying and said, I'll take a call. Han Yueying smiled and nodded, okay. After the call was connected, Li Jun's calm voice came out, asking Feng Yamo for instructions. Master, we found a suspicious person based on the surveillance. After verification, we found that it was Lin Gong, whom you investigated before. Now he is under control. Do we need to hand him over to the Law Enforcement Bureau for processing? Feng Yamo shook his head. No, he probably didn't do anything out of line. There's no need to hand him over to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Just give him a lecture and don't let him leave. Just wait for my follow-up instructions. Okay, Master. Chapter 44 Chapter 45 Brother Xioma, are there any girls chasing you? After the call ended, Han Yueying asked curiously, Brother Xioma, who has committed a crime? Should they be sent to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Feng Yamo smiled and shook his head, making up an excuse. One of my employees was dishonest and was caught by the security department. It's no big deal. So that's how it is. Han Yueying nodded, and stopped asking. She bit her lip and asked bravely, Brother Xioma, are there any girls pursuing you now? No. Feng Yamo said very calmly. Actually, there are some, but Feng Yamo feels that those girls are not as fun as Sakura. +1, Sakura thinks so too. Han Yueying showed a surprised expression on her face. Brother Xiaomo is so outstanding, why is there no girl pursuing him? But she was very happy in her heart. If no girl pursued Feng Yamo, her chance would be even greater. Yeah, I'm focusing my main energy on research right now, and I don't have much time to spend with girls. Feng Yamo continued to talk nonsense seriously. In order to hunt other systems in the future, you sometimes have to do some strange things. There is nothing better than using social research as an excuse. Oh, I see. Han Yueying nodded and didn't ask any more questions. It would be enough to just get a general understanding of it. Anyway, she will be in the country from now on and will have a lot of time to spend with Feng Yamo. Lin Gong was locked in a small room next to the monitoring room and his body was tied to a chair. There were 4 big men staring at him, leaving him no chance to escape. The check-in system tirelessly reminded him to enter the check-in location as soon as possible. But he also wants to go in. Isn't he locked up by a strong man and trapped in here? Ding! Please enter the venue as soon as possible. If you fail to enter within 25 minutes, you will not be able to experience all the rides in the remaining time, and the mission will be automatically considered failed. Lin Gong, TT. Who the hell is going to save me? These guys are imprisoning others and restricting their personal freedom. Now that we are being watched by this group of people, it is impossible to complete the mission. Lin Gong was once again prepared for the mission to fail. Isn't it just an electric shock? I'm not afraid. However, in order to avoid social death when being punished, Lin Gong is still making a final effort. Brother, I didn't have breakfast and I'm a little hungry now. Can you let me go and buy something to eat? I promise I won't come to Happy Valley again. Hu Zi shook his head. Just stay here and don't even think about leaving. At least we won't let you leave before the big shot who booked Happy Valley leaves. Lin Gong was still unwilling to give up and asked again, Brother, what if I want to go to the toilet? Hu Zi curled his lips and said, Let's solve it right here. Lin Gong's expression changed. He didn't want to be punished by the system in front of so many people. At least give him some private space. Although he didn't know these people, Lin Gong couldn't accept being seen by others in his completely incontinent state. Brother, I beg you, can you please let me go to the toilet a little more? I'm an adult and I have to save my dignity. Lin Gong begged bitterly. Hu Zi hesitated for a moment and nodded, Well, okay then. Lin Gong was overjoyed and thanked him repeatedly, Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Hu Zi waved his hand and said to another brother, Xiaolong, go buy a chamber pot. If this guy wants to go to the toilet later, untie the rope and let's go outside the house. Xiaolong nodded, stood up and walked out. Lin Gong's face froze. Why did he buy a chamber pot? Can't you just take him to the toilet? Brother, can you arrange for me to go to the toilet? It's embarrassing to poop in the chamber pot. Lin Gong said humbly. It's good to have a chamber pot. If you keep being picky, I'll just buy you a wash basin. Hu Zi said impatiently. Seeing this, Lin Gong didn't dare to make any more requests, and the chamber pot could still be sat on. When the body is out of control, it is barely possible to hold on. If it is a wash basin, it will not work. Lin Gong accepted all this helplessly, feeling resentful towards everyone. Who on earth has booked the entire Happy Valley? Is he just bored? If it weren't for the guy who booked the entire place, he would have been carrying out his mission inside the amusement park now. Instead of being tied up in a small room by this group of unreasonable guys, without even the freedom to poop. Soon, Xiaolong bought a chamber pot. The short 20 minutes passed quickly. Lin Gong took advantage of the last 3 minutes of the punishment and said, Brother, I want to go to the bathroom. Please help me untie the ropes. Hu Zi and the others did not make things difficult for him. They quickly untied the ropes, and then the 4 men walked out the door. When the door was closed, Hu Zi left a message, I'll give you 10 minutes. Don't try to escape, or you'll suffer. Bang! The door was closed with force and Lin Gong breathed a sigh of relief. He quickly moved the chamber pot to the corner, then unzipped his pants and sat down, leaning his whole body against the wall to prevent losing his balance. The cold touch on his butt made him feel sad and angry. I didn't expect that this would be the first time I used a chamber pot since I was a child. Listening to the countdown in his mind, Lin Gong began to count down again, 3, 2, 1. Ding! The host has failed the sign-in mission, and the total incontinence electric shock penalty enhanced version begins. The familiar feeling swept through my body again, the numb pain was stronger than last time, and even my body began to tremble involuntarily. All the muscles in his body were trembling like those of a little mouse, and at the same time, Lin Gong felt the pleasant feeling of defecation again. Faster, stronger. He had only one thought in his mind. This punishment seems quite effective. Constipation killer. Lin Gong felt inexplicably happy in his heart, and he seemed to like this feeling a little. Rather than being a punishment, it is more of an alternative stimulation. Just when Lin Gong was feeling delighted, thinking that apart from the social death attribute, the other pains of the system's punishment were not unacceptable. His body fell forward uncontrollably, and the chamber pot under his buttocks also fell over. Lin Gong's body was convulsing, his face pressed against the cold ground, but a warm feeling gradually warmed his cheeks. He kept shouting in shock inside. What the hell? It's over, barbecue. This time I'm really going to die. Chapter 45 Chapter 46 Lin Gong's social death. Hu Zi and others who were waiting outside the door changed their expressions when they heard the strange noise coming from inside the house. What's that sound? Brother Hu Zi, could that guy have smashed the window and run away? Xiaolong was a little anxious and wanted to push the door open immediately. Hu Zi frowned and thought for a moment, then shook his head. This sound wasn't from someone smashing the window, it was probably him accidentally kicking the chamber pot. Besides, this is the 4th floor. It is impossible for Lin Gong to flip down with his bare hands without any professional training. He wouldn't be so stupid. Besides, even if he slips away, the monitoring room will be able to find him immediately, so there is no need to worry. The other 3 looked at each other and felt that what Hu Zi said made sense. Then let's wait until the time is up before going in. A few minutes later, the 10 minutes given by Hu Zi was up. He knocked on the door and asked, Lin Gong, are you done? No one responded. Hu Zi frowned and pushed the door open. Then he suddenly shouted, Fuck! You can even shit all over Jinshan Mountain. You are such a genius. The sight before him almost made him vomit out the barbecued lamb kidneys he had eaten the night before. I saw a colorful chamber pot knocked over on the ground, all kinds of filth were scattered all over the floor, and the stench was overwhelming. But Lin Gong lay on the ground motionless, allowing himself to be surrounded by filth. Fuck, that's fucking disgusting. Ugh, this is, ugh. Fuck, is this a 360-degree blind angle jet fighter? Although they are all retired Special Forces soldiers, they have experienced many harsh environments during training and missions. Basically, everyone has seen blood. But compared with the scene in front of me, it is really nothing. Lin Gong's punishment for failure had not yet ended and he was unable to move at all. He felt extremely humiliated, but he could only lie stiffly on the ground. What Hu Zi and the others didn't know was that he had been maintaining this posture for a long time. What made him most ashamed was that he had no control at all in the process and became a well-deserved jet fighter. But he was in the midst of a gushing ocean of filth, unable to extricate himself. The most important thing is that he was seen in this state by other people. At this moment, Lin Gong fully understood what it meant to be ashamed. He wanted to rent a 3-bedroom apartment, but his toes were out of control. Hu Zi reacted quickly and yelled, Xiaolong, go open the fire hydrant in the corridor and bring the fire hose over. Receive. Xiaolong responded and rushed to the fire hydrant at the far end of the corridor with the other 2 people. In less than 2 minutes, he nimbly arrived with a fire hose. Hu Zi took the fire hose handed to him by Xiaolong, pointed the nozzle at the dirt on the ground, and started flushing. By the way, wash Lin Gong at a smaller angle. This guy needs to be washed clean, otherwise it will be smelly and disgusting. They still have to keep guarding. Lin Gong felt the cold water splashing on his face. He felt sad and a song lyric inexplicably emerged in his mind. The cold icy rain splashed on my face. Warm poop mixed with cold rain. He had never heard of this song, but he felt that it was very appropriate for the current situation. Thanks to the floor drain in the house, Hu Zi and others worked for a while and finally cleaned the small room, and the sewage was discharged through the floor drain. It was not until this time that Lin Gong regained control of his body. He slowly got up from the ground and put on his pants tremblingly. He was wet all over at this time, his clothes and pants were wrinkled, the hair drooping in front of his forehead was dripping with water, and he smelled bad. Although Hu Zi and others washed away the dirt in the room, the fire hose could not be sprayed directly at people to avoid causing harm. In addition, Lin Gong had been soaking in it for so long that the simple splashing of water could not completely clean it. He would have to take at least several baths. Hu Zi looked at Lin Gong with pity. Do you have any hidden illness? For example, you have seizures when you poop? Lin Gong said with a sad face, I guess so. Apart from following Hu Zi's wishes, does he have any other explanation? Could I tell him that this was a punishment from the system? After hearing Lin Gong's answer, the 4 men looked at him with something strange in their eyes. Pity, sympathy, disgust. The eyes filled with various emotions were like knives, constantly cutting Lin Gong's self-esteem. He is the illegitimate son of the Lin family. He has lived with his mother since he was a child and has always been said to be a fatherless child. So Lin Gong was really inferior in his heart, but later he worked hard and was admitted to a good university through his own efforts, which changed his destiny. After that, Lin Gong hid his inner inferiority and always appeared to be a decent person to the outside world. After recognizing the Lin family and obtaining the system, his self-esteem swelled again. But today, his shameful appearance was seen by 4 men. This is so shameful and hurtful to my self-esteem. Hu Zi sighed, shook his head and said, I didn't expect you to be so miserable. Forget it. If you want to go to the toilet later, I will let you go to the toilet. Lin Gong looked miserable, but he dared not say anything. I begged you for so long just now, and you insisted on buying me a chamber pot. Now pretend to be a good guy. Xiaolong also shook his head with sympathy. Alas, this is the first time I've seen this kind of disease. Brother, stay strong. Lin Gong forced a smile. I'm used to it. It's nothing. It's just. Ugh. I smell a bit bad. Can you let me take a shower? Hu Zi coughed dryly and said, although I sympathize with you, I still want you to stay here for a while. After all, we cannot go against the arrangements of our superiors. Lin Gong sighed. Okay, I'll stay a little longer then. He is now more open-minded. After experiencing some things, one's mind will grow unprecedentedly. For example, this time. Although it is very shameful and hurts my self-esteem. But it made him more tolerant. In the past, he would never have been able to tolerate such a foul odor on his body. Hu Zi looked at Lin Gong deeply, and walked out of the door with the other three brothers, looking at Lin Gong from a distance. Brother, it's good that you understand. The smell is a bit strong. We will stand here and watch you. Don't give any suggestions. Don't mind. Lin Gong sighed and sat on the chair feeling very lonely. There is only one hope in my heart. I hope the next task can be completed smoothly. He has learned his lesson. If he cannot complete the next task, he will find a hotel room and silently bear the punishment of the system. After all, if no one else sees it, the electric shock is still quite pleasant. Thinking of this, Lin Gong's heart skipped a beat. Shit, why do I feel so good when I get an electric shock? Am I a masochist? Chapter 46 Chapter 47 The Third Sign in Mission. Feng Yamo and Han Yueying had a lot of fun in Happy Valley. Although the two hadn't seen each other for many years, there was no sense of strangeness between them. Han Yueying also completely fits Feng Mo's impression of a childhood sweetheart, which can be said to be very good. Although Feng Yamo did not witness Lin Gong's experience in person, he could roughly guess what happened. Not long after he and Han Yueying got off the Ferris wheel, Sakura's reminder rang in his mind. Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the second mission of the sniper sign-in system, and the devouring progress is plus 10%. Lin Gong was panicking but also felt happy. Devouring progress plus 7%. Master, the devouring progress has now reached 60%, please keep up the good work. Feng Yamo understood in his heart that it seemed that Lin Gong had been judged to have failed the mission. I just wonder if there was anyone watching when he was punished? After all, Feng Yamo had arranged for Li Jun to send someone to watch over Lin Gong. When that scene appeared in his mind, Feng Yamo subconsciously felt a chill. Oh, that's disgusting. Han Yueying, who was standing by, noticed that Feng Yamo had a strange look on his face and his body shook subconsciously. She thought he was afraid of the height of the Ferris wheel. She quickly grabbed his wrist and comforted him. Brother Xiaomo, don't be afraid, we have landed safely. Feng Yamo felt the little hand on his wrist was a little cold, smiled at her and said, I'm not scared, I just thought of something unpleasant. But your hands are so cold, why don't you put them in your pockets? It's okay, my hands just feel a little cold sometimes, it's normal. Han Yueying smiled and took Feng Mo's hand towards the next entertainment project. Since Brother Xiaomo is not afraid, let's move on to the next project. What's next? Of course it's bumper cars, that's what we agreed on at the beginning. A few minutes later, Feng Yamo and Han Yueying arrived at the bumper car venue. At this moment, Sakura's reminder sound came again in my mind. So Feng Yamo pulled Han Yueying to sit on a bench by the roadside, saying he wanted to take a rest. Han Yueying accepted it with pleasure. Master, Lin Gong was unable to move after knocking over the chamber pot. He was found dead by Hu Zi and others. He felt extremely humiliated. Devouring progress plus 2%, currently 62%. Master, Lin Gong is washed by the water, feeling extremely miserable, and at the same time he is amusing himself by rewriting the lyrics. Devouring progress plus 2%, currently devouring progress 64%. Master, Lin Gong was questioned mercilessly by Hu Zi and others, and his self-esteem was rubbed back and forth. Devouring progress plus 3%, current devouring progress 67%. Feng Yamo quickly conjured up a general picture in his mind, but he switched the channel the next second. The picture is too beautiful to watch. What follows is the new task information of the sign-in system. The second task of the sign-in system, please go to Kyoto Koniyu Center within 3 days and walk around each building to complete the sign-in. Task completion reward, top designer talent. Penalty for mission failure, complete incontinence electric shock penalty super enhanced version. Feng Yamo frowned and thought. Guosheng Center? Jean Hui seemed to have mentioned this place to him some time ago. Thinking of this, Feng Yamo decided to ask his mother directly. He took out his cell phone and smiled at Han Yueying beside him. Xiaoying, let me make a call. Han Yueying nodded obediently. Brother Xiaoma, you call. When you finish the call, we will play for a while and then it will be almost time for lunch. Okay, wait for me for a moment. Feng Yamo nodded, stood up and walked to the side to call Jin Hui. At this time, Jin Hui was holding a video conference on the top floor of the office building at the headquarters of Zhozhou Longting Group. Her chairman's office is simply and elegantly decorated and very spacious. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows overlook most of Kyoto, making it seem like she is towering over the city. The video conference was held with senior leaders who were assigned to other countries, and Jin Hui was listening to their work summary. At times like this, most people can only contact Jin Hui's assistant. Except for her family. Jin Hui has a mobile phone specifically for contacting her family, which is always accessible. At this time, the cell phone rang. Jin Hui took a look and saw that it was Feng Yamo calling. He said to the other members in the video conference, "Stop reporting for now. I have something urgent to deal with. Please wait for me for a few minutes." Naturally, no one else dared to disobey and nodded repeatedly. After Jin Hui left the meeting, she answered Feng Mo's phone call. "Hey, son, didn't you go to Happy Valley with Xiaoying today? You're calling Mom before noon. Did something happen?" "Mom, it's nothing. I just suddenly remembered that you mentioned to me last time that you bought the Guosheng Center. This place seems to be an unfinished building, right?" Feng Yamo asked irrelevantly. Jin Hui smiled and said, "Why? Do you want this piece of land? Do you want to start a business?" She was somewhat delighted. She had not expected that her son would become so ambitious after just a short interaction with Xiaoying. Thinking of this, Jin Hui explained. The land of Guosheng Center was acquired a long time ago. The engineering team was contacted some time ago and is ready to carry out demolition by blasting in 3 days. Feng Yamo was stunned. Demolition by blasting? Oh my goodness, if this explodes directly, Lin Gong's sign-in mission will fail, right? Mom, can the time for this blasting and demolition be advanced? Feng Yamo asked. Although Jin Hui didn't understand, she still answered, "Of course, the building structure has been surveyed a long time ago, and the blasting plan has been prepared long ago. It's no problem to advance it, but why are you asking this? Mom, haven't I been doing a social experiment recently? Now that Xiaoying is back home, I want to give her a deep and lasting memory. When we were chatting just now, we talked about the spectacular scene of demolishing buildings by blasting, and then I thought of the Guosheng Center." Feng Yamo continued to talk nonsense. He found that since he had a social experiment as an excuse, any strange idea would seem reasonable. For example, the main purpose of demolishing the unfinished building this time was to give Han Yueying an unforgettable memory for the rest of her life, and there was no other idea at all. Jin Hui didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You kid, you do these weird experiments every day, which makes Mom happy for nothing. Mom thought you wanted to do business. Forget it, for Xiaoying's sake, I'll agree to you. I'll ask my secretary to send you the contact information of the boss of the engineering team. You can discuss the specific blasting time with them yourself." Feng Yamo said with joy, "Thank you, Mom." Okay, Mom has to continue the video conference. You can continue to take Xiaoying out to play. Jin Hui said with a smile and hung up the phone. Feng Yamo put down his phone and grinned. The sign-in system wanted Lin Gong to sign in at Guosheng Center, so he would blow up Guosheng Center. Chapter 47 Chapter 48 Sakura has another bad idea. After finishing the call with Jin Hui, Feng Yamo played with Han Yueying for a while. When it was lunchtime, Han Yueying felt tired from playing, so she suggested going shopping in the afternoon. Feng Yamo readily agreed, although he actually didn't really like playing in the amusement park. The main purpose of booking the entire Happy Valley this time was to snipe Lin Gong. Now that Lin Gong has failed his mission, there is no need for Feng Yamo to continue playing. After finding a restaurant to have lunch, Feng Yamo took Han Yueying to the mall in the afternoon. The two bought each other some clothes and cosmetics. It was not until the evening that Feng Yamo drove Han Yueying home. Hanli bought a house on the 3rd Ring Road in Kyoto, which is a large flat of 360 square meters. Although we have decided to return to Kyushu for development, renting an office space and recruiting employees will take time. So Hanli basically works from home at the moment. Feng Yamo and Han Yueying took the elevator to the floor where her house was and rang the doorbell. There was a sound of footsteps coming from inside the house and the door was quickly opened. Han Li's enthusiastic smile appeared in Fengmo's sight. Xiao Mo is here, how was your time playing with our Xiaoying today? Did you have fun? Han Li, who is working from home, is wearing a gray-green tight sweater with a black hip-hugging leather skirt to highlight her perfect waist-to-hip ratio. Her plump legs are wrapped in black stockings and she is wearing a pair of furry white rabbit cotton slippers on her feet. Fengmo smiled and said, Aunt Han, we had a great time today. Even though we've been apart for so many years, we don't feel like we've been apart for so long. It feels great. Come in and sit down first. Let's have dinner at my aunt's house tonight and try my aunt's cooking. Han Li opened the door wide, handed over a pair of slippers with a smile, and then pulled Fengmo into the house. Han Yueying on the side had a very unhappy face. Is this really her biological mother? He actually left his daughter aside. But she didn't say anything. She just followed him into the house and closed the door. Han Li poured Fengmo a glass of water and asked him to sit down on the sofa to rest. She then walked towards the kitchen and said with a smile, I just returned to Kyoto. This house was found for me by Sister Hui. I haven't had time to hire a housekeeper yet. Xiao Mo, please don't despise the housekeeper's cooking skills. Auntie Han, you're too polite. I've been missing the braised pork you made all these years. Fengmo smiled and said politely. Han Yueying pouted quietly. Mom is really partial. She treats Xiao Mo better than me. Then he poured himself a glass of water and carefully sat down next to Fengmo, with a distance of one body length between them. Fengmo noticed that the door of the study was open and the computer screen on the desk was still on, which seemed to indicate that Han Li was still working there. As a result, as soon as he arrived, he ignored his work and went straight to the kitchen to cook. Such a warm attitude made Fengmo a little overwhelmed. This was even more enthusiastic than a mother-in-law looking at her son-in-law. Master, do you like big-breasted ladies like Han Li? Xiao Ying's voice suddenly sounded in his mind, and Fengmo could even imagine her naughty smile. He followed Sakura's words and subconsciously looked at Han Li, who was busy in the open kitchen. Her hair is tied up behind her head, her gourd-shaped figure is from behind, her buttocks are plump, and her legs are wrapped in black stockings. In addition, her skin is very fair and smooth, so no one would question that she is 27 or 28 years old. She is indeed the type of mature lady that Fengmo likes. Only. Etc. Xiao Ying, could you please stop giving me weird ideas? Don't be sour. This is Aunt Han, Han Yueying's mother. No matter how many women he roams around with, he can never lay a hand on Han Li. Okay, but this is the second time that Master has hacked the sign-in system today. Sakura will give you a reward tonight. If the real-life Han Li Master doesn't want to mess around, then try the Sakura version. Fengmo's heart skipped a beat, and the image of Xiao Ying turning into Han Li appeared in his mind, wearing sexy clothes and posing in various seductive poses. His face immediately turned red. Xiao Ying, be quiet. If you play like this, I'm really afraid of dying young. Hee, I know. I will pay attention. The communication between the two seems like a long story, but in reality it only took a few seconds. In order to divert attention from Han Li, Fengmo and Han Yueying chatted idly. But after being led by Xiao Ying's evil guidance, Fengmo's mind would always flash with Han Li's figure, and he subconsciously compared her with Han Yueying in front of him. The mature and attractive Han Li and the youthful and beautiful Han Yueying actually have their own charms. But after such a comparison, Fengmo still thinks Han Li is better. After all, who can resist a gorgeous lady? Of course, he was just thinking about it. If he really dared to do that, he would not be able to get past Jin Hui. 40 minutes later, Han Li prepared 3 dishes and a soup. While taking off her apron, she called Fengmo and Han Yueying to eat. You two, come and eat. Good. Han Yueying responded and said to Fengmo, Brother Xioma, I will help you serve the rice. Fengmo smiled and said, Thank you then. Hee, there's no need for us to say thank you to each other. Han Yueying grinned and quickly served 3 bowls of rice. After the meal was served, Han Li would pick up some food for Fengmo from time to time, and at the same time, she would ask about his well-being and various questions. Fengmo answered politely one by one. Han Yueying had a smile on her face as she watched the interaction between Han Li and Fengmo, feeling very excited. If Brother Xioma and I are together in the future, our daily life should be like this, right? After finishing his meal, Fengmo said goodbye and left. After leaving Han Li's house, he took the elevator to the underground parking lot. The bodyguard had been waiting for a long time. After Feng Nemo got in the car, he let the bodyguard drive home. At the same time, he called Li Jun and asked him to release Lin Gong. Li Jun gladly accepted the order and informed Hu Zi. At this time, Lin Gong was still in the small room next to the Happy Valley monitoring room. The clothes that got wet in the morning were almost dry, but he was still being stared at by the four big men and couldn't leave. He felt like the smell on his body was about to be pickled, and he was extremely hungry. Glancing at the time, it was already past 6 in the evening. Lin Gong asked Hu Zi with a bitter look on his face, "Brother, haven't you finished playing with the big shots in Happy Valley yet?" Hu Zi shook his head. "I don't know. Anyway, I can't let you go without a notice from my superiors." Lin Gong said in a humble tone, "Brother, I've been hungry here for a day and now I have hypoglycemia. I've been wearing wet clothes for a day. Now it's getting dark and the temperature is getting colder. Can you help me buy some clothes and some food? I'll give you the money." Hu Zi was just about to shake his head to refuse when Li Jun called. "Hey, Jun Ji. The master said he can be released now, so let that guy go." "Receive." After ending the call, Hu Zi looked at Lin Gong and said, "Okay, you can go now." Then he said to the other three brothers, "Brothers, let's retreat too." Xiaolong and the others cheered and then left quickly together. Soon, only Lin Gong, disheveled in the wind, was left. "You locked me up for a whole day, what on earth do you want to do?" Although he wanted to curse, he no longer had the energy to do so. Lin Gong walked out slowly. Now he just wanted to eat something, take a shower, and have a good sleep. Chapter 48 Chapter 49 This Hanli is not that Hanli. After leaving Happy Valley, Lin Gong found a nearby fast food restaurant. As soon as he entered the store, Lin Gong's stomach started rumbling and his saliva kept flowing. The food in fast food restaurants is ready-made. You just need to take the plate, fill it up and calculate the price. The short but sturdy boss was at the plate, holding a rice spoon in his hand. He looked at Lin Gong, frowned and asked, "Would you like some food?" "Yes, yes." Lin Gong was so hungry that he nodded repeatedly. "Beggars, get out. This is not a charity house." The boss waved his hand in front of his nose and said with a look of disgust. Lin Gong was stunned for a moment, then he suddenly became angry. "Who do you say is a beggar? I want to eat." The boss looked at me like a fool and said, "I just asked you if you were begging for food, and you said yes. Besides, you stink like you crawled out of a cesspool. Wouldn't you scare away the guests who eat at my place? Get out of here now." Lin Gong was so angry that he wanted to take advantage of this conflict to vent his emotions, but he really didn't have the energy to curse at others, so he could only spit viciously, "Just wait for me, in a few days I will find someone to ruin your store." After saying this, Lin Gong turned around and left. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Since the boss said he crawled out of a cesspool, he should find a group of homeless people to throw dung balls into the store in a few days. After being rejected when he wanted to spend money on the meal, Lin Gong learned his lesson. He endured the hunger and went to the hotel to take a shower, then ordered some takeout and ate happily. But there has always been an unknown fire in my heart that I have no place to vent. Who is it? Not only did they book Happy Valley to prevent him from entering and completing the task, they also locked him up for a day. He must find this person. Even if the other party is indeed a big shot, there is no way to retaliate now. But Lin Gong believed that it wouldn't take long for him to rise from obscurity. When the time comes, he will trample these guys under his feet. Right. Go and do the check-in task at Guosheng Center tomorrow. He just couldn't believe it. The mission lasted 3 days, and he could fail on the first day. Feng Nemo returned home and found that Jean Hui had not come back yet. It seemed that she was still busy with work. However, the engineering team boss's phone number had been sent, and his name was also noted, Wang Feng. Feng Nemo sat on the sofa in the living room and dialed Wang Feng's number. Hello, is this Boss Wang? I'm Feng Nemo. Oh. It's Master Feng. President Jean told me that you wanted to demolish the Guosheng Center in advance by demolishing it with explosives. Wang Feng was stunned and said quickly. He was able to cooperate with Jean Hui because of his connections. He was conscientious in every aspect during the cooperation and naturally knew something about the Feng family that Jean Hui married into. Feng Nemo, the eldest son of the Feng family, is even more well known. Today he received a notice from Secretary Jean Hui, saying that the blasting work at the Guosheng Center might be advanced, and Feng Mo would contact him for details. He didn't expect that he would contact him so soon. Feng Nemo nodded. Regarding the demolition and blasting of the Guosheng Center, can it be completed tomorrow? Wang Feng hesitated for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "Sure, I'll have my employees work overtime tonight, and we can start blasting around tomorrow evening." "Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Wang." Feng Yamo nodded without further explanation. "No trouble, no trouble. There are so many people who want to cause trouble to young Master Feng and President Jin, but they don't have the chance," Wang Feng said quickly. What he said was true. The Zhozhou Longting Group managed by Jin Hui has business all over the world and has a very good reputation. The profits given to partners are very sufficient. So there is no one who doesn't want to cooperate with Jin Hui. Feng Yamo smiled and said, "Okay, I'll tell my mom. I'll look for Mr. Wang next time I have business in this area." Wang Feng's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "Thank you, Master Feng. I will definitely make the Guosheng Center beautiful for you. There will definitely not be any accidents." "Okay, I'll take some time to go and have a look tomorrow, so that's it for now." "Okay, Master Feng, you are busy." After hanging up the phone, Feng Yamo prepared to go to the bathroom to take a shower. The light particles that Sakura transformed into gathered around her and actually turned into Han Li's appearance. The clothes were exactly the same as the ones she wore at home today, even her hairstyle was the same. Han Li looked at Feng Yamo steadily, her eyes seemed to be able to speak, and she smiled gently. "Master, do you like it?" Feng Yamo wanted to refuse, but his body nodded obediently. He was concerned about Han Li. But for Han Li, who was transformed by Sakura, there was a different kind of excitement. Han Li came over. The whole person fell on him. With a faint fragrance, she leaned close to Feng Mo's ear and said in a sweet voice, "Do you want to take a shower now? Take me with you, please?" Feng Mo's heartbeat gradually quickened, and he swallowed hard, xiaoying, "Although this is very exciting, isn't it a little inappropriate?" Han Li smiled and said quietly, "Master obviously likes it, but he pretends to be nice. Sakura just wants to reward Master." Lin Gong encountered several stimulations just now, and now the swallowing progress has increased to 75%. The Master is so great, xiaoying must give back. Feng Yamo couldn't help but put his hands on the black leather skirt. Han Li laughed sweetly. He held her arms tighter. Feng Yamo took a deep breath, remained unmoved, and walked towards the bathroom holding Han Li. Han Li let out a sweet laugh. Hee hee. 2 hours later, Feng Yamo returned to the bedroom. After lying on the bed, he rubbed his waist from time to time and said with a wry smile, "There's a saying that goes, if you die under the flowers, you'll be a romantic ghost. Now I find that I don't agree with this statement. People who can say this are usually lickers who want something but can't get it." Xiao Ying turned back into her original mature sister appearance, snuggling in Feng Mo's arms like a kitten. "Why did you say that, Master?" "I think that we should be regular, restrained, and know when to stop in the future. Otherwise, I would be at a loss if I die too early," Feng Yamo said with a smile. Sakura nodded in agreement. "Yes, it should be as regular as eating and sleeping." "Feng Yamo? Hee hee, Master." Hey, Sakura, calm down." Chapter 49 Chapter 50 Explosion in progress. The next day, Feng Yamo woke up because his waist was sore. After patting Xiaoying's butt to bring her back to her senses, Feng Yamo got up and washed. During the break from breakfast, Feng Yamo called Wang Feng. "Boss Wang, there will be a blast at the Guosheng Center today. Security must be done well and notifications must be made to prevent uninformed people from entering to avoid accidents." "Don't worry, Mr. Feng. These are the most basic things. We will definitely not make any mistakes," Wang Feng said quickly. "Okay." After hanging up the phone, Feng Yamo contacted Li Jun again. "Uncle Li, Lin Gong's behavior yesterday was a bit suspicious. Send 2 brothers to keep an eye on him today. I want to know his movements throughout the day." "Okay, Master. I'll arrange it right away." After finishing the arrangements on both sides, Feng Yamo leisurely ate the breakfast prepared by the servants. As for Lin Gong, he got up very early in order to complete the task earlier. He arrived at Guosheng Center at around 8 in the morning. When he was about to go in, he found that a cordon had been set up nearby and pedestrians were driven away by the security guards at a distance. Lin Gong was full of doubts. He remembered that Guosheng Center was an unfinished building. Why was a cordon suddenly set up now? Did a murder happen there? Or something else? He came forward, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and handed it to the security guard. "Brother, what happened here? Why can't you even let me pass by?" The security guard waved his hand, refusing the cigarette that Lin Gong handed over, and said in a serious tone, "The Guosheng Center is under construction now. They will be demolished by blasting in the evening. No one will be allowed in. Anyone passing by will have to leave and stay away." Demolition by blasting? Lin Gong's heart skipped a beat. Why were the tasks issued by the system always so coincidental? Fortunately, he didn't have a procrastination problem and came here to sign in on the first day. If it was a day later, the mission would have ended in failure. Then you will be shocked again for nothing, which is a huge loss. Yes, if you are fine, please leave quickly. It is forbidden to approach here now. The security guard nodded and waved to Lin Gong to leave quickly. Lin Gong nodded and walked away. The place will be blown up in the evening, and he must complete the task before evening. After all, the mission is to go around all the buildings. There are many buildings in Guosheng Center, so we must act as soon as possible. What Lin Gong didn't know was that his every move was being monitored at this moment. And all the movements were reported to Feng Mo at all times. After Feng Mo learned that Lin Gong had gone to Guosheng Center, he began to make remote arrangements. Now Sakura's swallowing progress of the sign-in system has reached 75%. She just needs to stimulate Lin Gong a little more today, and when his mission fails, the swallowing conditions can basically be met. At that time, Feng Mo will be rewarded with 10 years of life. However, the specific method of killing Lin Gongshi still needs further planning. Soon, Feng Mo thought of a suitable solution. He dialed Li Jun's number, gave him some instructions, and then hung up with a playful smile. "Hee, Lin Gong, Lin Gong, let your social death come more violently." Just as Lin Gong was worrying about how to get into Guosheng Center, a man with a crew cut suddenly came over and asked Lin Gong, "Hey, brother, are you here to apply for a job?" "Apply for a job?" Lin Gong looked puzzled. "Isn't it?" The man with a crew cut scratched his head, a little disappointed. But he asked again, "Guosheng Center is hiring temporary workers today. We need people to deliver meals to employees who are working overtime. 300 yuan a day. What are you doing?" Lin Gong's expression lit up with joy. Is there such a good thing? Just when he was about to fall asleep, a pillow appeared. It seemed that his luck was about to change. "I'll do it. We can start now." Lin Gong nodded impatiently. "You don't have to start working now. Just deliver the meal in the evening. If you are willing to do it, I will notify you when the time comes." The man with a crew cut patted Lin Gong's shoulder and said with a smile, "Okay. What's your name, brother? Let's exchange contact information." Lin Gong took out his mobile phone and exchanged phone numbers with the man with a crew cut. "Just call me Wei Gu. Don't run around. Just stay nearby. I'll call you when the time comes." The man with a crew cut said with a smile, then turned and left. Lin Gong heaved a sigh of relief. With this temporary job, he could take the opportunity of delivering meals to sneak in, then walk around and complete the sign-in task. Although it was a bit late, at least I could go in openly without worrying about being kicked out. It was soon evening, and Wei Gu contacted Lin Gong, and the two drove a van to buy fast food. Lin Gong sat in the passenger seat and sounded out Wei Gu, "Can I go to the construction site later? I have never seen what blasting and demolition look like in my life, and I am a little curious." Wei Gu glanced at him and said unhappily, "Are you crazy? If others knew that the building was going to be blown up, they would try to stay as far away from it as possible, but you are so stupid as to approach us." Lin Gong chuckled, took out a pack of cigarettes and put it on the cup holder in the driver's seat. "Wei Gu, I just want to satisfy my curiosity, and I'll be back after a walk." When Wei Gu saw the cigarette that Lin Gong handed him, his expression relaxed. "You can go for a walk while the food is delivered, but don't let the people inside find you. We are just here to deliver food temporarily, and wandering around is not allowed. If you are discovered and arrested, don't blame me." Lin Gong nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, Wei Gu, I know." After buying off Viagra, Lin Gong felt very happy. The two of them bought a large number of takeout lunchboxes together, and then drove into the Guosheng Center. The van stopped at the square of Guosheng Center, and the employees of the engineering team called their busy colleagues to come for lunch. Lin Gong took the opportunity of going to the toilet to walk around the Guosheng Center. There are 4 buildings here, including 2 high-rise office buildings and 2 low-rise shopping mall-type buildings. Judging from the detour distance, an office building can be walked around quickly, but shopping mall-type buildings cover a larger area and have a longer circumference. So Lin Gong decided to go to the office building first. He looked around carefully, keeping Wei Ji's reminder in mind. Don't be discovered by the employees here, otherwise it will be difficult for him to complete the task. When Lin Gong approached the building of Guosheng Center, Wei Gu also took out his mobile phone and called Li Jun to report the specific situation. After receiving the news, Li Jun quickly conveyed it to Feng Mo. Feng Mo, on the other hand, contacted Mr. Wang from the engineering team directly. Hey, Mr. Wang, one of the employees I sent to deliver food to you is missing, and another employee told me that he might want to take advantage of the demolition blast to commit suicide. Please send someone to look for him right away. Chapter 50 Chapter 51 Who was angry? Wang Feng was not at the construction site at the moment because he had other things to do, but when he heard Feng Mo's words, his heart instantly rose to his throat. Mr. Feng, I'll send my staff to find him right away. Feng Mo nodded and continued, that guy is not so clear-headed. He dreams of suicide and time travel every day. When you find him, control him first and then take him to a crowded place. The more people there are, the less likely he is to commit suicide. Just wait until the explosion is over and then let him go. Wang Feng nodded repeatedly. He was just a construction worker and didn't want to be involved in any murder case. Don't worry, Master Feng. The safe place we have chosen is in a square some distance away from the Guosheng Center. There are a lot of people there, and the explosion will happen to be at the rush hour after get off work, which will definitely reduce the man's suicidal tendencies to the extreme. Okay, let's do this for now. Thank you for troubling Mr. Wang. After Feng Mo hung up the phone, he took a look at the system panel. Now the devouring progress has reached 78%. The increase was due to Wei's actions, which made Lin Gong overjoyed. After Lin Gong is caught and killed in the street, the swallowing should be successful. Guosheng Center. A group of engineers and workers were eating dinner happily, which was just a temporary way to fill their stomachs. There will be a celebration banquet waiting for them after the explosion. However, a phone call from Wang Feng broke the festive atmosphere. The leader in charge of this blasting project was Wang Feng's brother-in-law. When he heard Wang Feng say that someone wanted to commit suicide in Guosheng Center, he quickly put down the fast food box and said loudly, "Everyone stop for a moment, Mr. Wang said someone is going to commit suicide on the construction site. That person was an employee who delivered meals for Master Feng and had suicidal tendencies. He must be found, controlled, and brought to a crowded place in order to alleviate his suicidal mood. Let's hurry up and don't let that idiot delay our work." The worker who was happily eating and bragging nearby suddenly got angry. He had been working overtime last night and had finally gotten to eat, but someone came to disrupt his meal. "Brothers, let's go, find that little bastard who's causing trouble." "Yes, wait, let's not talk about anything else, first educate him properly, at least let him know how wonderful it is to be alive, and suicide is the most useless thing. Don't scold him when you bring him to a crowded place. Just give him some advice. He is a pitiful person for coming here to commit suicide." Hundreds of people dispersed and walked towards the abandoned unfinished building with flashlights. It's already evening and it's getting darker. It's hard to find someone without a flashlight. At this time, Lin Gong had just finished visiting the first office building and was about to go to the second office building when he heard a lot of footsteps and noisy conversations in the distance. Hurry, find that guy and we can retreat. Please don't let anything unexpected happen. I'm still waiting for the celebration party and my wages." Lin Gong's expression changed. Was he discovered so quickly? No, he had to speed up. Thinking of this, Lin Gong ran towards the second office building. Because the distance was still quite far, no one noticed Lin Gong. In addition, he was in the dark and the workers didn't know where he would be hiding, so they had to act separately. Hundreds of people were divided into 4 groups and entered the 4 unfinished buildings of Guosheng Center for a carpet search. Lin Gong stuck close to a hidden corner, pushing a large empty green trash can in his hand, and walked carefully around the office building. His heart beat faster and every step he took felt like he was walking on thin ice. Whenever there was any disturbance nearby, he would hide in the trash can and put the lid on it. The only flaw was that there was a hole in the lid of the trash can, but thank goodness no one checked it too carefully. With his excellent disguise, Lin Gong successfully bypassed the second office building in 10 minutes. When he was about to go to a nearby shopping mall, 2 workers wearing safety helmets slowly walked towards him. Seeing this, Lin Gong quickly hid in the trash can, disguising himself very naturally. The two workers, one fat and one thin, with cigarettes in their mouths, were more than 30 meters away from the trash can where Lin Gong was. The fatter worker kept complaining, "We are so unlucky. We worked overtime to finish everything. We were about to have a celebration banquet and go to a foot massage parlor for some entertainment in the evening, but now it was ruined by a jerk." The thin worker squinted his eyes and took a puff of cigarette, revealing his yellow teeth, and said with a smile, "Fatty, you should go to whores less often. Too much whoring is not good for your health." The fat worker said with disdain, "You loser, you have the nerve to lecture me when you haven't even peed as far as me. Let me tell you, the farther you pee, the stronger your X ability is, do you understand? It's definitely not okay for you to keep dripping urine." Having said that, the fat worker raised his index finger and shook it left and right. The thin worker immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, "You are the one who pees, when have I ever peed?" The fat worker looked puzzled. "Didn't you often watch short videos some time ago and then shouted, 2022, no more dripping urine?" The thin worker was speechless and said in defense, "I said no more dripping urine, low profile dripping urine. I know. I won't pee if I don't want to." The fat worker curled his lips and threw the cigarette butt away and crushed it a few times. Pointing to the green trash can where Lin Gong was hiding in the distance, he said, "Since you said you won't drip anymore, how about we compete to see who can pee farther? If you lose, stop giving me advice in the future." "Okay, I'll make a bet with you." The thin worker nodded, and the two walked about 10 meters and came to a place 2 meters away from the green trash can. "Is 2 meters too far?" the fat worker asked a little unconfidently. The thin worker sneered, "2 meters is enough? Can you do it, kid? Damn it, 2 meters is 2 meters, who's afraid of who?" The fat worker was unhappy and started to unbuckle his belt on the spot. Lin Gong was unaware of the two's plan, so he just walked in and heard some strange words. What is 2 meters too far? What is not acceptable? Before Lin Gong could react, the fat worker grinned and said loudly, "Thin, there's a hole on the trash can. I'll go first to show my respect. Let's see who is more accurate." As he spoke, he straightened his back, stood on tiptoe, and assumed an attacking stance. Seeing this, the thin worker also laughed out loud, "Fatty, you will definitely lose. I drank Pulse this afternoon and now I have a lot of energy." "Impossible. I will win." While the two were bickering, Lin Gong heard the sound of raindrops falling on the lid of a trash can, followed by a warm current and a familiar smell. Lin Gong wiped his face, pushed open the lid of the trash can, and cursed angrily. "Who the hell is mad? What a slut." The performance of this book is not very ideal, it can be said to be very poor. The number of readers shown in the background is very small. It may be that the type of writing I wrote is not attractive. I will update normally for a while. If there is no improvement, I may change it to once a day. The author's main purpose of writing books is to make money, please understand. Chapter 51. Chapter 52. Who is targeting him, Lin Gong? The two workers were startled at first when Lin Gong came out of the trash can, and they hurriedly put on their pants. Then they looked at each other and showed joy. The fat worker pointed at Lin Gong and cursed. "Damn, it's really a case of searching for something without any effort. You were hiding in the trash can. Thanks to our thorough search, otherwise you would have been able to hide there." Although Lin Gong knew that he was exposed, he was still very angry after being soaked. He could accept bathing in the ocean of filth he had produced, but now it was someone else's turn, and he could no longer accept it. Lin Gong stood in the trash can, with his hands on his hips, and said with an unhappy look, "Isn't it just to hang out here? I'm not stealing or robbing, what's wrong?" Speaking of this fat worker, he got angry and walked up to him and kicked over the trash can. Lin Gong didn't expect him to attack without saying a word, and before he could react, he fell down with the trash can. "Fuck, you're sneaking up on me." The fat worker snorted coldly. "What's wrong with you, Ian? You still have the nerve to say that you don't steal or rob? Our project is going well. If you hadn't messed with us, we would have already blown this place up, held a celebration party, and visited the foot massage parlor." The thin worker echoed, "That's right, if you hadn't come here to seek death, why would hundreds of us come to find you? Are you too full to light a lamp in the toilet?" The two of them complained a few words and didn't care about Lin Gong's reaction. They took off their coats and covered the wet part of his body. One of them controlled one of his hands and walked out holding him. Lin Gong struggled hard and said anxiously, "I really didn't do anything. I just wanted to take some photos and make a record before this place was blown up." The fat worker spat on the side of the road and said disdainfully, "Can't you be a little more technical when lying? The Guosheng Center has been unfinished for so long, and you didn't come earlier or later, but just when the blast was about to start. Who the hell would believe me?" The thin worker continued to agree, "That's right, you better behave yourself." Lin Gong wanted to cry but had no tears. The two men's grip was too strong and he couldn't break free at all. It has now been discovered by workers. At this rate, he might not be able to complete the mission this time. However, they probably just want to drive away anyone who enters the Guosheng Center, and they will not be controlled like they were yesterday. Lin Gong sighed, ready to go back to the hotel and experience the punishment of mission failure alone. He had completed all the sign-in tasks very smoothly when he was in Delaware, United States. Why did he keep running into obstacles when he returned to Kyushu? Who is targeting Lin Gong? Seeing that Lin Gong did not struggle, the fat worker winked at the thin worker. The thin worker understood and asked the fat worker to control Lin Gong's hands, while he took out his cell phone to call his leader to inform him that he had caught the guy who was running around. After receiving the news, the searching team in Guosheng Center immediately evacuated. Hundreds of people left the Guosheng Center in a mighty procession. Lin Gong originally thought that he would be allowed to leave once he walked out of the Guosheng Center, but he did not expect to be swept away by the crowd. The workers did not stop until they reached a place with a large flow of people. Lin Gong glanced at the workers who were celebrating and asked the fat worker behind him, "Brother, can you let me go?" The fat worker shook his head. "No, our leader said you can't leave now." "Lin Gong? Why?" "I don't know the specifics, but the leader said that we can't let you leave before the explosion. If you sneak to the explosion site again, we'll be in trouble." The fat worker gave an explanation and tightened his grip on Lin Gong's hand. Lin Gong's face changed, and he said loudly, "I'm not stupid, why would I run over now that I'm about to explode?" The fat worker glanced at him and said, "You still say you have a hole in your brain, but it was about to explode just now. If someone hadn't discovered you sneaking in, it would have exploded by now." Only then did Lin Gong realize that the Weigo who had hired him as a temporary worker today was no longer there. He hasn't even paid himself yet. Thinking of this, Lin Gong shook his head. Is it a question of wages now? Now all I have to think about is how to get out of this situation. But the more Lin Gong thought about it, the more he felt something was wrong. He just went to Guosheng Center for a stroll, so why did the workers refuse to let him leave after they caught him? Moreover, only Weiga knew that he entered the Guosheng Center, but now he has disappeared. It always seemed as if someone was deliberately tripping him up, blocking his path at every step. Lin Gong looked at the large number of workers around him and the constantly moving crowd, and felt a little uneasy. He is now in public. If he is punished by the system with electric shocks, it will probably become a hot topic on the next day. In addition, he is the chief designer of the Lin Group, and his personal image has been used in the advertising campaigns of the Lin Group. He is more or less a well-known person. If it becomes a trending topic, people can easily find it by searching. Thinking of this, Lin Gong said to the fat worker, "Brother, I want to go to the toilet, can you take me there?" The fat worker kicked him and warned him, "Don't play any tricks. The explosion is about to start. I will let you go after the explosion is over. Just be patient." Lin Gong said anxiously, "Brother, I can't wait any longer. If you don't go to the toilet, I'm going to poop in my pants." "Ha, who are you kidding? You're not a child. You're an adult, you can still endure it if you want to." The fat worker sneered and didn't believe what Lin Gong said at all. At this time, the leader in charge of the blasting project confirmed that all units were ready without any omissions, and then issued an order to prepare for blasting. When the workers heard the news, they looked at the Guosheng Center in the distance with excitement and anticipation. "It's going to explode, it's going to explode. After the frying, let's go have a good meal." A passerby was curious and stopped to ask, "What's going to explode?" One worker replied, "It's the Guosheng Center. It's going to be demolished by blasting soon." Passerby, "Hey, I haven't seen the building explosion yet, I can see something new today." As the news spread, more and more people gathered near the construction team, looking at the Guosheng Center in the distance. After all, the engineering team is staying here, so safety can be guaranteed. When Lin Gong learned that the explosion was about to begin, he struggled like a madman. The fat worker was not professional after all, and after being kicked by Lin Gong, he let go in pain. Lin Gong successfully broke free, pushed the workers aside and ran away. The fat worker covered his knees, pointed at Lin Gong's back and yelled, "Catch that guy, he wants to commit suicide." The workers' attention was attracted by the fat worker and they all turned their gaze away from the Guosheng Center. "Hurry, don't let that guy run away," the fat worker yelled again. The others reacted immediately and rushed towards Lin Gong. At this time, Lin Gong had not yet squeezed through the crowd and was caught by the workers next to him. This time, several big men grabbed him and pinned him to the ground, preventing him from moving. The fat worker came over, holding his painful leg, and sat on Lin Gong's butt. "Damn it, you still want to escape? Fatty will just use his body weight to suppress you." Lin Gong pressed his face to the ground, feeling depressed. "Damn it, I didn't expect I couldn't escape even after this. This is over, I am really going to be screwed. Thank you all for your support and gifts. If nothing unexpected happens, this book will be updated temporarily. I will write 200,000 words first to see how it goes. There will be another chapter at 6 p.m. Chapter 52, Chapter 53. What? Someone was scared to death?" When the onlookers outside heard the fat worker shout that someone had committed suicide, they immediately became interested. "Hey, why would someone commit suicide? Who wants to commit suicide? Are you going to run to the explosion site and commit suicide? Alas, people nowadays, isn't it good to be alive?" An old man couldn't resist his curiosity and pushed aside the workers to get in. Others didn't know how to stop him. What if the old man fell to the ground? Who would be responsible? The old man saw Lin Gong lying on the ground, pointed at him angrily and said, "This kid wants to commit suicide? I haven't lived long enough, and he wants to commit suicide at such a young age. He can only be a slave in his next life." Soon more and more middle-aged women and uncles squeezed in. Some people advised the workers to let go of Lin Gong and talk properly. Some people think that the case should be handed over to the law enforcement agency to provide psychological counseling. Lin Gong was oppressed to the point of being unable to breathe and was unable to utter a word to defend himself. There was only one thought in his mind. Who the hell wants to commit suicide? He just doesn't want to die. The project leader of the engineering team was called He Zhou. When he saw the crowd talking at once, he was afraid of causing more trouble, so he quickly stood up with a loudspeaker to explain. "Don't get me wrong, just listen to me explain this young man's situation. He is an outsourced employee who delivers meals to our engineering team. We do this based on the information provided by the other party's leader. This young man had always wanted to commit suicide. He just ran into the Guosheng Center, hoping to take advantage of the explosion to kill himself. Fortunately, we discovered it in time and found him. His leader said that the boy's suicidal tendencies would be minimized only when he was in a crowded place, so we controlled him and brought him here." After He Zhou's explanation, the people around him began to understand. After all, they are just watching the show and the information they have is very one-sided. Now that there is a reasonable explanation, they naturally believe it. After calming down the discussions and possible enthusiastic actions of the crowd, in order to avoid any unexpected events, He Zhou checked the preparation status of each unit again. After confirming that everything was correct, he came to the engineer and shouted, 3.2.1. Detonate. The engineer pressed the detonation button. Boom! Deafening noises came from the 4 buildings simultaneously. As the load-bearing structures were hit by bombs, the 100-meter-high buildings began to tilt and collapse. And it fell smoothly according to the originally expected dumping position. Everyone could feel the ground shaking and huge smoke and dust rising into the sky. Many people saw a building explode at such a close distance for the first time, and they couldn't help but imagine what it would be like if they were in it. A feeling of insignificance arises spontaneously. At this time, Lin Gong finally gave up hope after struggling for a long time. At the same time as the building exploded, the prompt sound of the sign and system rang in his mind. Ding! Because the sign and location has been destroyed, the host is automatically judged to have failed the sign and mission, and the total incontinence electric shock penalty super enhanced version begins. Sizzle! A burst of electric sound that only Lin Gong could hear rang in his head. This time, he lost consciousness immediately, his mind went blank, and he lost control of his body and brain. His muscles were shaking from the electric shock, and at the same time, the 2 doors below burst open. Drip, drip. Poolyulu. Along with the strange sound, a foul smell came out. The fat worker who was sitting on Lin Gong's buttocks was the first to feel Lin Gong's body trembling. Then his expression changed and he felt a warmth where he was sitting. What's so hot? Your car has a heated seat function? It still smells so bad? Soon, the fat worker reacted and jumped up like a cat with its fur standing on end. Shit, this kid was scared to death by the explosion. The fat worker pulled up his trousers and looked down. When he saw the wet yellow mark, he cursed angrily. Damn it, why am I so unlucky? A group of workers who were holding down Lin Gong released him immediately and retreated one after another. This guy was actually scared to death by the explosion. How low? Lin Gong continued to ejaculate under the punishment of the sign and system. The workers were disgusted and talked about it. This kid's mental quality is too poor to be scared to death by the explosion. It seems he peed too. If he grew up in the countryside, he would have set off firecrackers countless times during festivals. Tisk, tsk, tsk, he is indeed a suicidal person with such a weak mental quality. Many people around heard the news and took action. What? Someone got scared to death? Let me take a look, I have grown up without. Ugh. Damn. Ugh, it smells so bad. Some people were driven away by the stench, and the small circle surrounding Lin Gong suddenly turned into a large circle. People inside want to go out, and people outside want to come in. The reason he wanted to go out was because it was very smelly in there, and Lin Gong kept shaking on the ground, looking a little scary. The workers who had just held down Lin Gong turned pale. If anything happened to this guy, they would have no way of explaining it. Those who want to go in are the spectators outside. Some of them have already taken out their mobile phones to shoot videos and are introducing the place. There was an explosion at the Guosheng Center today. I didn't expect someone to be so scared that they shit themselves. I went in to film it. After He-jo discovered that Lin Gong was acting strangely, he immediately asked the workers to call 120 for an ambulance. The ambulance arrived quickly and Lin Gong was lifted onto a stretcher by everyone. When he was carried away, he was still dripping with muddy water and his body was shaking constantly. When Lin Gong was carried away, there was no more melon to eat, and the crowd of spectators gradually dispersed. When Lin Gong's mission punishment was over, he gradually regained consciousness in the ambulance. Thinking of the embarrassment he had just made in front of so many people, he felt extremely humiliated. The humiliation of this punishment was much greater than the previous 2 times. The previous time I endured it alone, and the second time I was seen by only 4 people. The shame I felt both times was relatively minor, and most importantly, there were no follow-up effects. I just lost control of my bladder in front of so many people. Someone must have taken a video. Maybe tonight, his miserable condition will go viral on the internet. Although the picture is too vulgar and maybe blurred, the thought of being watched by netizens and giving various comments on my appearance made me feel proud. At this moment, Lin Gong really wanted to commit suicide and die. After just a few minutes of thinking, Lin Gong was filled with shame and anger. His consciousness gradually became blurred. He closed his eyes and slowly fainted. After understanding the general situation, He-jo, the project leader of the engineering team, called Wang Feng and reported the farce. Upon hearing this, Wang Feng immediately called Feng Mo to inform him of the situation. Chapter 53 Chapter 54 The third target, the godly rich system. Feng Mo was enjoying Xiao Ying's massage in the bedroom at this time. He hung up the phone as soon as it rang. Let us talk about it later, business is important. Sakura tied her hair into 2 buns today and wore a short red cheongsam with a gold thread pattern. The cheongsam has a hollow design on the chest. The length of the skirt can only tightly wrap the peach buttocks. Black stockings wrapped around snow-white thighs. Just look at the shaking of your leg muscles when you walk. You can feel its softness. Feng Mo lay on the bed with his shirt off. There were some muscular lines on his back, but he looked rather thin overall. Xiao Ying sat on the edge of the bed, gently applying massage oil on Feng Mo's back, and her small hands pressed Feng Mo's angular back muscles with moderate force. Master, is this kind of strength comfortable? Press the middle of the shoulder blade for a while, and also the waist. Yes, master. Feng Mo closed his eyes and quietly enjoyed the pressure of Xiao Ying's slender hands. Her technique was very professional, much better than those regular massage and pedicure shops that Feng Mo remembered. Each press can hit the sore points of Feng Mo's muscles. Xiao Ying glanced at Feng Mo, who was enjoying himself with his eyes closed, and suddenly asked, Master, can I sit on you and give you a massage? Can. After getting Feng Mo's approval, Xiao Ying didn't hesitate. He just sat down like a duck on Feng Mo's butt. Then bend over and use your elbows to press on the areas that are more difficult. Coconuts occasionally scratched Feng Mo's back. After a long time, the massage ended. Feng took a bath with coconut milk and sat on the sofa in a bathrobe. Xiaoying snuggled up to him, smiled and said, "Master, the sign-in system has been successfully swallowed. Please see the system panel for details." Feng nodded, "Open the system panel and let me take a look." "Okay." Sakura responded, waving her hand. The system panel appeared in front of Feng Mo's eyes, and a series of unchecked messages popped up. First came a series of information about Lin Gong's ups and downs in mentality, which increased the devouring progress by 8% in total. Feng didn't look at it carefully and just skipped it and looked down. "Congratulations, Master, you have successfully completed the third mission of the sniper sign-in system, and the devouring progress is plus 10%. Lin Gong made a fool of himself in public, his mentality exploded, devouring progress plus 10%. The current devouring progress has reached 100%, and the sign-in system has been successfully devoured. The influence of the sign-in system on this world has been completely eliminated, and the host Lin Gong's related memories have been cleared. Master, the reward for the devouring sign-in system is national level Go skills. Do you want to convert the reward into 10 years of life?" Sakura asked. "Yes, 10 years of life." Feng nodded. To be honest, the national level Go skills are also useful to Feng Mo, because his grandfather Feng Jindong likes to play Go very much. If he had this ability, he could play chess with the old man in his spare time. But at the moment, life is more important. Even if you don't know how to play chess, there are other ways to honor your grandfather. But if he doesn't give himself some life, Feng Mo will feel depressed every day. No matter how young he was, he would not be very happy if he knew that he only had 13 years to live. Okay, the reward has been converted into 10 years of life. You can see it by checking the attribute panel. Xiaoying giggled and waved her hand, and the system panel in front of her turned into Feng Mo's personal attribute panel. As soon as Xiaoying finished speaking, Feng Mo felt a warm feeling spreading through his body. My vision suddenly became brighter, my breathing became easier, and my whole body felt more energized. It was as if the whole person had taken off a wet, heavy sweater coat and mask. It feels great. Feng Mo stretched happily and began to check the property panel. Name, Feng Mo. Age, 20 years old. Height, 185 centimeters. Physique, 6, normal human limit 10. Spirit, 12, normal person limit 10. Charm, 59, normal person limit 10. Remaining lifespan, 23 years, varies from person to person. After comparing with the previous attributes, Feng Mo raised his doubts. If lifespan increases, will physical fitness also improve? Sakura nodded, then shook her head, it depends on the individual. The main reason why the master has a short lifespan is that his physique is too weak, so as the lifespan increases, the physique will inevitably improve at the same time, which can be regarded as complementary. I see. Feng Mo nodded in understanding, then looked at Xiaoying with some anticipation. Now that the sign-in system has been successfully devoured, let's start looking for the next target. Sakura nodded and snapped her fingers. The attribute panel in front of Feng Mo changed into a blue light screen again, and characters emitting white light kept jumping. Searching for external systems, this time consuming 1 search attempt, remaining search attempts, 0. Low-risk external system has been searched. Location, World Trade Center, Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province, Kyushu Country. System type, Shinhao System. System status, bound to host 3 months ago. Mission objective, sniper the host of the godly rich system to complete the mission and interfere with his state of mind. The greater the fluctuation of the other party's state of mind, the faster the devouring progress. Task reward, passive financial value added or 10 years of lifespan, number of searches plus 1. Financial value added passive, automatically obtain 10 yuan per second through legal and compliant means. Devouring progress, 0%. Feng Mo stroked his chin, super rich system? This passive financial value added service is worth 10 yuan per second. There are 86,400 seconds in a day, so I can earn 860,000 yuan a day? Xiaoying nodded, yes, master. This is the rule ability of the godly rich system. It's about money. Feng Mo nodded and did some mental calculations. So, if I choose this passive financial value added option, it can bring me 315.36 million in revenue in 365 days a year? Xiaoying nodded repeatedly and said with a smile, master's calculation is really accurate, that's exactly this much. It's a bit small. Feng Yamo made a comparison in his mind. The passive financial value added would be more than 3 billion in 10 years, and even if it was 100 years, it would only be more than 30 billion. He has been relying on this passive means to survive for 100 years, but his assets are still not as much as his own. What is the point of doing this? His family earns more than 300 million yuan in interest from financial loan business every year. This super rich system is even more useless than the charm value. Therefore, Feng Yamo naturally chose a 10-year lifespan. He had originally been looking forward to encountering a system that could improve his physical fitness or martial arts skills, but he didn't expect it to be another piece of garbage. Xiaoying, why can we only find low-risk external systems every time we search? When can we find medium-risk ones? Feng Yamo directly asked the question in his mind. Master, a medium-risk alien system will give the host combat power beyond that of an ordinary person, and possess a certain degree of intelligence. Xiaoying is currently unable to devour a medium-risk system. If she were to act rashly on such a system, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. Sakura explained with a wry smile. Feng Yamo understood a little, nodded and asked, "It means that our current level is not high enough, and we can only deal with low-risk systems, right?" Yes. Sakura nodded. Feng Yamo could understand Xiaoying's explanation. He understands the meaning of slow development. Well, since the medium-risk system is more difficult to deal with, let's just focus on developing for a while. Okay, Master. Sakura giggled, her eyes narrowed slightly, and she licked her lips. By the way, Master, you have hunted down another system this time. Sakura will give out rewards. When Feng Yamo heard this, it occurred to him that he only had 23 years left to live, and he felt more confident. The look he gave Sakura was no longer as hesitant as before. Instead, he grinned, walked forward and hugged Sakura's delicate body in a princess hug. Then I'll be welcome. Sakura cried out softly, followed by a laugh as sweet as a silver bell. In addition to increasing the charm attribute, the basic obstruction attribute of the short cheongsam is 0. Master has become more daring after his lifespan has been extended. This is called the gradually recovering instinct. Ah. Chapter 54 Chapter 55 Chua, Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Half an hour later, the coconut cheese sticks were freshly baked. In front of Feng Yamo, Xiaoying quickly finished eating it all, with a hint of satisfaction on her face. Only then did Feng Yamo have time to check the missed call. When he found out it was Wang Feng calling, he had already guessed what the other party wanted to say, but he still made a call. The other party quickly answered the phone and said nervously, "Master Feng, the man who wanted to commit suicide was controlled by my employees." However, according to employees' reports, the man was frightened by the explosion and became incontinent. The whole person was not normal and was shaking all over. "We have sent him to the hospital, but he is now in a coma and I don't know if there will be any problems." Wang Feng felt that he was really unlucky. Even when he was working on a project, he could still encounter people who wanted to commit suicide. As a result, the man was frightened by the explosion. If something unexpected happened, he would probably have to pay a lot of money. "Don't worry, Mr. Wang. Just leave it to me. Since I asked you to help, I will take full responsibility for this matter." Feng Yamo smiled. Lin Gong's reactions were all caused by the punishment from the sign-in system and it wouldn't be a big deal. Moreover, as the sign-in system is devoured, Lin Gong's memory of this period will also be cleared. When he woke up, he had no idea why he was in the hospital. However, the video of his incontinence is likely to create a stir on the internet. After all, Sakura only cleared the impact of the sign-in system on this world, including rewards, punishments, memories, etc. for Lin Gong. But Lin Gong's own influence on the world will not be eliminated because of this. Wang Feng was very happy to hear this and admired Feng Yamo even more. Most people cannot take on this kind of responsibility, so it's good enough if they don't shirk it. "Thank you, Master Feng. If you need my help next time, I will do my best to help you. For cooperation in construction projects, I will also give you the lowest price in the industry." Wang Feng also made a promise immediately. The lowest price in the industry means that he basically makes no money, and the meager profit is only enough to pay salaries and hold a celebration party. But Feng Mo is a top dignitary and is so principled that Wang Feng feels that he will not suffer any loss even if he works for him for free. "Okay, I promise to find Mr. Wang if you need me in the future," Feng Yamo said with a smile. "Okay. Then let's just leave it at that. I have other things to do." "Okay, Master Feng, you're busy." After ending the call, Feng Mo looked at Xiaoying, whose cheeks were still red, and said with a smile, "Are you satisfied now?" "Satisfied, it hurts a little." Sakura glanced at the reddened coconut slit and muttered, "Since you are satisfied, please help me retrieve the information of the godly rich system." Feng Mo grinned. Sure enough, the feeling when a man is confident and when he is not confident is completely different. I was afraid that my remaining lifespan would be shortened again. Feng Mo and Xiaoying were both a little timid when they were alone. Xiaoying is in charge of offense, while Feng Mo is in charge of defense. Now that he had received the reward of 10 years of life, Feng Mo instantly became very excited. With a lifespan of 23 years, it won't lose much even if you play around. At worst, we can just hunt down another system. Isn't it available now? Yes, Master. Sakura nodded and waved her hand, and the information panel of the godly rich system appeared. Specific information of the foreign rich system. Host name, Shu He. Host gender, male. Host age, 24 years old. Host height, 180 centimeters. Host identity, grassroots employee of Yunchi Foreign Trade Company in Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province, Zhou Country. Rewards received, 90 million deposits. The current task of the system, the 91st part of the daily series of tasks of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. Please go to any 4S store tomorrow, buy a car and successfully pretend to be a slap in the face to complete the task. Completion reward, 1 million deposit. Failure reward, immediately add a secondary sexual characteristic. After Feng Mo browsed through all the information, his first reaction was that this system punishment for the super rich man was a bit outrageous. There are many kinds of secondary sexual characteristics, both male and female. The most obvious secondary sexual characteristics of men are Adam's apple, beard, deep voice, thickened muscle tissue, etc. Women have developed breasts, clear voices, wide pelvises, and abundant subcutaneous fat. If it is a random addition, what if a female is randomly selected? Thinking of that scene, Feng Mo shuddered. I felt a little sympathy for this guy named Shuhei. But, sympathy is sympathy. The two have different positions and are enemies by nature. So Feng Mo called Li Jun as soon as possible. Hey, Uncle Li, please help me contact all the forest shop owners in Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province. I want to have a video conference with them. This. Master, regarding business matters, Madam has always forbidden you to mess around in private, you see. Li Jun was in a bit of a dilemma. Although Feng Mo was the eldest son of the Feng family, there were some things he could not do as he pleased. Jin Hui does not allow such actions as contacting merchants without any legitimate reasons. Feng Mo smiled. He knew Li Jun's concerns, but as long as there was a reasonable reason, Jin Hui would not refuse. Uncle Li, please contact me first. I will tell my mother later. This is what Li Jun was waiting for. His main responsibility was to protect Feng Mo, and his secondary responsibility was to meet Feng Mo's various needs or solve his various troubles. As long as there is a reason and it makes sense in front of Feng Mo's parents, everything will be easy. Okay, Master. I'll do it right away. Feng Mo nodded and continued, there is one more thing, which is to investigate Chu He, a grassroots employee of Yunchi Foreign Trade Company in Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province. The more detailed the better. Okay, young master, if nothing goes wrong, these two things can be done tonight. Well, please trouble Uncle Li. After the two ended the call, Feng Mo immediately called Jin Hui to tell her about the matter. The excuse he used was still a social experiment, and he said that he would send the explosion video of the Guoshang Center to Han Yueying tonight, and she would definitely be surprised. Jin Hui naturally nodded in agreement and was very happy. The fact that my son wanted to give Han Yueying a surprise shows that the two young people get along very well. As for small things like contacting the 4S shop owner to hold a video conference and doing social experiments, she didn't take it seriously at all. The most important thing is for my son to date his future daughter-in-law. Everything else is just a passing cloud. Chapter 55 Chapter 56 The Hidden Chua in the City. Jiangnan Province, Yunzhou City, Yunchi Foreign Trade Company. It was already past 6 in the evening. Shui sat leisurely at his workstation, picked up the thermos and took a sip of water. Taking a look at my colleagues who were working overtime, I felt a sense of superiority. He joined this company right after graduating from college and has been working there for almost a year. Because he has a weak temperament and introverted personality. Shui has often been ordered around by the old employees since he started working there, and was even given a nickname, Sissy. This made Chewy's work life very depressing, but his cowardly character and thin body did not give him any confidence to resist. He knew that if he was a little tougher, others would no longer treat him in this way. But he just couldn't do it, couldn't get over the hurdle in his heart. Every day I can only greet these old employees with a smile and work hard without complaint. But all this changed 3 months ago. He obtained a system, the most powerful system for rich people to show off and slap others in the face. The first task given to him by the super rich system was to pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger. First, let him pretend to be poor and go to a clothing store. When the clerk looks down on him, he can fight back. If he succeeds in pretending to be poor and getting slapped in the face, he will have completed his mission. Chewy went from being in disbelief at first to trying to complete the task issued by the system, and then received the reward for the first task. A full 1 million yuan in savings. He can still remember the ecstasy he felt that day. That kind of ecstasy of seeing hope in life is simply the strongest stimulant in the world. Since then, the Shinhouse system has been issuing tasks of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger every day, and Chewy himself also likes to pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger very much. So he completed the task every day and received a reward of 1 million deposits. So far, he has accumulated 90 million in deposits. But he didn't spend a penny, and still maintained his original life trajectory, playing the role of a poor and miserable white-collar worker. He likes to pretend to be the most impressive with the least cost, and this kind of loser identity makes it easy for him to succeed in pretending to be impressive. He likes the feeling of being hidden in the city. The office workers around him are forced to become slaves of the capitalists in order to make a living, but he can just play with his life. This feeling is really great. Now Chewy is waiting for an opportunity, planning to become an investor in Yunchi Foreign Trade Company. Then, I pretended to be something big in front of that icy beauty boss, and thought about how she would flatter me after she took off her cold mask. Chewy felt an intracranial orgasm again. He looked around, his mouth curled up into a wicked smile. What will be the reaction of these scumbags then? Wu Hong, the materialistic girl who dresses sexily every day and doesn't like to wear underwear, will definitely flatter him. That fat guy with a beard likes to ask me to bring takeout the most. I will fire him directly when the time comes. The mortgage and car loan will teach him a lesson. After sitting at his workstation and fantasizing for a while, Chewy stood up, patted his butt, and walked out with a leisurely pace. At the same time, he turned around and cheered up his colleagues who were working overtime. I'm leaving now. Come on, everyone. If you work hard, the boss will be able to get a new car next year. Everyone else looked at him as if he was stupid. Their company requires overtime to be voluntary, but the benefits are very good. Dinner and midnight snacks are included, and overtime pay will be provided. If overtime is beyond 10 p.m., taxi fares will be reimbursed. So basically, anyone who wants to make money and is motivated will voluntarily choose to work overtime. After all, when it comes to promotion and salary increase for employees who are capable and like to work overtime, the boss will give more consideration. Chewy was the same as them before. No one knew what had happened to him in the past few months, but he changed a lot. Although he still looks very poor, his style of speaking and doing things is no longer as timid as before. Going to work every day is like traveling. I just do my own job and it is impossible to work overtime. But no one thought too much about it and just took care of their own business. Who cares about other people's troubles? Chewy walked out of the company refreshed and happened to meet the beautiful boss Lu Yunchi. He smiled and nodded, "Hello, boss. Thank you for your hard work." Then he left without looking back. Lu Yunchi looked at Chewy's back in astonishment, confused. This employee used to be very conscientious, but recently, I don't know what happened and he has become very casual about his work. Many company employees reported this to her. However, Lu Yunchi didn't care. Her principle is to use benefits to guide employees to work hard. A true wolf culture must ensure that the wolves are well fed. Only in this way can we get a group of employees who are brave and hardworking. As for people like Chewy, they naturally get paid according to the work they do. If he just wants to get the basic salary, he can indeed not work overtime and just complete his work. After Chewy returned home, he checked tomorrow's task of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. I found out that I need to go to any forest store in Yunzhou City to buy a car and pretend to be successful. Chewy felt a little unhappy because he was afraid of being poor before and he liked to save his money and not spend it. I didn't expect that this task would cost money. Forget it, a car doesn't cost much anyway. Moreover, he had seen a lot of novels about going to a 4S store to show off and get slapped in the face. It could be said that it was easy for him to do it. Thinking of this, Chewie stopped paying attention to the task and turned on the live broadcast on his mobile phone to watch the beautiful host dancing. Watching the female anchor wearing sexy clothes, dancing hot dance, shaking hips, sticking out chest, twisting hips. A smile appeared on Chewie's lips. This female anchor has a lot of money. When I have enough money in my bank account, I will become the top anchor on her list. At 8 o'clock in the evening, Fong dismissed the servants and lifeguards and went swimming in the infinity pool at home. After swimming for half an hour and feeling energized, I laid back on a lounge chair by the pool and asked Sakura to come out and learn a new skill. Bear Grylls often makes fire by rubbing two sticks together in the wild, and Fong wants to teach her this life-saving skill. At this time, Fong received a call from Li Jun, reporting the results of the investigation into Yuchua. Master, following your instructions, we launched a comprehensive investigation of Chu He, a grassroots employee of the foreign trade company in Yunzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Chu He is 24 years old this year. He was born in a poor rural family. He graduated from Jiangnan University last year and then joined Yunchi Foreign Trade Company. Because of malnutrition, he is thin and has a neutral temperament, so he has a nickname, Sissy. According to behavioral analysis, Chu He is introverted and timid, and dares not speak out when being bullied. But 3 months ago, his whole behavior pattern changed. He often pretended to be a pig and ate the tiger, showing off his huge savings. However, he did not spend the money and only used it as a bargaining chip to show off. The source of this deposit is still under investigation. Looking at Xiaoying, who was working very hard, Feng Mo said to the phone, "Okay, Uncle Li, I got it. Have you contacted the owners of the 4S stores in Yunzhou City? We've already been in touch, and we can start the video conference anytime." "Okay, I'll start the video conference in half an hour." "Okay, young master. I'll let them log in to the corporate communication number first." "Well, thank you for your hard work." After hanging up the phone, Sakura dared to make a sound to respond to the situation, and wanted to get out of Mars as soon as possible. However, Feng Mo's lifespan has now increased and his physical fitness has also improved significantly. It's much more difficult than before. This made Sakura feel very distressed, very tired, and very sore. Chapter 56 Chapter 57 Feng Mo's Layout. Half an hour later, Sakura successfully drilled out of Mars. She giggled excitedly and used an open flame to heat and cook the food on the spot. After swallowing a cup of coconut milk, my life is in my own hands. Then, Feng Mo let Xiaoying return to his mind, then put on formal clothes, went to the study and logged into the company's communication number on the computer. The economy of Yunzhou City is developing very well, with a total of 33 4S stores. At this time, the owners of the 33 4S stores were all waiting in the video conference. No one was absent. When Li Jun contacted them, he did not hide his identity, but directly stated that the eldest son of the Feng family wanted to see them to discuss something. Some people don't know much about the Feng family because of their low status. But after Li Jun mentioned Feng Zhendong's honorific title, everyone instantly knew what it meant. Feng Zhendong is one of the rulers of the Dragon Kingdom and a person standing at the top of the entire Blue Star. In addition, he attaches great importance to the grassroots people and has been helping the people of Longwei to get rid of poverty. Therefore, whether in terms of prestige or reputation, it can be said that everyone in Long Country knows him. The owners of the 33 4S stores immediately promised to cooperate with Feng Xiao and waited in front of their computers early for Feng Mo to start the video conference. When Feng Mo opened the video conference, he found that everyone was present. He cleared his throat and said, "Hello, fellow auto traders in Yunzhou City, I am Feng Mo. I suddenly called everyone to this video conference today because my subordinates detected a suspicious person who might be a financial fraudster. This suspicious person is going to a 4S store in Yunzhou City to buy a car tomorrow." The other party's tactics were very clever, using legal means to conceal the specific source of the funds. But we have found the opponent's loopholes and will be able to bring him to justice after some time. After the investigation is completed, the other party's funds will be fully recovered. If any of your stores sold the car, you may have to bear the loss yourself. As soon as Feng Mo finished speaking, the owners of the 4S shop started talking about it. Fortunately, Master Feng reminded us, otherwise we would have to bear the loss ourselves and lose a lot of money. Yes, these financial fraudsters make money quickly and spend money lavishly. They can spend millions of dollars on a top-of-the-line luxury car. When we recover the funds, won't we lose money? In that case, then we just won't sell it to that person tomorrow. But we don't know who that person is. Most people believed what Feng said. Although some people found it strange, Fengmo's identity was there, so there was no need to tease them, so he convinced himself. Feng coughed dryly. Everyone, be quiet for a moment. This video conference is not just for the purpose of conveying this message. Otherwise, there would be no need for this format. When they heard Feng speak, everyone immediately stopped communicating and waited quietly for the next words. Feng nodded with satisfaction and continued. In order to avoid alerting the suspects and causing them to notice in advance, I have customized detailed psychological tactics to target the suspicious persons. I hope you can cooperate with my plan. Tonight I will send a total of 165 retired Special Forces soldiers to Yunzhou City. Each 4S store will have 5 Special Forces soldiers stationed there. They will be the car salespeople and managers, directors, etc. who receive suspicious individuals. The purpose is to stimulate suspicious persons to continue financial fraud so that they can be brought to justice once they are exposed. That's why I initiated this video call. After listening to Fengmo's plan, the owners of the 4S shop suddenly realized what was going on. The confrontation between a retired Special Forces soldier and a financial fraudster, a plot that only happens in TV dramas, is actually happening around them. And because of this, I had the honor of working with Feng Xiao. Whenever I bring this up while drinking, I can use it to overwhelm everyone. I have worked with Mr. Feng before, have you? Afterwards, all the bosses agreed to cooperate with Fengmo's plan. This concludes the video conference. Fengmo contacted Li Jun again and told him his plan, the purpose of which was still to conduct a social experiment. With a legitimate reason, Li Jun naturally did not dare to refuse. He directly mobilized 165 subordinates and rushed to Yunzhou City overnight. The reason why Fengmo did this was to completely stop Chui's plan of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger. Because he couldn't tell which 4S store he would go to buy a car, he simply placed his own people in all of them. This way, no matter which store he went to, he would always fail in his attempt to show off. Of course, this alone is not enough, the plan is only halfway completed. The actors are in place, but the script still needs to be written. Based on Chui's behavior pattern, Fengmo deduced several possible behaviors of his pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, and made them into a PPT file. At the same time, 5 identities were designed and applied to 5 retired Special Forces soldiers. The Special Forces of each 4S store will play the role of Fengmo design, and they will be the ones to receive Chui. No matter which store Chui went to, he would meet people who tried to stop him from showing off. After the PPT was completed, Fengmo sent it to Li Jun and left a message to explain. Uncle Li, please send this PPT to the brothers who are going to Yunzhou City, and ask them to memorize the contents and avoid making mistakes. Receive. After doing these things, Fengmo thought about it. Subsequent tasks of the Shenhao system may require improvisation, and remote command may not be able to cope with them well. So he booked a flight from Kyoto to Yunzhou and planned to go to Yunzhou tomorrow. The first mission against Chui has been arranged, so there is no need to rush over now. Just take a flight tomorrow. Fengmo stretched, returned to the bedroom and called out Xiaoying. Soon, the light in the room came on, and Xiaoying, dressed in casual clothes, appeared beside Fengmo. She hugged Fengmo's arm and swayed her body left and right, then leaned close to Fengmo's ear and said intimately, "Master, you miss me so soon?" Fengmo took a look at Xiaoying's ordinary outfit and was not very satisfied. Ever since his life extension, Sakura seems to be having a hard time with it, and even her clothes have become ordinary. Black stockings, short skirts, high heels, all gone. How can this be possible? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Are you scared now that you are no longer poor? Thinking of this, Fengmo took Xiaoying into his arms, took a deep breath of her scent, and said in a low voice, "Xiaoying, change into a leather jacket today, with a zipper." Sakura showed a pitiful expression. "Oh master, the leather jacket is uncomfortable to wear. It's tight, hot, and stuffy. I sweat all over in a short time. And it doesn't look good when it's dark." Fengmo curled his lips. "It's good to be all sweaty, it's very lubricated. Besides, Sakura, you don't have the flaws of humans, and your sweat has its own fragrance, which is great." "Sakura, master. Stop wasting time and change quickly." Oh. There was a flash of light, and Sakura's clothes changed into a tight black leather jacket. The texture of this leather jacket looks like a layer of black skin. Some places basically be able to see through everything. Xiaoying turned her thighs inward and looked at Fengmo pitifully. Fonyamo lay down on the bed and said calmly, "Let's start." "Oh, I see." A familiar voice sounded, and then. Hiss, ha. Chapter 57 Chapter 58 Heading to Yunzhou City. The next day, Lin Gong woke up from his coma. His blurry vision gradually focused, and the white ceiling in front of him made his brain freeze. Who I am? Gradually, fragmented memories appeared in his mind. Oh, he is Lin Gong, the illegitimate son of the head of the Lin family in Highway City, Dongshan Province, and the chief designer of the Lin Group. Why did he become the chief designer? He doesn't seem to be a design major. By the way, he seems to be in the hospital now. Why is he here? An unforgettable spurting image swept through Lin Gong's mind, and he shuddered instantly. Damn, he acted like a wild and unparalleled Splatoon in public yesterday. It seems like someone took a video. Could it have been uploaded to the internet? Lin Gong tremblingly picked up the mobile phone that was charging next to the bed. After turning it on, a series of missed calls made him feel nervous. They were all calls from his father, 99 missed calls. Lin Gong had already guessed the frustrated expression on his father's face when he called, but he didn't dare to call back. Instead, he nervously opened the short video platform. With trembling fingers, he typed the 4 keywords of Guosheng Center. The powerful big data immediately matched the current hotspots, and a series of related topics popped up. Guosheng Center suicide incident. The young man who attempted suicide at Guosheng Center was rescued, but he was frightened by the explosion and became incontinent. The whole process of the young man who committed suicide at Guosheng Center spraying feces, people who eat should not watch, otherwise they will bear the consequences. Lin Gong's face turned pale instantly. It was over. The entire online community was doomed. After reading the comments from netizens, Lin Gong collapsed on the hospital bed, like an inflatable doll with the air sucked out of it. He didn't know why he had done all these things in the past few days, and he couldn't remember anything when he tried hard to recall. But what is certain is that things have been going on very strangely these days. He obviously doesn't know how to design any jewelry and has no talent in this area, so why was he appointed as the chief designer of the Lin Group? My father is not an easy person to deal with. What's more, the entire network is now discussing the incident at the Guosheng Center, and Lin Gong's identity as the chief designer and promotion ambassador of the Lin Group has been exposed. A group of netizens have given the Lin Group's jewelry brand a nickname, Lin Fuguei Jewelry, which is more suitable for the flow of feces and urine. This passage has the tendency to go viral and is spreading very quickly. Some people also use Lin Fuguei Jewelry to make indirect accusations against someone, and recommend him or her to buy and wear Lin Fuguei Jewelry if they dislike him or her. Lin Gong didn't know how to face his father's accusations next. He lay on the bed with his eyes distracted, muttering to himself. It's over, it's all over. At this moment, I felt like I had to poop. Lin Gong's eyes widened. Damn it, it's more important to go to the toilet. Feng Yamo didn't care too much about Lin Gong's next situation. He got up early, dressed neatly, washed and ate, and then went to the airport under the escort of Li Jun. Although he didn't need to report his whereabouts to Jin Hui, she would know where he was going regardless of whether he told her or not. But Feng Yamo still followed his predecessor's habit and reported his movements to Jin Hui. While waiting for the flight in the airport VIP lounge, Feng Yamo received a text message from Han Yueying. Brother Xiao Mo, do you want to go to the movies with me today? There is a new movie released recently, The Rich Man, Saving the School Beauty with Artificial Respiration. I heard that it is a brainless movie, but there are many heroines. Feng Yamo had a strange look on his face. He had read this brainless novel before and the protagonist was a jerk, but it was okay to just take it without thinking. He didn't expect it to be adapted into a movie. However, he had more important things to do at the moment, so he politely declined Han Yueying's invitation. Xiaoying, maybe it won't work this time. I'm about to go on a business trip to Yunzhou City. I'll go watch this movie with you when I come back. Oh. Then I'll wait for you to come back. At this moment, Han Yueying was lying in bed looking at her mobile phone, wearing fluffy pink bunny pajamas with the bunny ears on her hat drooping. Seeing that Feng Yamo was temporarily too busy to accompany her, she felt a little disappointed. She will be enrolled in Kyoto University in a while, and then she won't have much time to play with Feng Yamo. Beep. There was a notification sound from the phone. Han Yueying was delighted and looked at the screen expectantly to see what Feng Yamo had said to her. Don't worry, I'll find you as soon as I get back to Kyoto. Are you satisfied with this? Ah. Brother Xiao Mo actually sent me an emoticon. Han Yueying couldn't help but curl up the corners of her mouth as she quickly typed a reply. Okay, I'll wait for your news. Okay. Pat on the head. Ah. Brother Xiao Mo touched my head. Han Yueying chuckled at first, then a smile gradually spread across her face. She lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling and laughing. He reached into his pocket and pinched the inflatable bag of the rabbit ears, and the two rabbit ears kept swinging up and down. All she imagined was Feng Mo with a gentle look on his face, rubbing her head. Hee, Brother Xiao Mo is so handsome. And gentle. At 11 o'clock in the morning, the plane that Feng Mo was on arrived at Yunzhou City Airport. The special car that Li Jun had already arranged to pick him up at the airport was already quietly waiting for Feng Mo's arrival. Getting into the standard Rolls-Royce, the driver started the car and headed for the Julong Hotel in Yunzhou City. The first task against Chu He has been arranged. Today Feng Mo only needs to stay in the hotel and monitor everything remotely. Now that I have arrived in Yunzhou City, I don't have to be as reserved as I was in Kyoto. After Li Jun greeted the local law enforcement agencies, the drone with strong reconnaissance capabilities appeared again. Chu He was being monitored from all angles by Feng Mo without even realizing it. Today happens to be Chu He's day off, and Chu He stayed up late yesterday to watch the female anchor and didn't go to bed until very late, so he hasn't woken up yet. The reason I know this is because Chu He doesn't like to draw the curtains when he sleeps. His sleeping posture and breathing rate were accurately captured by the drone. When Feng Mo arrived at the presidential suite of Julong Hotel and observed Chu He remotely, Chu He also dragged his tired body out of the bed, and after a simple wash, he went out wearing wrinkled and slightly dirty clothes. In order to more easily complete the task of pretending to be a pig and eating the tiger, he didn't even wash his hair today. His hair is quite long, and if he doesn't take care of it well, he will look very sloppy, with messy hair and untidy clothes. Then, Chu He took out his mobile phone and checked the mobile bus app. I found that there was a number 22 bus near the house I rented, which went directly to the Honda 4S store. So he was too lazy to choose and just waited for the number 22 bus at the bus stop. After a simple analysis, Feng Mo easily guessed Chu He's destination. So he took out his cell phone and called Li Jun. Uncle Li, notify the brothers at the Hama Automobile 4S store to be ready, the target is on the way. Receive. Since many friends are worried about this book being published in the Imperial Palace, I thought about it yesterday and I think it makes sense, so today I will share with you some information about the taboos. First of all, urban themes are not allowed to have harems. Once urban harem literature becomes popular, it must be rectified and the scenes involving female characters in the harem must be deleted. But once the female characters' scenes are written, once the characters' scenes are deleted, it will directly lead to a blank interruption in the plot. In other words, it is more difficult than rewriting a book. Some authors of the previously popular harem novels have revised and released them, but they are no longer recognizable, such as a certain fish. Some authors don't want to change, nor do they have the energy to change, so they just say goodbye. There is also a certain fish here. So the harem cities that everyone can see are either modified ones, or they are just a few kittens that are not very popular. If Rocket is caught, just delete it, everyone has seen it anyway. If the harem is caught, this book will be gone. In order to avoid offending the author, there will be no harem before the first million words. But I can guarantee that there won't be any disgusting plots such as sending girls away, cuckolding, or knives. Also, I will write down all the female characters that Feng Mo has interacted with in a small notebook, and I will leave out all of them when I write the sequels in the future, to satisfy your collecting habits? Finally, Cookie thanks all the future children of luck for the gifts, and shamelessly asks for more gifts. Hey, the guy who sent the gift, come here and take your Sakura home to warm your bed. Finally, you old snakes, listen to my orders. Pictures coming. Chapter 58 Chapter 59 Chui, why is this script so confusing? Chui took bus number 22 and it took him nearly an hour to reach the bus stop near the Honda 4S store. Because he didn't have breakfast, he was already starving. However, Chui did not go to buy breakfast, but went straight to the 4S store. There were many different models of Porsche cars parked in an open space not far away, and some car salesmen were already taking customers to view and test drive the cars. At this time, the 5 retired Special Forces soldiers had memorized the plan provided by Feng Mo and were acting as car salesmen in the store, waiting for Chu He to take the bait. Among these 5 retired Special Forces soldiers, Hu Zi and Xiao Long, who had watched Lin Gong ejaculate, happened to be there. In addition to them, the store's original car salesperson was also there. However, they were given a strict order by their boss today that they can only receive old customers and are not allowed to receive any other new customers. Although they didn't understand why, they would be fired if they didn't do as instructed, so they all obeyed the arrangements. When Chewie walked into the store, all the car salesmen were chatting among themselves and no one paid any attention to him. The original car salesperson at the 4S store saw that it was a new customer, glanced at me and ignored me, chatting and playing with my phone. Hu Zi and others acted according to the plan, while Xiao Long and the other three brothers chatted and laughed. Hu Zi, who had a simple and honest face, thick eyebrows, and big eyes, stood aside. He could not get a word in and seemed to be the one being excluded. Chewie was very satisfied when he saw that no one was there to receive him. This was exactly the effect he wanted. If there was a salesperson to receive him at the beginning, and did a good job in every aspect and was very polite, how could he pretend to be a pig and eat the tiger, and pretend to be cool and get slapped in the face? At this time, Xiaolong looked at Chua with contempt as if he had just discovered him. He said to the other three brothers who were playing the sales role without any hesitation. A poor fellow has come here with messy hair and wrinkled clothes. He probably wants to see what it feels like to ride in a luxury carriage. Who of you wants to receive him? One of the salesmen with slicked back hair shook his head and said, "It's a complete waste of time to meet with such people. I won't go." The other two also said, "Me too. I'm also planning on reading some novels. My girlfriend is chatting with me, I'm too lazy to entertain her." Seeing this, Xiaolong looked at Hu Zi on the side and said, "Hey, Hu Zi, don't say that Brother Long won't give you a chance just because you're new here. You'll be the one to receive that guy." Hu Zi nodded repeatedly with a simple smile on his face. "Thank you, Brother Long, I promise to satisfy the customers." Then, Hu Zi walked towards Chu He, extended his hand politely and said, "Hello, sir. I am Yan Hu, a sales representative of Porsche." "Hello, my name is Chu He." Chu He stretched out his hand and shook it, then glanced at the car salesman who looked down on him, with a sneer on his face. "This bunch of idiots can only be the background for me to pretend to be pigs and eat the tiger." After introducing himself, Hu Zi took Chua to see the car models. "Sir, which car are you more interested in? An SUV, a sedan, or a two-door coupe?" Hu Zi has been memorizing information since yesterday and has become very familiar with the entire car sales business. Even an expert would not be able to find any flaws. Chewie said calmly, "Let's take the sedan. By the way, I'm a little hungry now. Do you have any lunch boxes prepared for customers?" Hu Zi nodded repeatedly, led Chu He to the negotiation area and sat down, then poured him a glass of water and said with a smile, Yes, Mr. Chu, please sit here for a while. I will bring you a lunchbox. Then you can eat while I introduce you to the types of cars." Hu Zi's performance was just like that of a newcomer, working diligently, and there was nothing to fault with him. Chu He was also very satisfied with this. Everything was going according to plan. The guy with the slicked back hair nearby sneered and said to other colleagues, "It's obvious that this bastard is here to eat and drink for free. Judging from his miserable appearance, he must have been hungry for 2 or 3 days." Xiaolong shook his head. "Hey, you can't say that. Maybe he has been hungry for 5 days. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Chu He remained calm and sat quietly at the table in the negotiation area, sneering in his heart. Urban novels never deceive me, and it is true that art comes from life. The more arrogant these people are now, the more they will regret it later. Soon, Hu Zi brought the lunchbox and disposable chopsticks. Chu He took it and immediately started to wolf it down. It was already past noon and he hadn't had a drop of water since he got up. He was really hungry and his expression was not an exaggeration. The man with the slick back hair frowned and looked at Hu Zi, saying in a bad tone, "Hey, Hu Zi, this guy spilled food everywhere. You have to clean up the table and the floor later." Hu Zi smiled innocently, nodded and said, "Okay, Brother Bao, I got it." Bao's expression then eased a little. He nodded and said nothing more. Shui was still wolfing down his food, then he picked up the water cup and took a sip, then he let out a long sigh and said to Hu Zi, "Hu Zi, right? Could you please introduce the Haoma sedan to me?" Hu Zi nodded and said, as if he knew everything, "Our regular sedans are the 1 Series, 3 Series, 5 Series and 7 Series. The 2468 series is a coupe model. Generally speaking, the larger the number, the more expensive the price." Chu He nodded. He actually knew about this. Men, whether they are rich or poor, will read some information about cars. Although he has never bought a car, he can still talk about its performance, appearance, and interior. When talking about cars in college, a rich second-generation classmate said something that left a deep impression on Chu He. You poor people may not have much money, but you know a lot. Thinking of this, Chuhi grinned. I really look forward to slapping that rich second-generation classmate in the face at the class reunion in the future. However, the most important thing now is to complete the task. Chuhi said to Huzi. Huzi, please take me for a test ride on the top-of-the-line Porsche 7 Series. Okay, Mr. Chu, I'll go ask the manager for instructions. Huzi nodded, then trotted over to Xiaolong and bowed, saying, Manager, that customer wants to test drive the 7 Series. Is that okay with you? Xiaolong frowned and immediately became unhappy. It's fine if he wants to eat and drink for free, but this guy wants to test drive the 7 Series? Test drive? Clean up the mess he made and get him out of here. These words were spoken loudly, and Chuhi heard them with great joy in his heart. Yes, that's right, there will be a popping sound when you slap someone in the face. He couldn't wait to see the manager's regretful expression. Huzi was a little embarrassed, but manager, didn't you say that you should treat every customer seriously? Xiaolong sighed and said earnestly. Huzi, although that's what you said, we salesmen need to be more discerning and smarter. If a normal person wants to buy a car, or a 7 Series, would he wear such tattered clothes like a homeless person? His hairstyle is also like a chicken coop, which makes him look very poor. We are not Dongguan here, and the rich bosses in Yunzhou City don't have the habit of wearing vests and flip-flops to wholesale cars and houses. Don't be silly and hold on to a sincere heart. With more experience, reality will tell you the truth. Huzi was stunned when he heard this, then nodded in agreement. I understand, manager. What you said makes sense. I'll kick him out right now. Chuhi? Why does this script suddenly seem a little off? Chapter 59 Chapter 60 This store's sales don't follow the rules. Chuhi was completely stunned. He had no way to put the speech he had prepared in advance into practice. Follow the script. Shouldn't it be Huzi who asked the manager for a chance to test ride, and the manager refused, and then it was his turn to start showing off? Why did this salesman named Huzi change sides so easily? Are you really going to kick him out? Although Huzi has thick eyebrows and big eyes and looks honest, he is actually strong and muscular. He walks with a strong wind and is very intimidating. He walked straight up to Chuhi, pushed him, and said, Our manager said that you are here to eat and drink for free. If you don't want to be beaten, get out of here. Chuhi frowned, a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. He originally wanted to reveal his true colors later and then give this honest Yen Hu a commission from selling the car. But I didn't expect this guy to be so stupid. He believed everything I said. What an idiot, what a great opportunity missed. Just as he was about to speak, Yen Hu suddenly stretched out a hand and grabbed Chuhi's collar, staring at him and said, What are you laughing at? Do you also think that I am an honest man who is easy to bully? Have you ever seen a fist as big as a sandbag? As he spoke, Huzi clenched his other hand into a fist and shook it twice in front of Chuhi. The thick calluses on the knuckles of his fists made Chuhi's pupils shrink, and he subconsciously glanced at Huzi's ears. I found that Huzi's ears are shaped like dumplings. They are dumpling ears. Damn, this guy looks stupid, but I didn't expect he is a martial artist. Chuhi's heart tightened, and his mind instantly recalled the short science video about fighting that he had watched before. Men with dumpling ears are often masters of wrestling or judo, and such people should never be provoked. Considering the thick calluses on Huzi's fists, Chuhi guessed that he might also be good at other types of fighting techniques. Thinking that he was being held by such a terrifying guy, Chuhi's momentum weakened instantly. Originally he was ready to show his hand and buy that Porsche 7 Series to show off, but now he was stuttering and couldn't say a word. Huzi did not give Chuhi a chance to speak, and continued to question, What do you mean by you? I think you were just exposed for eating and drinking for free, and you feel guilty, right? No. Brother. Chuhi wanted to explain, but was interrupted again. Huzi said fiercely, Who is your big brother? Stop trying to get close to me. Get out of here. Chuhi shuddered. He was originally an introvert, but the 90 million in deposits he had gained during this period gave him a lot of confidence and courage. But now, meeting a ruthless guy like Huzi, Chuhi's weak confidence collapsed in an instant. He walked out subconsciously, but after taking 2 steps he came to his senses. That's not right. We live in a society ruled by law now. So what if Yen Hu is a good fighter? If anyone dares to hit him, Yen Hu will be sent to jail directly. Anyway, he has money and does not need compensation. He will not even sign a letter of apology. What's more, he came to the 4S store to buy a car and consume. Thinking of this, Chewy's confidence returned. He turned around, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, looked at Hu Zi and said lightly, "Don't think you are awesome just because you can fight. This is a society ruled by law. Try to touch me. Hey, you really deserve a beating, look at my temper." Hu Zi glared and rushed towards Chewy on the spot. Chewy saw that Hu Zi was actually coming directly towards him. The heartbeat suddenly started to speed up, the blood kept rushing up, and the ears and cheeks instantly became hot. It was like seeing a ferocious bear in the wild, and it was right next to you. Chewy was so frightened that he couldn't even move. This is murderous intent. Hu Zi is an elite special forces soldier who has seen blood. He has an invisible deterrent power. Now when he is angry, he looks like an evil god. Chewy secretly cursed in his heart. It's over. If I get beaten up by such a ruthless person, he might leave before I spend all my money. Isn't this the most regrettable thing in life? The person is gone, but the money is still there. He closed his eyes subconsciously, and a strong wind blew in his face. But the expected pain did not occur, which made Chewy a little confused. He wasn't beaten? At this time, Xiaolong and others on the side burst into cheers. "Woohoo, Hu Zi, you are really good, you can jump so high." 666, this guy is probably about 1.8 meters tall. Hu Zi can actually jump over the goat with his bare hands without any instructions. From now on, he is my brother Hu Zi. Strong, too strong. Even the original salesperson at the 4S store was covering his mouth and laughing. Although I don't know the background of these new guys, they will definitely be scolded by the boss if they tease customers who come into the store like this. Chewy opened his eyes in confusion. But he found that Hu Zi was not there. If the goat jump was what those salesmen said, he should be behind himself. Chewy turned around and found Hu Zi looking at him smugly, and said with a smile, "You are right, kid, I can't do it casually, but I can jump on your head, hee hee." Xiaolong in the distance whistled, raised his phone and said, "Tiger, you are really a hidden talent. Fortunately, I have the habit of recording my beautiful life. I took a picture of the scene just now. It will definitely go viral if I post it on the internet. The title will be 'Big Guy Leaps Over the Head of Sissy.'" Sissy. Chewy's face turned ugly. This was the nickname he hated the most. Damn it. These people are really going too far. He took out his cell phone, checked his bank balance, put it in front of Hu Zi and said loudly, "Look carefully, I have 90 million in savings. I'm here to buy a car and spend money." Hu Zi was stunned when he heard this, and took 2 steps to get close to Chewy, looking at his phone screen, and whispered, 123,456, it's really 8 digits. Seeing this, a smile finally gradually appeared on Chewy's lips. Humph, this is the effect I want. However, Hu Zi's next words left Chewy dumbfounded. Has Nima Bai's brain been kicked by a donkey? You have money, but you don't know how to dress decently. Why do you have to pretend to be a beggar in front of me? Are you bored and want to be a jet fighter? Or do you just like the perverted feeling of having someone ride on your head? Do you have to pretend to be poor and be looked down upon by others, and then you show off your wealth when you can no longer bear it? Who the hell did you learn this habit from? 90 million is a lot, right? You bastard, let me tell you, if this wasn't a society ruled by law, I would have beaten you to death by now. If you don't spray me, it means you pooped cleanly yesterday. Stupid thing. Hu Zi pointed at Chewy and cursed him, spitting hot and wet saliva on his face. There is also a strong smell of leeks, coriander and onions mixed together that rushes straight into the nose and makes you feel a little drunk. Chew. Damn, why don't the salespeople in this store play by the rules? Shouldn't I kneel down and lick him at this time?